the first thing that's going to be asked for you to demonstrate is that the premises in your argument are true. And that's the problem with actually holding to a deductive argument. It's why we use induction most of the time rather than deduction.
Well, luckily enough, the logical statement is a if P then Q, right? Now, providing, which is why Emma said it so succinctly at the beginning, providing you mind your P's and Q's, then you end up with a true deductive proof.
Yes.
Right, but you need to mind your P's and Q's. Now, the P's and the Q's is just a formulation of a statement, right? That is not a modus tollens. That is just the formulation of the logical statement. If P, then Q. The modus tollens comes in when you take the contrapositive, right? You negate the consequent, the Q. You say not the Q. And since the Q comes from a consequent from the antecedent, then you can then say not P, because you've negated the Q. That's the essence of logic, right? And the modus tollens is negating the consequent, the contrapositive.
George's claim. I mean, I don't.
How would you formulate the logic for George's claim?
Yeah, just have fun with it. How would you do that? Okay. Well, if you... I don't even know where to begin with it.
I am not defending the QE B.S. Black Swan.
I got your numbers, they're right here.
Don't tell us what the stars should do.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3. You have to open your mind.
Even though I get hot under the collar, you're really nice to talk to, I must say, Sugar.
Oh, thanks, man.
Don't take advice from fools. Everything that they say is in vain.
We started if there's a magic book.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Eggshell said he was going to formulate some logic because he said that the QE's formulation was faulty. So then he was going to make his own. He was going to formulate some logic.
If the Earth is a globe of radius data, then the horizon will always be data from us.
Everything is relative to you.
Globers do not agree with that.
You just have to say it in generality.
I'm sure there are some who are
just like those straight lines of curve.
Ignorant to many of the arguments.
Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve. And I don't know.
Yeah. If the Earth is flat, then there will be one celestial pole.
All of this goes.
There are two celestial poles, therefore not flat.
Never take advice from fools. Everything that they say is in vain.
It has to work on a globe.
Never take advice.
Try that again. I think you were begging the question along your...
I could have been. If the Earth is flat, then it will have one celestial pole. It has two celestial poles, therefore it is not flat. If I was in the northern hemisphere and I hadn't been to the southern hemisphere, that argument would be invalid, therefore it's invalid even though I live in the southern hemisphere.
I mean, it's literally like herding cats and pulling teeth at the same time.
I know the game that you're playing, and I know exactly what's on your mind. You got your playbook, it's alright. Your model dictates what you will find.
People just accept the curve calculator as a perfect
I don't know
here and just skip into the picture,
where all of this goes.
which you should not do.
Don't take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do.
The best bit was if you didn't know that, you'd think something different. That was the most interesting part of that construction. I would say if the Earth was flat and the stars were fixed in their position, then there would be one celestial pole there are two celestial poles. So either the stars are not fixed in their position, they move about, or we do not live on a flat Earth. That's maybe my formulation of it.
I'm gonna summarize it very quickly because seemingly I can't speak for long. So you talk about a sphere of a radius, you use the spherical law of cosines, then you express it as a Maclaurin series, and you find an asymptotic expansion to show that when the radius r approaches infinity, you get a spherical relation that is the equivalent of Pythagorean theorem. And the triangle spherical geometry.
Don't take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Gummy Bear, to be fair to you, do you want to continue with that? Do you want to explain or not?
No, with how the room's being right now, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm keen on getting this logic done because I think there is some logic in there for us to find. Some sort of relationship between the lights in the sky and the shape of the thing we're stood on, right? It just needs to be formulated correctly. We need to mind our P's and Q's, and we're going to get there. I think Eggshells has gone off to research it. To mind our P's and Q's, and we're going to get there. I think Eggshells has gone off to research it.
Eggshells. I thought that was a good conversation about the logic formulation stuff. Would you agree on that?
Yeah. That's why I made it with no sarcasm or anything. I was speaking the truth.
Yeah.
Never take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools.
We started if there's a magic book.
Everything that they do is in vain.
Started if there's a magic book that gives you distances, then you can get an angle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then what?
Yep, go on.
And then I can test it. Then I can test it by moving away.
Then you can make a triangle.
Sure, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
What triangles are? We can define a triangle within geometry, can't we?
Sure, we can.
So then it would have a, what do you call that, like a straight bottom, or the hypotenuse would be the distance to the light in the sky. Then you would have a vertical drop from the light in the sky and a horizontal distance, right? Where those two meet, we call that a right angle. You can start doing geometry.
Don't take advice from fools, 'cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Well, actually, sure, but then
So
again, you can
is that
only...
triangle proving a ball, something?
Well, I mean, it doesn't prove anything because, I mean, on a plane...
It definitely does prove something. It's geometric. I mean, that's where the proofs come from.
Oh, okay. Okay, then we can't really use sextants because the bottom distance isn't a horizontal distance.
There's no distance. A sextant's just an angle measuring device.
It has to do with this logical formulation. If you have an argument against it, then you have to prove the curve calculator incorrect that is being used in that formulation. If the curve calculations are incorrect, then take it up with the curve calculations that are being used for this formulation of logic. Not me,
no, I don't.
Not the photo, nothing else. Take it up with the formulation of where those numbers came from.
So no, I don't. If we're making a logical argument, I can disprove any one part of it or the links between any of the premises that reach the conclusion. Right?
Okay, well then do that.
I don't have to specifically pick the bit you're talking about.
Sure you do.
I can easily find. No, I don't, because an argument is built of multiple parts, and it rests upon every one of those parts. If any one of those parts is broken, the whole argument's broken.
Yeah, exactly. You're right, 100%. But both the P and the Q are built on the curve calculation.
Right, and if that curve calculation is wrong, what happens to the argument? If the curve calculation is wrong, what happens to the argument? There you go.
That's what I've been saying. Thank you. We're in agreement now.
No, it's a question. If the curve calculator is wrong, what happens to the whole argument?
It goes to shit.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The curve calculation
is wrong.
Well, if the curve calculations are wrong, which is the curve this whole argument is based on the curve calculations. So if you can say that the curve calculations are incorrect, then the whole thing goes to shit. That's what I've been saying the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are wrong.
Well done.
So then it's
all of your curve calculators are knackered then, right?
It's not.
Go and have a word with them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're going to take apart the P's and the Q's of the math on this, then take it up with the curve calculator, not the formulation of the actual argument.
The curve calculator assumes a perfect sphere with zero topography and zero waves, zero tides, so it's fucked.
Okay, well, take it up with the curve calculation guy.
Yeah, sure.
Right,
that's my point.
The syllogism is valid in its form, but what is lacking is the verification of the premises.
That's what it's based on, is the curve calculations. So don't get it twisted. I am not defending the QE B.S. Black Swan. That's my initials for it. All I'm defending is the logical formulation of it is correct according to the curve calculations. Now, if you have a problem with that, then you have to figure out how the curve calculations are incorrect. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
So it's still wrong, easy to figure out. I would say, even if the curve calculator were correct.
Or, in my opinion,
please let me finish. It would still be wrong because of the thing I said before, which is disproving a given radius doesn't disprove that there is a radius. Right? It's like saying there's not a dog in my backyard, therefore dogs don't exist. When I say it that way, you go, oh, of course, that's ridiculous, Harry. You wouldn't say it like that. But to say I disproved one radius, therefore I proved that there isn't a radius, is exactly the same logical formulation, and it's bunk.
Well, you're going a little bit beyond the first part of that by going to the not Q part. But what I agree with, I agree that there are flaws in it. I mean, to me, if I was a glober, I would say the first statement of the P part is if the Earth is a sphere with a radius, blah, 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 of X miles, I would say, if I was a glober, I would say, well, the Earth isn't a sphere, it's a geoid. Yeah, so therefore the rest of it's fucked.
Yeah. Yep. Literally every
That's what I would do personally. Or you can go for like, oh well, it's not 3959, it's 3958, or whatever you want to do. It negates all of the rest of it.
Yeah, every part of it is broken.
If you want to do that, but the thing is, if you want to attack the numbers, you have to go for the curve calculator, not the formulation. If you want to go for the formulation, you could say, well, not sphere.
If the curve calculator is part of the argument, it sounds to me like when he says C curve calculator, it sounds like that is just like, here is a supporting argument, not the fundamental argument is, if the Earth is a sphere of this, then we can see no further than that. And then he's adding in the curve calculator. It's not like...
Well, the curve calculator is the basis for the numbers.
I mean,
yes, go on, sorry.
I've heard a lot of others say that the Earth is flat. And then when I ask about topography, they say, yeah, it's not flat. It's just, sort of flat. So it's just like someone saying that I'm a sphere earther with a radius of X. It doesn't mean that it's a perfect sphere with no elevation. It's not that.
Well, you can take your angle at it as well. I'm not going to rebut you on that. I mean, if you want to,
just like you said, that like the curve calculator assumes a perfect sphere, and that's not what we live on. So.
All right. Well, then there you go. If you can, to me, if you were going to negate the entire P and Q, which is entirely based on the curve calculator, you would say, well, the curve calculator is fucked, so therefore your P and Q is fucked.
It also depends on which curve calculator and whether it takes into account refraction. Like I posted a link for one that does take into account refraction.
So refraction doesn't have anything to do with the curve calculator, but I actually think the curve calculator has an extra step in there where you can put refraction in for an index on that. However, that's irrelevant.
Website or a shape of the Earth?
That's irrelevant to the formulation of this argument.
Yeah, but it doesn't take the curve calculator doesn't take like tides or anything into account, so it's pointless to talk about the curve.
That's fine. Maybe it's averages. I don't know. Maybe it's averages.
Yeah, but it's not.
Whatever.
It's not accurate. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. Well, curve calculator that has been used for the reference of these numbers is wrong. Therefore, the formulation of those numbers is wrong. I mean, you could say that, but to me, like on a secondary thing, refraction itself does not change a measurement. That's, I think, where it started. I think, you know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, the distance
I think
to the
people
orbit,
can say refraction does obvious. So then that's when the picture comes into play, and that to me is a distraction from the formulation of the argument. You see what I'm saying? So we finally got back to the point of, if you're going to debunk the P and Q of this argument, you got to debunk the curve calculator, not a picture.
People just accept the curve calculator and the perfect sphere and just skip into the picture, which you should not do.
So, and it also, to me, it's like, who are you talking to with this argument? Like, if somebody says to you, well, here are the Earth curve measurements, well, then this argument would come into play. Like, because somebody said to you, here are the Earth curve calculations from the Earth curve calculator, therefore the horizon is this and that. Well, then this argument is formulated to rebut that, in my opinion. So to just come out and say, like, here's this argument, that's kind of like, well, where did that come from? Because you guys didn't say that. You didn't come to me with this argument saying Earth curve calculations are correct. You know what I mean? You came to me saying, well, this argument is messed up, and how do I defend that? I'm not defending that. And I think we've finally got full circle to the fact that what needs to be rebutted from your point of view as a glober is the Earth curve calculations that are from globers is wrong. I don't know anything else I can say other than repeating myself. So
I mean, it's
fair enough.
Hopefully that makes sense.
Perfect sphere, and that's not what we have.
I mean, I think that the general gist is the vast majority of people don't really think about it. If I found a website that said this is the Earth curve calculation, I'd be likely to think that it was probably right and not have thought much more about it. But it seems like a weird double standard to go, all of the people on your side must agree. But like, if you line up flat earthers and you said, what do you think about the dome? Like, they weren't agree anything. I tried playing the game of how deep could I dig? Like, if I could dig forever, like let's say pressure and heat and the sturdiness of shovels weren't a problem, how deep could I dig down at any one point on Earth? And if I was digging down in the middle of the North Pole, could it get to 39.59? And there's no requirement or even encouragement, even desire for all of those answers to match up. But an interesting pattern I spot for flat earthers is like, flat earth data is a huge one for this. If all of your answers don't always match up syllable for syllable, then you're clearly, peddling me a pile of shit. It's like, I think the answers by necessity will diverge because we have different understandings of things. Some of us understand it better, some of us understand it worse, and some of us misunderstand questions. Sometimes the questions are poorly formulated.
Well, can we follow this this argument through a little further if you'd like. The ending of it.
Even though I get hot under the collar, you're really nice to talk to, I must say, Sugar Cookie.
Oh, thanks, man. The ending of the argument is not Q, therefore not P. So that's a formulation which is legit. Now the not Q part of it is a horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. So that is debunking the Q part. Therefore, the Earth. Okay, so according to this, therefore not P part, the conclusion is Earth is not a sphere. In my opinion, that doesn't go far enough because it should negate the P, and saying Earth is not a sphere is not negating the entire P. The entire P should say, the negation of that should be Earth is not a sphere with a radius of a number.
Brilliant.
So there's multiple ways that there's multiple ways that you can kind of go through this.
It's not negating that it's not a sphere, because the P premise at the beginning is if, right? So all it's doing is negating that number that he gives in the P at the initial bit.
Oh, good.
Right.
We're all agreeing. Yeah. So, because, I asked when I was having chats in the 24/7, show me your workings that disprove a radius of 400,000 kilometers rather than 4,000 kilometers.
Yeah.
They do not exist.
Yeah, the conclusion should be written as, in my opinion, Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. That would make it a logical negation of the P.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. It stops at halfway through that sentence and just says it's not a sphere, which is weird to me because the whole thing is based on math, on curve calculation math, and it doesn't address the math part in the conclusion. That's my opinion.
I do sometimes wonder with some people's stuff, particularly QEs, if they've worked that out but just don't include it anyway. If they know that doesn't fix it, but then go, if I present this strongly enough, people won't even ask.
I've heard that people have talked to QE before he came out with that and had some contentions with it, and that's what he ended up with. So, but there are contentions with the same things that we've been talking about. So it's good to kind of go through it like that and have a cool discussion about it, because I'm not defending the conclusion. The only thing I'm defending is how to go through it, the logical part of it as I understand it.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to debunk modus tollens or logic, right? Them two are absolutely locked in.
Unless any of the premise, I mean, logic is there. The formulation of logic is not so much, I don't think, to prove things, but to test things. And I think one can, as we've been, I don't know how long you've been around in this conversation just now, Bev, but I think most of us here have problems, rebuttals, or challenges to every step in that modus tollens.
Yeah, like Emma said right at the very beginning, she even tried to get QE to print it on a t-shirt. He didn't. He wanted to go with the war duck. But, I mean, yeah, mind your P's and Q's is a statement that has been said from the very beginning. And rather engage in that conversation, people like to have different conversations.
Yeah, I feel like that just happened just then.
No, I think we've hashed it out eventually. Sugar Cookie eventually got through to the fact that it was just about the logic and the formulation of the logic.
Yeah, I feel like if we've both been in part of different conversations, if that's the case, Bev.
Because QE is ex-military, I can't trust him on logic. That's my logic.
He didn't mind his P's and Q's. Like, well, I think we've just found that out, right? How do you?
What just happened?
How do you
Did I miss
find
something?
your distance to the horizon?
No, Bev just started speaking, and the world stopped making sense.
How do you make your distance to the horizon? How do you measure that personally? So to check this.
Oh, no. 3
Don't
years
bring
in,
me the horizon.
doesn't know how to measure distances.
What are you talking about, Don?
Obfuscation time. Let's go.
How do you measure the distance to the horizon, Don?
How do I do it? I don't.
Yeah.
But if I suggested
at it.
someone should, I would say use a theodolite or laser or a map.
What's that laser gonna bounce off of?
Yeah, you know the horizon's not just one place.
The water or a mountain.
Right.
The fuck?
So
I
put
mean,
in
I see
something.
past.
Stick a big pole in there with a big white flag on the top.
Yeah,
I
put in
see past the
fantasy
horizon all the
stuff in.
time at a sunset. You see the sun behind it. So how do you measure that?
And how do you start off
I
with your
don't- I
P
don't
as
do
well?
measuring.
How do you know that the
All
Earth
of you
is a
guys that do
measurement
measuring,
radius?
you should already know how to measure.
How do you measure your radius first to start off with?
Radius is calculated.
Right,
Okay.
not measured.
Okay.
Right.
Same as the
Or you-
horizon then. Put two calculations in with your P and your Q.
Or you guess at it and test it repeatedly.
Yeah.
Keep refining those guesses.
Guess at it. Yeah,
A
yeah.
bunch of ways to do it. Yeah. So I mean, I think that's honestly speaking, I think even you could describe science in that way, but I think certainly for us non-scientists, that's pretty much what we do in everything in life. Guess at it and refine those guesses.
Let's reformulate it for him, right? So we can hand it back to him. Like you could be the guy, Eggshells. You could be the guy to fix QE's Black Swan.
To change his mind on something.
No, just to fix the logic within the formulation.
Flattered. No,
Yeah.
flattered.
There's no
I'm
fixing
really,
it. We're just dismissing it.
Okay.
yeah.
Just like we were talking about.
So can you not do a modus ponens then in order to
I've decided it's
affirm the
wrong,
consequent,
so
right?
I've dismissed it.
Can
That's
you
all
not
it is.
think of a
It's
way
as
to
simple as that.
affirm the
Simple as
consequent?
that. It's wrong, so I don't care about it.
So there is no answer to affirm the consequent.
You get to cope.
where you
now.
can
After I've dismissed
safely
your
say
master's evidence,
the
you can
Earth
cope.
is.
Yo,
you
I
not
like
do
Mailman's modus tollens that he just put in there. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's good.
I like that one. That's a good one. I feel like that one needs to be saved.
Where are you looking at?
Just in the chat, he said,
He's
if
saying
the
if
Earth
it's a
is a
sphere.
sphere of a radius of 3959 P, then there is no topography Q. There is topography, not Q, therefore the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3959, not
Yeah,
P.
that's okay. That works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think
That-
flat earthers and globe earthers alike can agree
That's
on
what
that
I
one.
can accept.
That's brilliant.
That's the modus tollens I
That's
can accept.
that's a legit formulation of logic right there.
So Moleman's just debunked the 3959, right? Dead easy. That's how
Yeah.
easy it is to formulate good logic
With honesty.
and work it. Yeah.
100%.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Mailman.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say it's flat Earth, right? It's just debunked that size of the thing. But I mean, Moleman can definitely now say, if anybody ever says 3959, he can say, nuh-uh,
Nope.
I've got this logic here.
Yeah, your Earth curve calculator that is based on everything, you can say, no.
Man is proving globe Earth, and I mean he's disproving flat Earth with that.
I
Unless
think of a metaphor for it.
unless they get the radius from the circumference, and the circumference measurement is accurate and takes into account topography.
This is why I sometimes put you in the same bucket as sin cleanser percentage. Where
Yeah.
I'm like, are you a Poe? Because that was pretty good. Some of the things you
Technically,
say,
the
I'm like,
radius
yeah,
wouldn't be
that's
accurate, but the
literally-
circumference would be accurate, and there would be topography.
Yeah.
The radius
that's
would
the
be
problem with
mathematically
putting it.
correct.
Yeah, it's a problem with putting an exact number in there, in my opinion.
Well, I think some of the challenges, like the issue I find a lot is that flat earthers often, not saying anyone here particularly, but I think it might be some included, somewhat require every individual part to be the whole of what globe Earth rests on. So like your whole reason for believing is based on pictures from space or something. Therefore, if I disprove pictures from space, the whole thing's bunkum. your whole thing rests on this curve calculator. Therefore, if the curve calculator, and it's like not realizing, like, no, it's not just
your curve calculator, not ours.
It's the globe. It's the glober's.
Yeah. What does the globe Earth rest on? It's suspended in space.
Oh, I see. You're doing your dad jokes again. Whereas to me, it doesn't rest on any particular one of those things. It is each of them give me confidence.
It's all one thing. It's all about those pictures from space.
Well,
Everything else.
That's what it boils down to.
If I said, how do you know that's your mum? And you said, well, because of my birth certificate, and all of it rested just on that one thing. And I think we'd all go, well, that's a bad way to make a decision because, I found this out after my dad died. He made a fake birth certificate for me.
Well, the thing is, I believe that my mother is my mother. I couldn't prove it, but I believe it. The thing is, you guys say, no, we know it's a globe because we have these pictures from space. You guys are afraid of the big E word.
But the point I'm trying to make is that I have a high degree of confidence, not from pictures from space. They add to the confidence, but the reasons are multiple and varied, and it includes pictures from space. But honestly, before the flat Earth debate, I hadn't even really thought much about it.
If there were no pictures from space, would you be a glober for real? If you were missing that key piece of evidence?
The reason I have confidence in giving that answer is people believed, the vast majority of humans in the West believed that the Earth was a sphere in the 60s, pre-space. So, yes, people are... Sure, but you're asking, do you think I would believe it? And I try to just go on probabilities, because otherwise I'll just go, oh, no, I'm smart, other people dumb, which I think we all do. We think of ourselves as being more perceptive than we really are, which is surprisingly unperceptive of us, but we all do it.
So you would consciously, fallaciously believe in the conclusion?
Why would it be fallacious to believe in the conclusion?
Because it's an appeal to consensus, and you're knowingly, stepping into that.
Sorry,
well, it's a logical formulation at some point.
I'm not saying I would believe because everybody else did. I'm saying if you're asking me to hypothesize about an alternate reality without pictures from space, I would just say, yes, the probability that I would believe in the globe is high because back then a large number of people did. So probabilistically that I was one of those people is high.
I'm not saying back then. I'm saying right now, if you didn't have pictures from space, if that was the only thing you were missing, you had the rest of your model, right?
Yeah,
but you didn't have pictures of the Earth from space or the going to the moon and getting Earthrise and that bullshit. If you didn't have that, would you be a glober? I mean, yeah, would you be a glober?
So what I'm trying to express to you is I think I would be. I'm unable to tell that, being me and having seen what I believe to be pictures from space. I'm unable to answer that accurately, but what I can say is I think I probably would still think it's a sphere because, and the heuristic I'm using to make that judgment is most humans, even who before they saw pictures from space, still thought that for a whole variety of reasons, like the ones we've been through, distances from A to B, both celestial poles, longitude and latitude. We spent ages doing that. Celestial navigation, I could go on and on and on.
Yeah, that answer doesn't satisfy me, but I'll allow it.
Yeah, it doesn't need to satisfy you. It needs to satisfy me, right?
Have you ever
if you weren't religious, do you think you would believe in a flat Earth? If you didn't have faith, would you believe in a flat Earth? Okay.
Yeah, because I don't believe in it because I'm religious. I believe in it because it matches all of my empirical observation. I don't feel like I'm moving unless, where I am right now, we get the mild earthquake every once in a while and stuff, and that's when I feel the Earth, moving, or I don't feel the Earth moving otherwise. I don't see a curve. It's, for me, that's the default. Until they have extraordinary evidence for their extraordinary claim that it's actually spinning and curving, then I'm going to stick with the default. Innocent until proven guilty. It's as simple as that.
So you think it's the default? You think the less extraordinary claim is
Harry, could you open
absolutely,
the floor, please?
Interesting. Yeah, sure.
Have you ever seen the Universal Studios black and white intro they used to have?
Yeah.
You ever seen that? It's like a plane, basically like a propeller plane flying around a sphere, like the sphere Earth.
Oh, yep, that really old one. Yeah, I think so.
The really old one. Do you know that that was done with models? And I'm not saying that but it was done with models before they'd been to the moon. So it's interesting. It's interesting. So they were modeling it, you know, like before they actually had confirmation. Like then you start to look into Picard. You know, he went up in this like capsule. A bunch of things happen, and then you know, then you have like the Cold War and the space race and all that stuff. But the moon landing was the thing that did it, you know, and everyone in the 60s is taking LSD, and all the hippie is a big like love and social revolution in America, and then like they go, and then as soon as like the Earth was sort of like shown to be a planet, that was like the universal image. Then like that kind of really changed the paradigm. Anyway, just thought I'd put it out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that they were able to make models of the Earth, like, you know, spinning globes in people's living rooms predate being able to see it from space. I think you can still map it without having to see all of everything, just the same as you can draw a design of a house without having seen it both from the inside and the outside at the same time.
Yeah, eggshells. Eggshells. I thought that was a good conversation about the logic formulation stuff. Would you agree on that?
Yeah. That's why I met it with no sarcasm or anything. I enjoy speaking with you. Sugar.
Yeah. Me too. What other things that do you think that would, like for your arguments that you like, even space pictures or whatever that made you believe in the globe?
Yeah.
Like we all did, or I mean, do some people do still, and some people don't still. But what are can we kind of play kind of a, I don't know, like kind of play it out? Like, how would you do some logical formulation to prove your side of it?
Sure. So, logical formulations I would do is things like, how would I try and do it? Let me try and think. That's a great question. So I think I'd try and do a P then Q formulation between a flat one-sided object being on something flat or one-sided versus something that is 3D, and go, if an object was flat and one-sided, there would be one celestial pole. There are two celestial poles, therefore not flat and one-sided, I think is one way I might go about it. That would probably be my strongest one. You cannot get a counter rotation in the southern hemisphere on something flat, is what that's trying to express.
I think there's an answer to that that's not addressed enough, by the way. Two parallel spirals of stars next to each other, perpendicular to each other, or not perpendicular, parallel, adjacent to each other is what I should say, in the sky, working together.
Sure.
Like there's a celestial equator, and they work just like thermodynamics, like two dipoles. They don't have to be the bottom and the top of the sphere.
So I think I'm trying to kind of understanding what you're saying, but anything, if we're all looking up and up means the same way, if there's two spirals, it just seems strange that you can kind of see the inkling of both of them at the equator, but then you only get one in the south and you get another one in the north.
I think that you might want to mind your P's and Q's with that logical formulation that you're trying.
Yeah, I'm trying to construct it, so it might still.
Yeah, let's work through it. That's fine. That's cool. Because I think that, I mean, it sounded like you had a one-sided flat object to begin with.
Yes, if we're all on the same side. I mean, I struggle because what I'm trying to test is both
His
flat
girlfriend sure does.
spherical. That was good.
Yeah, let's try it.
What I'm trying to test is like a flat object versus a sphere. But when I go flat object, I bump up against the "we don't have a model" meme.
Yeah.
Becomes a problem, and that to me would also be try to put in logical formation, which is I'm not sure it would fit in logical formation because it's more inductive reasoning. And
well, what do you mean by flat object? Is I think, because to me, are you going from 2D to 3D or?
Exactly. This is my problem. As Merle said the other day, he had somebody join him in one of the flat Earth talks, and she said, "A flat what?" And I didn't get the joke until he'd repeated it to me like 4 times over the course of a few months. But just like, yeah, it is a flat what? Like, is it triangular underneath? Is it equally flat underneath? Is there a whole other society of people on the other side, most of whom are globers and some of whom are flat earthers? Like, is there an underside? Is there an edge? Until I can understand those things, I can only vaguely try to do it. So the inductive reasoning I tend to more use is, if somebody is presenting to me a model that I can falsify, I will have confidence that they are honest, and I will develop confidence in that model if I fail to falsify it. If somebody doesn't present to me a falsifiable model, I will disregard what they're saying.
I think it's
really a P then Q argument, but it's the way I run.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to. Like, so if you were going to go ahead with the logical part, like, as soon as you say flat object, object to me is automatically in 3D and not conceptual. So how would you do that with what you're saying about the poles?
Well, so I think the Earth is a physical object that I think has physical properties that mimic, albeit on a far bigger scale, other things. So, slightly misunderstanding what you were saying there. Do you hold to like the idea of creating a map or a model is reification fallacy and you can't?
Oh no, I'm not going to hold you to that. Okay. No, but I mean, as far as
go ahead then.
No. As far as flat goes, though, can you define that part of it?
So or what I imagine, even though I know this is totally wrong and the flat earthers hate it, is I imagine a flat disk. I still imagine the expansive space in the background, and then I imagine a dome over the top, and
that's exactly what I used to think.
Popping inside and outside the dome, depending on what effect you're trying to replicate. That's what I see it.
Yeah.
Absurd, I'll see if I can find that video for you too, Harry. It's really quite. It's like a flashback because Jin's there, a couple of other people, but the Scottish girl, she makes no bones about it. She's just at one stage gets frustrated with Jin too, and she's just like, "Why don't you just admit you don't know what the Earth is?" And it's just really interesting. It really kind of sent a cat amongst the pigeons in the community, because I think a lot of people realize that, oh wow, so we've gone from an assumed sort of idea of what the world and where we are in it, and everything was ticked and checked and balanced, and it was all like, no one was giving it really a second thought. Everything else was on the table. But then when that emerged, it was like, holy shit, like, now we're speculating and assuming we know what it is, even in the flat Earth kind of cosmology. Like there could be a dome, it could be, and all that. That was really good for our community, because some people do. They see it in space as a disk, like you say, with a dome.
Yeah.
So waters above,
endless, or
infinite planes, and other civilizations like outer ponds. So like we're in a pond, and then there's another one 2,000 miles out of range that we don't know about, with better tech than us potentially. And there's a lot of ideas. That's why it's an ongoing sort of thing. We're still kind of in the middle of the Truman Show moment in a way.
Yeah. I must admit, I sometimes also like that sort of obviously I think it's wrong, but I think there's something sort of fun and imaginative about a lot of it.
How do we get back to the logical part?
Sure. So the logical. Can somebody else? Is Druss still here? Because somebody had helped me construct.
It's hard. I mean, it's hard. I mean, I'm not an expert at it at all, and I'm trying to I'm learning as I'm talking to you about
That's
it
what she
as well.
So it's something like, because it's what I want to present with it is, you could help me with this actually. What I want to present with it is the fact that we don't have that we've got two poles doesn't mean globe. It doesn't even mean rotating. It just means 3D. It just means something that has, like, you rotate anything, rotate your phone, and imagine yourself standing on the top of your phone and the bottom of your phone, quote unquote, top and bottom. And you'll immediately go, right, one's going to see a rotation one direction, another one's going to see a rotation the other direction. And then if you imagine everybody's, hold your phone flat, I'm doing this right now, so I'm trying to think of it, and everybody's looking up, no matter what you do, unless you invoke like really bizarre light effects,
like refraction.
Yeah, exactly. Like refraction that bends over 90 degrees, that doesn't have any wibbly wobbliness. Like refraction would do it if it was super extreme and didn't cause any wibbly wobbliness and still meant the stars were so reliably in that position, albeit for that observer, that they could navigate by it. Like, so it's not to me like this proves globe. It's just that in that P then Q thing, it just disproves a one-sided object.
So if you like, say you were out in the middle of the desert in your car, or taking a drive in a road trip in like whatever your favorite car is, and you're like, okay, I see Polaris. Yeah. What can you formulate a logical argument about for that would make sense to support your belief of a globe?
So it wouldn't be Polaris. Polaris absolutely makes sense. But the idea of there being a central star that stands above the North Pole, about which everything else rotates, totally works on a flat Earth. And if that's all we saw, I would say that almost would be a fairly solid, not proof, but really robust evidence for a flat Earth. It's the fact that we see an equal and opposite thing, a nearly identical effect that rotates the opposite direction, to me seems to, in that P then Q way, just utterly disprove one particular shape, and that is one that we're all on the same side of. When we look up, that same up is up.
Why can't the stars move like that if the Earth is a plane? Why not? What is this huge thing that you have that you say it absolutely disproves that with such a confident tone? Why?
So yeah, I don't think it utterly disproves it. I think that would be a fair criticism. It would
what you just said for the last 10 minutes. But okay, let's just
Let me adjust it then. I don't think it utterly disproves it, but it like, to me, the way I'm seeing the argument, unless we invoke something that accounts to me like special pleading or magical thinking, fairly strongly debunks the idea of a one-sided object where we all see up is up.
Can I just have one little go about the light in the sky, right? I'll formulate a quick bit of logic for you, right? If the light in the sky stays in the same place, P, then the Earth is flat, Q. Right? Is that the sort of thing you're saying? You know, like when you were doing a if P then Q, you're saying you'd be happy with somebody formulating logic like that. Would that be okay? Or can we discuss
I agree with that logic, because on a globe, you should see the stars fucking drifting.
I'm just saying about the formulation of the logic. Very simple.
Chronic works. I don't understand your formulation, I must say, Bev. I don't understand why light staying still or moving. I don't feel that.
Okay, then. Well, that's what you were asked to do. Could you formulate some logic based on the light in the sky? And you said we don't need to because it makes complete sense. But that's where you start off. You start off at the basics.
I've got one.
Go for it, Dawn.
If there's two celestial poles rotating, P, then Earth can't be a flat plane with stars on one side of it.
Yeah. Nailed it.
Why couldn't it be?
Yeah.
Because we've done thought experiments in 3D and flat Earth doesn't work.
Yeah, that's not logic.
Thought experiments, right? Yeah.
That's logic.
No.
Hold up. So
is Amma here?
Why couldn't it be? You know, imagine, first off, we don't know what the stars are, right? So there's a whole kind of set of natural laws that might not even apply. But let's say
in space.
Hold up. Let's say that they are these objects that are moving in a particular way. Why couldn't it be like, imagine, like in front of you, just with your fingers, make two circles with like a circle with each hand, coming towards each other. That is what meets up at the middle.
That's not what we see in the sky. That's only what we see from the equator.
Well, I'll post this again. This is
no, that's what we see regardless.
No,
I'm going to post this. I'll post this again. Magnetohydrodynamics. This video calls it the electric Coriolis effect. I haven't seen that really said elsewhere, so I don't know if that guy just made that up or what. But essentially, there's like pepper, floating in water, a planar water surface, and there's two nodes with the electric field and one of them's moving clockwise, one of them's moving counterclockwise. So this is flat water with pepper or whatever the little chunks are in there that are moving in exactly the same idea, counterclockwise and clockwise. Now, I'm not saying this is exactly what the stars are doing. I'm just saying there's absolutely no reason why the stars cannot be moving just like this in the way electric fields do above a planar Earth.
Yo, Geo, thank you for that, because that's exactly what I was talking about with like moving your hands.
So that would work. That would work. If this isn't what we see in the sky.
Exactly. It is though.
No,
the only issue is,
You see a flat plane. When have you seen two counter-rotating poles next to one another in the sky? They're usually 180 degrees diverged. That's a flat
Okay,
thing
so
with
most
two spinning
but if you zoom out, this is what you would expect to see.
Okay.
So at the equator, you see the lights coming together in the same direction.
No one sees this.
The north, like let's say the north is the left, you see it rotating around that.
Recreated a wide angle equator.
Is right. You see it rotating around that axis.
Of pepper. It's not realistic.
Yeah. Anyway, good evening. So what I'd say is most flat earthers don't trust any information coming from the space agencies saying that in space there are telescopes, etc. So if we just ignore that part for a moment when we're talking about being able to view the stars, the only technology that they have are balloons or Sophia, the plane. So
we're not using any of that. We're using ground observations.
Have you ever seen a balloon go up with a camera on it? Have you ever seen the stars?
Hold up, Carlos,
no, you only see
talking about looking at the stars from the ground.
You only ever see the moon or the sun. You never see the stars. So as soon as you go past that barrier,
Carlos, 1 second, man. You're coming in hot, and we're talking about stellar observation from the ground. You see the stars from the ground. That's all we're talking about.
Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about. When you get to a certain height, you can't see the stars anymore. So how do you know what they are when they're not there?
So
you don't have any evidence that the stars are there. Only evidence you have are from Earth terrestrial-based telescopes. When you get to a certain height,
You've never
those
seen a
stars
star.
disappear.
Hold up.
You've never seen a star. What are you saying?
I'm saying that the stars aren't there when you get to a certain height. They disappear. They're gone.
This point.
But when you get a balloon out, you go to.
No one's getting a balloon, and neither of you.
Have you seen the footage, the dog cam? It goes up. There's no stars. All you see is the sun and the moon.
That's unrelated.
It's not unrelated. It's totally in with this discussion.
What's your point, Carlos?
Well, either way,
you're arguing day and night about the way that the stars form in the fucking sky, but when you get up there, they're not there anymore.
So what are you saying the stars are then?
This relates to the point.
What are you saying the stars are then?
I'm saying that there's something up in the sky that you can't describe once you get past a certain altitude. They're not there anymore. So how do you know what the fuck they are?
So that means they're lower down?
Why do I need to know what they are? Like, when you say what they are, exactly how much, because this was a point you raised before, percentage, exactly how much do I need to know about stars? So would knowing their distance from Earth be enough, or would I need to also know their composition?
You can't even begin to
birthday?
Nobody can know that.
Hold up, you can't even begin to think about the distance when you don't even know what they are. It could be a hologram, it could be a projection, it could be, a physical object. Who knows what it is?
So the question
it has to be something tangible for it to have a distance.
So we could speculate about the stars, and we could speculate about the stars and what they are all day long. It is a mystery. They're beautiful. They're interesting. There's a lot of things we could, talk about. However, the Earth is what it is. We're on the surface of the Earth. We look up and see the movement that they make. So those are two completely different things. There's nothing. The stars over a stationary plane, they could be doing anything in the world. They could be making swirlies. They could be making twirls. They could be doing any. I think it's very interesting that they make the same pattern as electric fields. So I think that's very interesting. But I'm just saying that there's nothing about the stars that disqualifies the Earth being a stationary plane whatsoever.
But I don't agree with the idea that we need to know everything about them. Just the same as, like, for me to say I have a car doesn't mean I need to know the chemical composition of every last,
Yeah, but somebody does, because someone's making that. Hey, listen, you just said that you don't need to know, but someone needs to know because someone had to make that fucking car, didn't they?
So you think there is one person on Earth who knows the composition and every single detail about any particular car? You think there is one person on Earth who knows everything about a particular car? I'll hold you to
every
that.
detail about one particular car. There has to be some company that knows every detail about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to make it.
So a group of people need to know everything about it. Do you think there are some people within that company don't quite know how the paint's made?
Yeah, but
they can
collectively
still drive
they know,
and sell
right?
cars, and
collectively you think that it's a ball.
So collectively, like the point I'm making is
I put my money on you, Eggshells, for knowing about cars.
I know a little bit about them. Motorbikes I'm better with. The point I'm making is I don't need to know everything about stars. What I need to know is that the assumptions that the assumptions I'm resting my measurements or observations or predictions on is reliable, right? So I don't need to know what they're made of or where they are, provided I know that they are far enough from me that they don't move, right?
They're only reliable to you when you distinguish that they are related with your globe heliocentric model. That's the only way that can confirm to you whether or not they are what you think they are.
So the point I'm making is there are many. That's wrong. There are many Polynesian cultures, for example, people who use the stars to navigate without knowing, while they still thought the Earth was flat. So that what you're saying there is not true. I don't need to know what the stars are in order to make reliable measurements based on them, right? I can navigate using the stars without knowing where they are or what they're made of.
Yeah, but it would be a great leap of faith to say how far away they are, isn't it? And what they're made of.
And also, Eggshells, did that GIF come from you, by the way? The one I just put in the live stream voice text? So someone, I think, said it came from either via you or from you. It's a zoom in of the stars and how they go the opposite direction, supposedly, on a ball Earth.
Let me see, just a second. I'm in a dogfight at the moment. I'll get to it in a moment. But
okay, the GIF shows it, and it shows upside down when you look at the bottom. If everyone's looking at that, it's actually an upside down view, but it wouldn't be counterclockwise the way that they show it. It seems like that. Is anyone else familiar with this?
This is.
Yeah, what's wrong with it in relation to the globe Earth thing?
Well, you see how they zoom in on it, and it's actually an upside down view when they zoom to the bottom. It's not a right side up view.
So I've done this like a chunk of different ways. Which way is which? There's even a girl who posted a flat Earth video. Is it Logres? Who am I talking to with that? Oh, that one. Yeah, that's from me. Yep. Yeah, that's a great example of it. And there's even, that's why I was asking Arma before. There's a guy who drops in here sometime, Arma, ARMA, and he's like a whiz at like 3D program. And so we're sitting there and we like made him make for us a flat plane and stars, and he just recreated that thing you see there, like not quite to the same detail, but a stationary body with stars rotating around it, and then he can stand us on the top and look up counterclockwise, go to the South Pole, look up / down, and it's clockwise. It's really cool.
Yeah, somebody else gets exactly what I'm saying, by the way, about the upside down view. What's up? Or what's that? Do you see the one that I posted, Eggshells, the one that zooms in and it shows an upside down view when it goes to the bottom and it's not the right way compared to the top?
It's not the right way, so it will be the same. That's what it means.
Which one are you posting? I'm going to post the GIF again, writing on eggshells. So
it's not the right way. That's the right way to show it. There's nothing wrong with the way they show it.
It says
clockwise. It doesn't. Clockwise no, it's deceptive because when you go to the bottom, it's upside down view. If you were walking towards the supposed celestial pole, then you would see it the opposite direction, but not the way they're showing it. You would zoom in at the top, and it says counterclockwise. Then they zoom in at the bottom, and you're upside down instead of the way that you would approach the pole.
You're right. The ground is represented on the top of the frame. If you reverse the image vertically and put the ground from the southern side on the bottom of the frame, the rotation remains the same.
Exactly.
One man upside down as another man.
And that's not what we see.
It would remain.
What we see are counter rotating circles of stars, and that means that in fact they couldn't be on a globe. This actually was made by a baller, and it kind of proves that it's not a ball.
No, man. It would be the same.
Slow down.
You're missing it. You're missing a perspective.
Right,
Here we go. I'm sharing my screen.
The rotation remains the same direction. In the southern hemisphere, it would still be clockwise. If you were to flip that frame vertically, so where the ground is at the bottom of the frame, those stars would still rotate clockwise, and it would be opposite from the northern. By representing the ground on the top or the bottom, that rotational direction doesn't change from the stars.
You can just check the look at the
celestial
upside
equator.
down. Look at the
Let's say
gift
you're at the
upside down.
celestial equator,
I'm
right?
about to show
If
it
you look
upside
left,
down.
it's clockwise. If you look right, it's a counterclockwise. I mean, they do go the opposite direction.
I'll tell you the one way to get it to go backwards.
That's a very good point that Mailman made.
Riding will show us. Riding lectures will show us.
When it zooms in on the southern part, flip your phone so the ground is represented on the bottom. That clockwise rotation remains the same.
I'm showing
Bio, can you do a logical formulation on that, Bio?
All right. So Geo, you said earlier there's nothing about the stars that wouldn't work on a flat Earth, and I think if we're being completely objective, there's one thing that so far we haven't figured out how it works, and that is if in the south, the distance keeps on getting wider. Like we have the North Pole in the center, and as you go south, the radius, this concentric circles basically keep on getting bigger. That working with how you showed it in that one video doesn't jive just yet.
I'm sharing it on my screen.
Yeah, I'm here. Not sure what you.
I get what you're saying now. I'm sorry.
Like
yeah,
in
the
AE type map, as you go south, the land gets bigger, basically, right? The concentric circles, which are the Earth, get bigger. But that wouldn't be explained in the southern portion of, if they were two kind of circles alongside each other, the stars, I mean. The southern circle of stars doesn't really jive with the fact that the land is getting bigger in the south.
What I've got to say to that is that you've come back to thinking that the stars are the only evidence that you have that this place is a flat Earth or is not a flat Earth, and we've already debunked it in every other way, in every other form that you can possibly imagine. And you're relying on this. You're relying on this stars to tell you whether or not it's a ball or a flat Earth. I'm sorry, we've debunked it every other way: north, south, east, west, upside down, inside out, every other way. The stars.
You don't believe in stars. You don't believe in stars. Remember,
the stars can just be whatever you want them to be, my friend.
Carlos, can I ask you a question? Do you believe in the flat Earth for a singular reason, just one reason? That if I debunk just that one reason, you wouldn't believe it anymore, or do you believe in the flat Earth for multiple reasons?
Multiple reasons. 200 reasons.
So let me ask you another question. Do you think it is the case that I believe in a globe Earth for just one reason?
Yeah, because you've been brainwashed and you haven't woken up yet, my friend.
You don't see anything illogical or self-serving?
I'm sorry, you're only about 5 steps away from a mental hospital.
Okay.
Hello, please don't
This relates to what I was saying before, where I said earlier, and I was like, I hope I'm not insulting anybody here, but do you all remember what I said before Carlos got here? That flat earthers have this idea that globers hold their worldview for one particular reason, and they debunk that one particular reason, at least they think they do, and then they move on to the next one that is that one particular reason. Oh, just because you got told this in school, just because of pictures from space, just because the stars, not realizing.
I mean, let's be honest. Most globe earthers just believe it because of pictures of space. They are not kind of in this debate, this realm of discussion to actually know more. You go polling on the streets, a lot of them will say pictures from space. That's it.
That might be the first thing they say, but tell me, you describe to me, of the beliefs you hold, which are probably varied from political beliefs to beliefs about who your parents are or what's a nice food, which of those beliefs do you hold for a singular reason?
You know, you've been watching the news because I critically, a young lad.
Hold up, Carlos. Let me just answer the question. I'm not the same as the majority of normies that just believe what they're told. I critically analyze things. My beliefs are my beliefs because I've kind of critiqued them and analyzed them such that they remain my beliefs.
That's what everybody says. That there's nothing more normie than thinking I'm not a normie.
Hey, eggshells. Do you know what flat earthers mean when they say it's more about the loss of a belief than the gaining of a new one? You know what they mean by that?
I guess it's probably talking about I used to be a glober too, that kind of business.
No. It's more about if we were
taken
on the
that
Earth.
globe.
If we were on the Earth, and no one was ever told that we're on a spinning ball, they would rightly assume that everything's as it seems, a stationary plane.
If
we're
on,
that's not true.
If we're on the Earth,
what they would think
then
people would work out it's a globe, just like now.
No one would reason that we're spinning unless they had all of the pseudoscience to back it up.
Than you think.
No, because the flat
anyone would assume
it's
that.
just a strangely common belief that everybody holds.
Flat earthers have managed. Listen, the flat earthers have managed to take that cloak of bullshit off and burn it in the fire.
But it's not
What
bullshit.
atheists say about religious people. That's what that is such a unsurprisingly super typical normie view. I think deeply about things, but other people don't. I've really thought through the issues, but other people have only looked at them from a surface level. There is nothing more surface level and obviously patently demonstrating that statement to be untrue than the making of it. If you say, I think deeply about things, but other people don't, it shows only one thing, and that's
an appeal to emotion.
No, it's not. It's a logical.
Yes, it is. You yourself know that the majority of people aren't well versed. They haven't studied the intricacies of the flat Earth, globe Earth model, or whatever. The majority of them are normies that just they'll cite NASA images as their proof. You know this.
Does that mean that's the only reason they believe, or does that mean that's among the reasons they believe? Because you watch. That's the question.
The majority of people, that might be the main reason, and you'd be hard pressed. They would be hard pressed to think of other reasons.
Yes, so I would agree with you on that. I would say
every single day. You've been watching the news every single day since you were a young lad. You've been getting up in the morning and reading the newspaper. Every time you watch the news, they've got a CGI image of the globe spinning around. I don't know how many space movies and cartoons that you've read in your entire life. When you go to school, you get indoctrinated with all this information. It's very difficult to drop that information from your shoulders and read between the lines.
Do you feel this is making your point, or not? Because it seems to me like what you're trying to do is disprove my point, but you actually just.
I think what I think is we need a good psychiatrist to come in and analyze the mind of a flat earther, then analyze the mind of a ball earther, and let's see who's the one that gets taken away in a straitjacket.
Well,
when
everybody gets taken away in a straitjacket. When there are some interesting studies on this. So oppositional defiant disorder, found to be far higher amongst flat earthers. Lower level of scientific understanding or ability to reason in large scales.
Fuck you!
Come on, guys. You're fucking bullshitting.
I'll find it for you.
Hey,
I'll find you the
hang on a
study.
sec, Harry, because it's getting a bit hectic.
Sorry, Mel.
Carlos, when did you realise you were a baller?
I've never been a baller.
Never been a baller? You don't think you're in the universe?
The fuck are you talking about, Merle?
I'm just bringing it back for a second.
I've always known it to be flat, my friend.
You've always known it to be flat?
Yeah, I've always known it to be flat, and then I got indoctrinated, and I got indoctrinated from fucking every source that there is that can enter my mind, and then in 2015 or late 2014, I woke up and I read between the lines.
What did you wake up from?
Then you weren't always a flat earther.
So you were a glober.
Can I just...
No, I was just remembering what I had been indoctrinated with. I'd taken that indoctrination and chucked it away.
I know, but that indoctrination was justification for your belief that it was a globe. Knowledge is justified true belief, right? So you had knowledge that it was a globe. Even though that was fake knowledge, it wasn't true.
Indoctrination is not knowledge.
Carlos, if your justification for the belief is true, you truly believed that it was a globe because of the indoctrination.
I didn't believe shit. I walked around on this place and I had a fair idea that we're kind of on a ball, but I never took a really deep thought to think about how it all works. You ask the average person on the street, they're not going to tell you anything about the heliocentric model. They know shit. Most people know shit about it.
That's true.
Yeah, but Carlos, if we put the word theist in your logic when you're using the word glober, can we take you away in a straitjacket too?
Well,
The
that's
word
kind of
what was that word?
Like theist,
Well, not
instead of a glober.
See,
you
Like
know, you need to probably have a whole forum of non-biased psychiatrists to be able to pull something off like this.
Just let me
Guys, can we let Merle
just let me show you
talked over?
Just let me show you why, Carlos, like I asked you the question, because Back to the Future, I don't know if you've ever heard him, but it stopped me in my tracks when he asked me. He sort of said to me one day, so like you hate the ballers, right? And I was like, I gritted my teeth and I was like, yeah, sort of like thing like that. And he was like, so you're in a cult? And I was like, what? And I was like, so you've just gone from one paradigm to another, and now you're against this paradigm you used to be in. And it was just like, it stopped me because, say with like Dawn, you know, he has his belief system, I have my belief system, but we can meet in the middle and we don't kill each other and we're actually friends, at least from my side. I can only speak for me. And I think it's just really dangerous when we start seeing ballers or globe heads, look at the terminologies too, as the enemy, when they're just somebody just like us. All that you've done is just change your way of thinking about where you live. That doesn't mean you're better than them
I
or more
don't
intelligent.
I don't have anything personal against them, but it's kind of like you
Even
really
us
want
and
to
them,
shake them. It's really, you just want to shake them, you know, this like shake the fuck out of them, like wring their neck, and until they go blue in the face, and then they just pop and they just snap out of it, you know.
So thank you for being that honest, because that's kind of what I wanted to get out there, because I think this is where we're at. You don't have to wake anybody up. Gee, everybody's got their own mind. It's none of your business, bro. We're just being
That's
honest
right,
as a
but
human.
at the end of the day, Merle, like if you're looking at buying a piece of real estate, it's all about, as they say in the industry, location, location, location. And I tell you what, there's a lot of places I could go and live in the world and feel really comfortable. But where I'm living now, it's not just about location. It's about the people you're surrounded with that makes that location livable. And if I'm surrounded with a bunch of bastards that don't even know fucking up from down, I tell you what, it's really frustrating.
Yeah, I can hear your frustration.
You don't know up from down either, though.
Because what if you could see it like that Dawn's trying to help you too, or anyone here?
Yeah,
it's
I
on
feel,
the
Carlos,
opposing view.
you have mental issues, and I can help.
You know what I mean?
It's not just you; it's both sides.
I do self-psychology. It's called beer.
Oh, that's self-medication.
Anyway, you denied stars, which is quite a big, step into.
No, they're there. They're there from the Earth,
agnosticism.
from your view, but they're not there when you get up in a high-altitude balloon.
You
and I'm
haven't
sorry,
been
if
in a
they're not there when you're in a
high-altitude balloon.
high-altitude balloon,
You've
they're
never
definitely
been in
not
a
going to be.
high-altitude balloon, remember?
I've seen them. I've seen the
you saw
videos
a
from them.
video with a certain type of exposure that doesn't show
Many,
stars.
many,
That's all you
many
saw.
videos, not just one. There's been many videos.
I've been
Even the
posting
old
some
footage
stuff.
of NASA, did not include stars, and the astronauts themselves couldn't remember whether or not they saw stars.
Earth must be flat. Wow.
No, it must be flat.
Well, maybe they didn't.
So they have.
I'm
done
sorry,
studies
I'm
on
not
it.
relying on the stars to distinguish the shape of this place. This is just one.
That's why
one
you don't
small
know the
aspect.
shape of this place.
Well, Carlos, even if they do disappear at high altitude, that would just mean that they're more of a local phenomenon, meaning that when we're on the Earth, we can see the stars. Perhaps at high altitude, even if they do disappear, that doesn't mean that they're not still light bodies that we can see from the Earth. But I know what you're saying, that if indeed that's the case, it certainly brings into question, whether they are really sort of fully there, or whether it's more of just a phenomenon that we see locally, when we're on the Earth. if that makes sense.
It is just a local
Yeah, that's right,
phenomenon.
Gio, and it brings it full circle to the psychology of stuff because you can look at the interviews with one-on-one interviews. I think it was what's the fucking guy's name? The first guy, Neil Armstrong. He was using words like when asked the question, "What did you see when you were out there?" And the responses were more along the lines of canned responses instead of personal responses. Like, "Oh, I saw this and this and this." He didn't say that. He said, "Well, one would expect to see, or you would see something like this." So I think that's interesting to look at from a psychological perspective of those recounts.
What I believe to be true is that there are different dimensions in this realm that we're on, and when you get above a certain level in height, you're actually breaking through to another dimension. It's like they say that in Australia there's supposed to be a crystal mountain right in the middle of Australia. That's why they don't do any mining in the middle of Australia. But that's what kind of the spirit world is, ghosts and all that sort of thing, all these things that you can't explain. It's another dimension. And maybe when you're getting past a certain altitude, you've broken to another dimension and the stars just aren't fucking there.
Imagine trying to figure out where you live if you think the sky is another dimension.
Why wouldn't it be?
Saying if you're based in woo-woo, you're never going to figure Earth out, ever.
Well, can you see the stars from under the water?
Yeah, I'm sure you can sometimes.
Just
they're there. They're twinkling in the sky.
Just with love, Carlos. Just don't become a hater, bro. Because I've been there, and it's not good. Your heart's a loving, emotional thing, and just don't hate them. All right. That's all I'm saying to you.
Peace and love, my friend.
Well, everyone's at where they're at, right?
Peace and love and alternate dimensions of the sky.
In terms of that topic, like negativity towards people that think the Earth is a globe, for anyone who's feeling that, like, it's just an open question. Is it because that person thinks the Earth is a globe, like that's their personal cosmology, or does the frustration come from the fact that we're being lied to and that there's people in positions of power that are doing this to us? You know what I mean? Like, which one is it?
Absolutely. I for my personal view, I'll just have like a 10-second rant. I think that it's not really about the shape of the Earth. It's about that you're just so frustrated that these people can't wake up to the rest of it. You know, it's not just flat Earth. That's just the first. That's just the baby step.
He is
That's
frustrated with the actual people.
We've been lied to, and you guys just won't wake up.
We're not seeing his truth, so it's very frustrating.
Yeah. Can I, if it's all right, Dawn, I'll just say one last thing, Carlos, and I'll zip it. Like Dawn and me, the first time we ever met, he came out with a few people and trolled me out on this guy called Jamie Browns. I'd never spoken to him before, didn't know who he was. But as the years have unfolded, like he's probably now one of like even my confidants, and the private like exchanges we've had about different things like say the occult. He's very fucking aware and very switched on, and it's just like the only difference between us sometimes, besides taste in music and different things, is this where we live and what we think that it is. So you know what I mean? It's really a small thing in the big scheme of things, as well.
Well, it's not really, because if he thinks it's a ball, then he's going to lap up all of that information that he's getting regarding space.
No.
What comes with space?
That isn't
you've got
true.
it's all tied in together.
I don't take all the information about space.
See, and he doesn't.
Yeah, and
he's onto it too.
To logically try to go through it and go, could I be wrong or could they be wrong? You need to play a probability game. What's the probability I'm right and I do think deeply about this stuff and I have come across the correct solution versus other people haven't? And like any heuristic you use, like I've been researching it for years, needs to come also up against, well, there are people who've done doctorates on this, who've literally spent 10 years and longer.
Well, I'd say that Occam's razor would tell us that the reason we don't feel like we're spinning is because we're not spinning.
Sure, that's not how you use Occam's razor, but
well, it's an example. It's a good example, in fact.
Sorry, it's exactly how you use it, by the way.
No, it's the conclusion that requires the fewest assumptions is Occam's razor.
Which is the reason we don't feel like we're spinning is because we're not spinning.
Yeah, and if you wanted to use that word Occam's razor
assumptions.
in your vocabulary, then you would use it to your benefit. But when someone from the flat Earth side says that Occam's razor, you say, "Oh, it's not Occam's razor. That doesn't apply."
I mean, you can apply Occam's razor to it. You just need to formulate it.
You can't quote. You can't quote. You can't be quoting
definition
people.
of it.
The definition is the conclusion that requires, at least as I remember it.
So do you think that do you think the answer that the reason we don't feel like we're spinning is because we aren't spinning requires more assumptions than what the ballers try to say?
100%. Just ask PhD Tony.
I've got one for you. Earth isn't spinning. That's why you don't feel it spin. It's just rotating really slowly, which wouldn't be felt anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what
Logic.
what turning. I don't know what turning at 1 revolution per day would feel like, so I'm not able to use Occam's razor.
What about upside down, sideways, at a
could
bazillion
say,
miles an hour?
we could use it to go back to the discussion that sorry, where are you? Yeah, we're having a nice conversation. Sugar cookie is we see 2 celestial poles. We can either assume that we're on a 3D object that has 2 celestial poles, or there is some strange effect where there's counter rotations in the sky, but only visible one from one place and one from another.
Okay, yeah, now we're getting somewhere.
Way less assumptions. Yeah, way less assumptions than the reason we don't feel like we're spinning is because we're not spinning.
And it's also the denial that this place could have been created.
You're not spinning on either model.
I mean, even on the heliocentric model, you have to admit that the sun and the moon and the stars in the sky are kind of magical in such a way that they're floating around and spinning and orbiting every fucking direction. That's kind of magical, isn't it?
Not really. No.
It's magical, just like the divine.
Depends.
No, not really.
Yeah, but I just
not really.
I sort of wave my hand at things that are magical, where I'm like, usually magic is used to invoke things violating the laws of nature, and usually in a convenient way that gets me to buy someone's snake oil or, whatever the fuck it might be. So it doesn't make things more special to me.
And who applied these laws to nature? Why does nature suddenly have to have all of these fucking laws? Can't it just do what it wants to do? It's magical and divine.
The laws are what it wants to do.
Exactly. The laws are just describing what it's doing.
You're such an atheist.
Yeah, maybe. We're not sort of going, well, we've defined gravity as a downward force, therefore everything's got to go down.
I just wish that the word atheist was as hard hitting to your heart as the word racist.
Oh, but it's not. I think to me, when you say atheist, I think I do
it
not.
It rhymes with racist to me.
Well, that's a good conclusion. Yeah, we should. Things that rhyme are true. Great. All right, I won't bother saying things because you're clearly onto something there.
Eggshells, do you understand why when flat earthers get frustrated when a glober will only describe the rotation as once per day rather than acknowledge that it's literally 1,000 miles per hour? And it always seems like a tactic. Like it doesn't seem like, that acknowledgement, like it seems avoided all the time to say that it's actually 1,000 miles per hour.
Because a rotation of a small object at 1,000 miles per hour exhibits a different force than a large object
I understand that.
1,000 miles per hour. So it's very important to denote that the rotation occurs once per day, once in about 24 hours when we're talking about forces. That's the important part.
Right.
How can you
we're
prove
talking
that?
about
How can you prove? How can you prove bio? How can you prove that there's not? In fact, instead of gravity in the way that you think it works, how do you know there's not actually an opposite direction vector force that's going totally in the opposite way that you're thinking gravity works?
You're 100%
maybe
right.
there's something else.
Can I answer
maybe
for you?
there's something else that's going up, and when that force is going up,
you can answer for me, but I'll reply.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Well, There is an opposite force. You just don't notice it. And that's exactly what we would expect to see.
All right.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
You didn't answer for me because I disagree.
Well, no, I interjected.
If there was a force originating away from us, but it had a downward vector, we would expect that force to increase as we increase in altitude. Because when we increase in altitude, that doesn't occur, then the logical conclusion is that this force is originating from the area that we're moving away from, because it lowers as we move away from it.
I wouldn't call that a logical conclusion.
I've
However,
got a
I
question
would
for you.
assume that fits exactly with your model. And I do like it when the logical conclusions or the logical formulations are coming, and I feel in my bones that Eggshell's coming up with one.
No, I've got a question for Biodual, and is it, have you just woken up and or taken a hit from a bomb?
No, I've been pretty drunk for a little while.
That's what it was. I was like, his voice is different.
I'm having a good time.
Good stuff. Good to hear. I'm about to have a crack at Battlefield.
Good luck. It's
stream it, bitch.
Get your bind controls. Get your bind controls figured out, because I've played about 20 hours now without figuring out how to put a scope on a gun. So yeah,
He's
figure out
running
your
around
controls.
iron-sighting motherfuckers over here.
Yeah, I
Do they have
I still
choppers?
don't know what button it is to do that.
He's 360 no scoping because he has no clue how to put a scope on.
I'm running around with iron sights.
That's good. Yeah, no, that is why I like some of these flat Earth conversations, and that is because like some things, like somebody was saying in one of the rooms, like, well, shouldn't we weigh less at the equator because of this centrifugal force pulling us out? Like, and somebody responded to it like, yeah, you do. You weigh less at the poles. I was like, get fucked. That cannot be right. And apparently it is. Apparently you weigh like 1/10 of a gram or something, like virtually inconsequential, but slightly differently at the pole.
Yeah, because there's supposed to be less mass at the poles because it's an oblate spheroid, so there's less gravity.
Same mass. It could weigh.
No, I mean less mass of Earth. Like the radius is less at the poles.
Oh, that's not the cause.
I thought the cause would be you don't have a counteracting force of stuff pulling you away, like you're being flung off the Earth.
The Earth is. Shit. Is this your actual drone? Like, oh, it's not real life. Okay.
Okay.
I find it kind of interesting that black pepper and a liquid is analogous to stars, but magnetism can't be analogous to gravity. I find that interesting.
What gravity, man?
Now there we go. What stars, man?
No, because stars exist. Gravity doesn't.
No, they don't. You don't even know what stars are. They don't exist.
Yeah.
You don't even know what they are.
We know that whatever they are, they exist.
No, they don't, because you don't know what they are. So how can you
But
say
we
they
see that.
exist?
Well, then gravity exists. We see objects falling.
That's not gravity.
Oh, it isn't? Well, then the
Unless
things
you're
you see on
unless you're using gravity in terms of like the effect, just things falling down and things rising.
Right. How do you see that? How do you see gravity with refraction?
What?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
The only thing that would make the last 60 seconds more gay is if RC Meisty just popped into the chat.
How much does a rainbow weigh?
Rick, that
How much does a rainbow weigh?
4.
Ask Biodual.
Does that include refraction though? Is that refractionless?
That includes ether and relative density is included in that.
If you apply refraction to rainbows, it would be 3.
I love being in a room.
I would take his word for it because he is a leprechaun.
I don't even need Viagra.
I'm ginger as fuck.
He's a bit
But Merle, did you say that you love being in a room?
I want to hear
where you
what
don't
Merle
need
just said.
Viagra?
What did you say, Merle?
I love being in a room full of men. I don't even need Viagra.
Like in a room full of men like this, I would hope refraction just doesn't let me see any of your ginger asses.
No, Merle's clock is bent because of refraction.
That's a good point, Merle. Man. You are
Merle
one
made
of
a
the guys.
great movie, by the way, you guys. I saw your film today, Merle, and it's awesome.
Oh yeah,
Which
sure.
film?
Link to this, Mel.
Yeah, it's really good, you guys.
It's funny,
it's
Baidu,
awesome.
because when you said you're ginger as
Found
fuck,
footage.
like I'm eating ginger slices right now, and they are ginger as fuck. Holy crap!
Oh, that's where those went.
Oh wow, what is this guy doing?
Dried, uncrystallized ginger slices, delicious.
Some of that footage found me, Dave. Like no
Yeah.
shit. Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna post it in the live stream. If anyone wants to watch it.
So guys, maybe, like imagine a bubble in water, okay? Now imagine the water is Earth, and inside the bubble is our world.
Oh fuck, too far.
Okay? It's
I need
like
a
a
drink.
concave Earth, where the inside, that inner, surface of the bubble is our surface. And in the middle, you have the sun and the moon, going about their cycles.
In the middle of the bubble?
In the middle of the bubble, yeah, like in the sky.
Oh fuck! All right.
Well, that's a theory thing.
No. Continue.
Could this not work?
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Of course you can. Yeah, of course.
No.
Like we would have the South Celestial, North Celestial poles. We would have.
I think it's probably more like we're living in a game, and this is kind of like level 101, and there are many other dimensions that we can break into. But this is like the test to see how clever you are, just to move on to the next dimension.
True simulation.
Yeah, so all the water is soil. All the water is like the ground, and then the inside of the bubble is our atmosphere and our world, with the inner surface being our surface, our ground.
How
possible,
did we
okay?
get in here?
Okay,
Yeah.
Totally possible. Yep.
How did we get in here?
We were programmed.
Obviously, we were put there.
Energy.
Right.
But
Yeah,
like, what in terms of empirical observations wouldn't work with this theory? Let's flesh it out.
Obstruction would work, would it?
What wouldn't?
You would always.
Obstruction of what?
Are you talking about concave Earth, where the ground's the inside of a bubble?
Yes.
Do you agree?
Yeah,
Do you agree?
We'd get the
Hold up.
ocean curving up into the sky.
Hang on. Do you agree, as a scientist? Do you agree that every life on this planet? Do you agree that every life on this planet comes from some form of seed?
Yeah. Percentage. The biggest issue.
Trick question.
The biggest issue with that would be the argument that we have for flat Earth with a positive angle to the sun and the moon, according to trigonometry. That argument would be even worse in your example.
A positive angle is what? 1?
Above zero, but calculated it would be about 25 degrees. But that same argument applied to his bubble Earth, it would be even worse.
Positive angle.
Do all animals and
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Positive angle of what?
Does everything come from the space, doesn't it?
Yep, exactly. So if we do the trigonometry,
Is it kind of like a non-zero cost?
Hold up, Carlos. Let me just hear what he said, and then you can, say your piece.
So the argument
Positive
against
angle?
flat Earth is using trigonometry from one point on the equator, and then the distance to the other side of the equator, and then the zenith of the sun. No matter where you have the altitude of the sun, you can calculate at least at 3,000 mile altitude, you calculate that the sun will be about 25 degrees above the horizon. That's the farthest point. So for that argument, I would apply it to this bubble Earth, and that angle becomes even worse for that scenario.
We have a
I don't know,
non-zero
'cause,
angle. Then.
we haven't fleshed out what the actual cycle of the circuit of the sun and moon, how it would look on this bubble Earth, right?
Have you ever shone a flashlight onto a glass of water and just moved it around, and you can see that it's only apparent.
Yeah, exactly. But the premise and just the baseline of the surface of Earth is the shell of this bubble, and the sun is within it. Just on that basis, you know that that angle calculation to the sun would never allow it to be below the horizon. So that would be my number
No,
one.
because you'd still have horizons due to the limitation of sight, right? You're not always going to see the sun, even if it's, you know, right across from the bubble to the other, like, you know, side of the world.
No, if the sun changed in angular size as it went from noon to sunset, perhaps you would have an argument there where we would have to explore further. But because it doesn't do that, we can't apply that logic.
So if then there was that what that was? Sort of.
What if the inside of the
right? If the sun is moving away from us, the angular size would change. So because it doesn't happen, we can't apply that logic.
Well,
in your rule,
not applying
right?
the logic.
In your little rule book that you wrote down in your rule book.
Well, it's as simple as this. Do you agree that objects moving away from you reduce in angular size? Do you agree to that?
Objects. I'm not talking about the sun. Is the sun an object?
I mean, you can answer my question and then I'll answer yours. That'd be cool.
I agree, but I don't agree it applies to the sun.
No, and that's fine. So, but you do agree that objects that move away reduce in angular size. Perfect. We can argue about if the sun is a quote unquote definitional object. I would say it is. You say it isn't. That's besides the point. If the sun is moving away from us, we would expect an angular size change. We don't. We can't apply that.
No, only if you think that it's only if you think like the moon, you think it's a terrestrial piece of rock floating around. Only if you think it's a physical object, but it's not.
Okay, how about any light source? If I have a light source and I'm right next to you and I walk away, you don't think the angular size of that light source reduces in angular?
I'm sorry, that man-made light source cannot ever compare to the absolute monstrosity that the sun provides.
Okay, so essentially what you're saying is
that depends on the
magnification. A lot of ifs,
possibilities,
but no thens.
Hold on.
What about the atmosphere magnifying it towards the horizon?
Yeah, whatever you need to do. So if you're saying that the sun is not an object and it's not a light source, then how do we move forward with these debates?
Because you think that the sun is a big ball of gas, but it's not.
Well, I can consider it a light source, and that's it. I could do that, and then we can move forward. What would you?
Some of the attributes are light. That's correct, but it doesn't mean that the whole thing is just a big ball of light.
Oh, I don't give a shit what it is. It is a light source. Would you agree?
It's natural light, and are you able to distinguish that between the difference of man-made light?
We can reproduce it. We have no indication.
Yeah, so the only way you can get the angular difference is when you're measuring something with man-made light.
Yep. So I wasn't paying attention because I was going to continue what I said. We can reproduce. We can reproduce the same wavelengths and intensities as natural light, and we have no evidence to think that natural light behaves in any different way than quote unquote man-made light. So we move forward.
There's no way that
science
can say. There's no way that science can say that they know every single thing about the light or the frequency or anything that's coming off the sun.
Of course we do. That's that's an irresponsible statement to make. Of course we do.
There are so many attributes to the sun that are just unknown.
The light that is emitted from the sun is not unknown. We understand the wavelengths. We understand the particular intensities. We understand the energy that it gives off. Those things are understood, regardless of what it is, whether it's gaseous, whether it's an object, whether it's whatever. Those specific properties are well understood.
And
well, the
doesn't
assumptions
it just need
are
to be a shared experience. Like we don't need to know what it is. If we both see the sun in the same place, and when one person says, "Crikey, it's hot today," and somebody else, like, it would be a problem if somebody went, "Gee, it's hot today," and somebody else went, "It is literally below zero."
Yeah, well, the problem with pseudoscience.
You're also assuming that light travels.
Yeah, and the problem with pseudoscience is that you're stuck in the paradigm that everything has to be the physical. Everything has to be the physical. There's no spiritual involved, is there?
Tell me about the spiritual when it comes to the sun. It's important we don't know it.
Yeah, there's no way to test if it's spiritual. It could be 100%. It could be 100% spiritual. There's no physical test to confirm, deny, measure, validate that statement. What we can do, though, is we can use tests in the physical world to describe it physically, and we can do that quite well.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're missing the point. You're missing the whole point, man.
Oh, but it could be magical, and I think you like the idea of things being magical and inexplicable and supernatural, don't you? Carlos.
It is a magical world. It is an absolute magical world. I mean, you can manifest things to happen for yourself in your own life and in your future, for example, and they can actually manifest into your reality, and that's because of your thought process, your consciousness, your planning, your visualization. You know, that's
is
all
what you
magical.
manifest poo-pooing other
That's not
people's thoughts and interrupting them? Because I can manifest that
that's
too.
not
I'll give it a
physical.
crack.
That's not physical, is
I
it?
can manifest
Yeah,
eggshells interrupting in 5.
Yeah, because I wanted to show Carlos what it's
Wow.
like.
Nailed it.
You poo-poo my thoughts, and I'll poo-poo your thoughts.
Exactly. Which I think is a-okay. Oh God.
We just got to let people get to the end, and then we can take a big old shit on their thoughts.
No, because I'm just sick of hearing all of your little propaganda. Everything is fucking based on the scientific bullshit, pseudoscience, physical realm. When you're missing the whole point, man. You're only looking at 1%.
No, I'm not. I mean, that's a cool.
You're living in a
assertion.
1%
That's a
fucking
cool
dream.
assertion. Oh, hold on. We let you get to the end of your bullshit. So can you let me get to the end of mine?
Yeah,
It was
yours
a really.
is bullshit. Just continue with it.
Yeah, I know it's
I can't
100%
believe
bullshit.
your
But
bullshit. I do.
Your
bullshit's
bullshit was
great.
allowed to be. You were allowed to get to the end of yours. So let me get to the end of mine.
Can you build a house?
Carlos is on. Carlos is
What
on
can you
one.
do?
What a
Good
question.
Simple question. Answer it. Why can't you answer
No,
it?
but honestly,
Simple
it is a good question
Oh,
because
no, I mean,
that's like
I'll
the
answer
skill
it.
that
Yeah.
every man should know: how to build a cabin, how to build a house. That, like, unfortunately, 95% of men don't know how to do.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're sissy boys.
They're
sissy boys, and they sit in front of their little computer screen with their little keyboards and their tiny little, thin little fucking white fingers
what
and
are
their
you saying in
plastic-looking
front of?
face,
A
and they've
drying
got 10 cans of
In front of your
Coca-Cola.
drying mirror.
Hey, Carlos.
We're living in a
I
sissy boy
could
world that
build
believes
a
in the
house.
physical is
Carlos.
the only thing that there is. Physical world.
If you want to spiral by yourself, go to another channel and do
Carlos
it.
is
But here
astral
we're gonna have a
traveling.
discussion.
No need for a
We'll go back and
computer.
forth. Yes,
Don't
Carlos.
piss me off.
I'm still waiting to
Don't
hear
piss me off,
Bioduo's
man. I
bullshit.
listen to your bullshit
I
all
know.
day, every day.
It's hard
You
to get my
spend
bullshit through.
24
You
hours
gotta
a
bullshit.
down here.
When there's
A
so much
physical house
bullshit
or a
going on,
metaphysical house?
I can't present my bullshit.
Riding, you are terrible at this game.
I don't
No,
care
I'm
if you
not
leave.
really. It's been ages
I don't
since
care
I
if
played
you.
it.
I'm sure that Bio doesn't give a shit if you leave either. I mean,
Oh
Geo.
yeah. I don't care. Everyone, yeah. But as far as building a house, yeah. I could build a house. Yeah.
You don't seem too confident.
Said so casually.
I would need instructions. I would need materials. I would need blueprints. I would need all these things. But according to the history of my life, so far I've been able to figure some shit out. So I think I could. Yeah.
All of those things just been lies, like relying on radio waves and things like that. Like everybody knows radio waves are a lie.
All that bullshit.
I had an answer.
It's just like you guys strawmanning everybody right in front of their face. Is that what this is?
I don't think I could build a house, to be
I'm
honest.
not being heard.
I think I would hurt myself to build a very shitty house.
On your bubble Earth, there'd be no obstruction. You would see the oceans curve up behind the boat instead of in front.
Mic check.
I saw this.
I'm not Mike.
Yeah, you're good, Ricky. Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
So everyone's warning.
No worries.
A slight robot, but you are loud when it comes in.
So I saw this show called The Life of Dick Pranke, and basically he's this dude that went to Alaska and built his own cabin and lived there for like 35 years, just like in the middle of nowhere. And they showed like the process of him building his cabin and, you know, and all the other stuff that he did to kind of like, you know, maintain his lifestyle and his existence there, basically, to survive there. And it was a lot of work, and I don't think I can do it.
Yeah, it'd be very cool to
Not
do
that
it, but yeah, I
bad.
don't think I'd be very good
I've,
unless I had some good instruction.
I mean, I'm not that physically, you know, I'm not a He-Man or anything like that. But even I've sold and renovated 2 houses. I mean, if I can do it, you guys can.
Renovating a
Just gotta
house is very
find
different
it,
than building one from like nothing, you know? And this is he went and collected his he chopped down the trees and left the wood to dry and then shaved them and did everything like that.
It's not that different.
It's
But,
a lot of work, trust me.
It's not really, because I've built like a cobby house too and been involved in a few builds. Like it's not
Back
as
in the day when you're a
intense.
kid kind of thing.
Yeah, it's not
The
as
only thing he
intense
came
as
with
you think.
was the metal kind of heads of his tools. He even made the actual handles from some trees that he chopped down and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Posthumous grenade.
I mean, but you make a great it's a core thing that every man, woman should know. It's like
something that should be
self
taught in school for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I said the same thing. Change your tire as well. Do basic first aid. Be able to swim. It's staggering to me that there are some people that don't know how to swim.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm like, oh, you just 2/3 of this planet is deadly to you.
The question is, where do you stay? Where do you sleep while you're building your house? I mean,
so this guy, there was an abandoned cabin a few miles off, and basically he would just wake up at dawn or just before dawn every day and work for 10-12 hours and then go back to sleep in his cabin, this abandoned cabin that he kind of made it into a temporary house while he was building his. And it took him about 2 months, 3 months or something like that to build his, to come and then he moved into his.
Yeah, we did something similar at the farm. We built a had builders build it, but a stone cabin at the top, and we would go up there every weekend and go camp, and we'd just be camping in a tent, sort of 50, 100 meters from where it was going to be, helping out and carrying bricks, stones and stuff.
Where would you start building a house? From where would you start?
Where would I start?
On a hill?
Flat and stationary plane, I think, would probably be step one. Get myself a theodolite.
A spirit level?
Yeah.
Eggshells thinks that you can't farm without a tractor. Such bullshit.
I think if you want to farm enough that you can produce overage, that you can survive off it, you need a tractor. Yeah. I think very, very difficult to survive, to have a farm that produces enough that you can turn that.
What about a plow?
Clothes and stuff. It requires a tractor.
And a cow.
Plow a cow, I think, could have worked back in the day, or in a country where other people do that. But competing against people who actually farm with a tractor, no, I think their produce will be so much cheaper. It'll just be backbreaking and nigh on impossible.
So it's not being able to do it; it's competing against people.
Yes, yeah. If everybody stuck farming with bullock teams, possibly, sure. Because people will be starving.
I guess you guys missed my question. Would you have to even out the surface of where you're going to build it?
Oof. Okay.
Would I have?
Yeah, you would, but not it doesn't have to be perfect. When this guy did it, he just chose a nice piece of land close to the water, really close. Maybe 10 meters away from the water.
Yeah, we all know where he's going.
He could build on the top of a tree anyway.
This is it, guys.
On top of a tree.
Yeah. You never built a house in a tree.
Death knell
He's
for
a
Globo
fucking
incoming.
Ewok. He's a fucking Ewok. Trust me.
There it comes. How do you know that your house is level? Right? Is that it? What do you use? Water.
This guy used nothing. He just did it by eye, or took out the big kind of things and laid down. He laid down kind of this beach sand or something like that.
Right? You can just put bits of wood together until it works. You don't need a tool.
Or logic.
Yeah.
Or skill.
Like a shanty town, like Jamaica.
And the thing's half made.
You don't need to survey the ground just to build a house. I think that's a good point.
How would you build a drain for the house?
You just start it uphill.
Make it lower.
Downhill.
You got to know.
Drain, you said?
You start the drain uphill and you end it down the hill. Then it works.
Nice. You just wing it.
So you need to build on the hill
welcome
then.
to flat Earth.
So you need to build in the hill in the
You
first
need to
place.
create a little drainage hill if you're not already on a hill.
Yeah, like the first house I ever built, I actually built it to the specifications that it needed to be for the council regulations. But I built my entire house without any plans whatsoever, and it passed.
That's pretty good.
I've built many houses since then, and it's like riding a bike. It's so easy to build. If you can build one room, that's all you need to know. If you can build one room on a foundation, then everything else just clicks together. It's so simple to build a house.
My
wouldn't say that.
ancestors.
Did
My
you wire that
ancestors
for electricity or no?
Well, the only reason I'm jumping in is because my ancestors, my dad traced some of our family tree back. My ancestors came out of Scotland, and they were builders. But I sometimes think, like, do you just inherit that? Because you don't. It's weird, eh? But like the people I come from, that's what they did. They were builders.
The other word for builders is mason. Stonemason?
Yeah, I come from Masons.
Freemason confirmed, controlled opposition.
Freemasons don't build houses without plans, dude.
Yeah. My
That's why they're
grandpa
called
too.
Freemasons. Otherwise, they're plan masons.
He was an evil cunt. Fucking useless.
Everything you say is a trick and sorcery now.
Yeah.
By the way, that word in coming from an Australian, it's not actually a swear word. It's just what we call all bitches.
Well, yeah, you just what do they say? Yeah, vaginas are useful. Cunts aren't. But, you know, yeah,
I know I'm not saying it right, but that's what.
I just wonder, like, some of this stuff we inherit. You know, can we tap in? Can we unlock it? Are there secrets in DNA? Do we have DNA? Something in there dormant, waiting to be woken up. What do you guys think about that sort of stuff? Too weird?
I don't think so. I mean, I think there's some sort of that's a lot of question in biology, which is like how much, like, if you take and they would do it by taking birds or spiders, and there seems that, like, there are many things that that do just have encoded behaviors into their DNA. But I believe the theory is that there's a fair amount of cost to that. So if you can have it as a learned behavior, that's sort of, for some reason, I don't quite get why, but that's for some reason easier to do than having it
inherit it from your grandpa.
Yeah, I think it's easier to inherit it from, or just sort of more reliable, or you can get more complex behaviors. I forget exactly what it is, but like a good example is the cuckoo bird, the cuckold cuckoo bird, which lays its eggs in another bird's nest. So it obviously cannot learn that behavior from its parents, because it comes to life in a nest where its parents don't do that. They're a different species of bird, and the cuckoo cuckolds the other birds into raising it. So it obviously has to have that behavior of go lay your eggs in another bird's nest. That has to be written into your DNA. You cannot learn
unless it recognizes that the parents that raised it aren't the same species, and so it deduces that its parents must have left it in that nest.
Yeah, it's like, my dad's obviously a Chad bull.
Yeah, like, how come they don't look like me? Oh, they probably left me here, so maybe I'll do the same.
I don't know if I'd know what I look like without a mirror and the ability to be self-aware.
Do you want to know?
Or is that part of it, like, what I look like?
Yeah.
I'm pretty vain.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was a 10.
You look like you suck at Battlefield. That's what you look like.
I do suck at Battlefield. I thought you were going to compliment me for the brief killing spree I went on, but instead you waited till I got run over by a tank and gave.
Yeah, no, you got like 3 kills in a row.
Exactly, that was a killing spree, bro.
I think it was because you were talking. The less you think about the game, the better you do.
Yeah, that's generally in life.
You just for refraction when you.
Which leaves us at a catch-22, because As much as I want you to do well, I don't want you to talk.
Hey, how about you don't cut off Sugar Cookie, dickhead? Thanks.
Hey, Turnip, love you, but Turnip, are you good at making money? You don't have to answer, but I'm
Are you
kind of
good at being
curious.
an asshole? Yeah, sounds like it. Good job.
Okay, well, yeah, cheers. No, but like, are you good at making the coin? I'm just wondering because some of us in here, like, we need money, and can we like pull our heads together and make a bunch of fucking money?
Get a YouTube channel.
I doubt it.
Off you go.
Hey?
Get a YouTube channel.
You reckon?
Oh, apparently we got perpetual motion
Roof will pay you
machines
to
that are
go
out
up
there.
mountains with auto levels and shit like that. It's great.
Yeah, just build a prototype of Demox 0-point energy device. That will make you straight up billionaires.
Well,
Elon
free
Musk
energy
will have
devices
money.
all around with perpetual motion with orbits. I mean, fuck.
Well, even the gangs in New Zealand, we have many gangs like motorcyclists. We have ethnic groups that are in gangs like an American-style Crips and Reds and the Blues, and we have Black Power, Mongrel Mob, Hell's Angels. We have the whole lot of them, and a lot of them have turned to doing community work, making sandwiches and stuff for the poor and for the schools and the low decile environment. And I tell you what, when you're looking at it from that point of view, you really have to analyze what are you doing.
Me in particular, or just everyone?
No,
Fuck you, Merle. Not you, Merle. You're all right.
I'm all right, but I'm fucking poor as fuck at the moment. Could do with a bit of fucking
Well, that's what
Bitcoin.
happens when you.
You see, because it comes down to money at the end of the day, and when you've got these type of mugs and fucking the dregs of society in general, but they can manage to form a group and get together and pull off something like this, which is really good for the community. And we used to look right down on all of these gangs, but they've turned around and they're doing all of this type of community work. It's amazing.
You're not letting that fool you, are you? That's a front.
Yeah, that's 100%.
I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes, my friend.
I'm not saying they don't do it.
They just do it so they get good PR and.
Yeah, and I've been into gang headquarters. I've been into gang headquarters here in New Zealand, many different gang headquarters. And when you keep talking to them, I tell you what, they're really, they've just been through a bit of trauma in their life.
Yeah, that serial killer guy I live next door to, he's a really nice guy. No, I'm just fucking with you.
I've worked with a bunch of people. Like, I worked in prisons for a bit, but I've also worked with a bunch of like homeless charities and stuff. A lot of them are like pretty good guys that have just made some shitty decisions and been in a shitty position to make some shitty decisions. But yeah, I think I agree with that. But when it's an organized motorcycle gang who like does street shootings and traffics meth, and then is like, oh, but we also sometimes give out sandwiches, I think that's just 100% PR.
Oh, no, we don't have street shootings or anything like that here, man. The worst that they do is sell a tinny down the road.
Sell a what?
Tinny.
Little boat.
Like a little tinfoil wrap with some weed in it.
Oh, we all got it wrong.
That's how you guys make money over there?
They sell tinfoil hats.
So they sell little tinfoil wrap of drugs. Do they have to have a large amount of tinfoil wraps of drugs in order to sell large amounts of small tinfoil wraps of drugs?
Drugs.
Yeah, well, it's just convenient.
How did we get on to talking about this? Where did this come from? I don't think this is a topic of conversation I'm happy with.
Yeah, how did this all begin?
Yeah, Bev, I agree. This is one of the ideas, though, around at some point when we get live stream hosts going, is that ideally there'd be hosts, on every stream. So, because this last 20 minutes has absolutely wandered off into I don't even know what conversation. So ideally, a host will be able to keep it on keep it on topic. That is the idea.
Yeah, can we try to go back to Eggshells? You were trying to formulate some sort of logic
Can
earlier.
I ask the host a question, please? Geo, please put us on track.
I'm not saying me. I'm just saying that the idea would be to have live stream hosts on all of the live streams, so that one of the hosts is hosting it, so that, so that I mean, if somebody was just listening to this, like, if they tune into the channel, they may want to hear content, around the topics of the channel. And it's fine to talk about off-topic stuff. It tends to happen when people are just hanging out and some other topic gets brought up. But for the content, just to have it go off into something else is just maybe not as desirable for the listeners.
I agree, and I think that we should talk about theodolites.
We get back onto the
literally one person watching.
Yeah, we get back onto the logic topic. That might be because there might have been people watching, but
do the biker gangs believe the Earth is flat?
What about the logic? Is that one of your formulation of your logic? Do you want to formulate some logic about biker gangs and the shape of the Earth?
If people make sandwiches and believe the Earth is flat, therefore the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
you haven't seen Mad Max?
That's not a logic. That's not a formulation of anything.
No, it's not very logical. It's just a way of just segueing us back onto the.
Well, here we go. I've got one for you. Okay. If the sky is blue, then it is not raining.
It was raining today and the sky was blue. I'm sorry.
There you go.
It was. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, notice how he's not denying you that fact.
Yeah, that's how you disprove the antecedent.
Well, I just can't see how ballers think that horizontal is not level and it's not laterally thinking.
Well, I'd like to see his
up to how
logic formulated. How far have you got on it, Eggshells?
Well, he knows how to run a theodolite.
Why do you love logic so much, Bev?
Because it's what we were on earlier, and Eggshell said he was going to formulate some logic because he said that the QEs formulation was faulty.
Question
is,
why
so then
he
was going to make his own. He was going to
Why
formulate some logic.
I'd like to know what the formula for logic is. What is the formula? What is the scientific formula
if
for
P,
logic?
then Q. Antecedent consequent relationship.
Bev? Why are you into logic when the idea is to measure Earth and find out what Earth is?
I don't know. I didn't know that was the idea. I thought it was logic. Yeah.
How's logic
I
going
thought
to help?
science is based on logic.
You formulate your
don't do
logic
science,
first to
Carlos.
find your proofs, right?
You like logic because you need it to find your proofs.
What is logic?
Hold on, Don. For a second. You do realize that it's you, and it's always been you, not me, not Bev, not any of our fucking group. We could care fucking less about the shape of the Earth, bruh. It's you who cares about the shape of the Earth. So stop telling us that we care about the shape of the Earth.
So logic won't help you then. You don't care enough. You just like to semantically argue logic anyway, even though you don't care.
I think it's fun to figure it out.
Yeah, I think I like that idea, Sugar Cookie, to try and sort of formulate that in an if P then Q argument. I'm still not sure I've quite got it right, but I think it'd be like, yeah. If the Earth is flat, then there will be one celestial pole. There are two celestial poles, therefore not flat. Let me have a try at that.
One is constantly changing, the other one isn't.
What I was hoping for, that there would be someone would make an app, right? And you could have your phone.
No,
please don't do this.
You
could have your phone.
You're begging. Eggshells, you were begging the question though, during your logical formulation. So try that again. See if we can get. I think you were begging the question along your.
Was I? I could have been.
Don't worry, I've already retracted that thought.
Good. Yeah, we were ignoring it, Carlos, if you hadn't spotted that. If the Earth is flat, then it will have one celestial pole. It has two celestial poles, therefore it is not flat.
How do you prove the celestial poles?
Oh
I observed 2 celestial poles.
Yeah, listen, hold
There's
on. That's
there's
all.
a south celestial pole.
You can't start
You
there.
don't know about the
Listen,
South Celestial Pole?
I don't know.
Look
It's
at the
celestial
Australian
pole.
flag, Cook Islands, like Fiji, Brazil, everywhere. A lot of not everywhere in the south.
listen, real quick, just real quick. You can't start there because that becomes special pleading. You wouldn't have known that the. Hold on, I'm just talking, right? I was just going to go on explaining what I meant by that. What I mean by special pleading is you didn't know the Earth was flat until you discovered going past the equator that there were 2 celestial poles. So take yourself back up to the northern hemisphere and spend 50 years there, and you couldn't prove that the Earth was a ball
But he
until you
is.
went.
He
Hold
lives in the
on.
southern hemisphere.
Can I
so
understand
he's
that
fine.
argument? If I was in the northern hemisphere and I hadn't been to the southern hemisphere, that argument would be invalid. Therefore, it's invalid, even though I live in the southern hemisphere.
Oh my god.
Hold on. Listen, what I'm saying is, again, if we were Aborigines in North America, in Nebraska,
he's not.
300 years. Listen, my point is, we would build our science on that location, and we would only have the information that we have. Simply because somebody else came from another location farther south than us, we would just extend our information out along the same horizontal plane. We would have 2 things happening up in the sky that you cannot test, you cannot manipulate, you cannot vary, you cannot verify what you think is going on up there, because I'm going to say there must be 2 different levels of atmosphere up there. One of them's rotating one way, one of them's rotating the other way. Prove me wrong.
It sounds like your argument is if we were more ignorant, we would have a worse view of the world.
Yeah, and no, that's
if you
not.
could find your if you could find your knowledge to 300 years ago, if you could find your knowledge to 300 years ago when you never left Nebraska, you would not know you would not know more. That's a good argument.
Where were you? Argument, guys. Listen, that's a straw man. That's not my argument.
Yeah, it was. To invalidate your
Eggshell's argument to begin with.
Yeah, to invalidate your assertion, by the way, is that if there was 2 layers of these atmospheres, they would overlap, and then we would see 2 rotations in one direction. We don't. We see a relationship in which one observation is showing.
You can't say what you would see when you only see what you do see.
What do you see? So what you're saying is,
Travis, you just did.
Yeah. What you're saying?
No, I didn't.
We need to describe what we see with what we think, and then assert it.
Okay, Dawn. Listen, Dawn. That's not what I did.
You made up 2 layers of atmosphere above the plain Earth.
Okay, listen to what. Yeah, but listen to what Bio said. Bio said you would see this. That's not what I said.
Yeah, it's a logical conclusion of your assertion is that if there's 2 layers of these atmospheres, that they would overlap at some point, somewhere.
That's what happens at the equator. They come and they kiss at the equator.
They would overlap. We don't.
They come and they kiss. Look, you can't say what they would do.
Forgot that you're allowed
what they do.
Well, you shouldn't either, then, Travis.
I shouldn't either. Well, I shouldn't either. What?
Don't tell us what the stars should do.
I didn't.
If that argument's valid for one, it's valid for both.
That's what you're doing.
I haven't said what they should do. I didn't say that.
You're inferring.
You did. You asserted that there's 2 layers of atmospheres giving us these 2 rotations. You have literally described what the stars should be doing.
Not should be. No, I'm telling you how or why they're doing what they are doing.
Should, are, is, could. It's
no,
all, you're describing the relationship.
That's you in your little world.
You're describing the observation that we're seeing based on no evidence. You are asserting something that you have no evidence for.
Based on no evidence.
There are
the best bit was if you didn't know that, you'd think something different. That was the most interesting part of that construction.
I did like the beginning of it. If you constrain your knowledge to an unreasonable degree, you will have a limited amount of knowledge.
Again, my position. I
like the end of it when you were done talking, Bio. That was the best part. The end.
I know it was fantastic.
If you were an ancient and you thought the Earth was flat, you thought the Earth was flat.
Right. Listen.
Was that your P then? If P, the Earth is flat, right?
So I would have to make I would have to include this control for special pleading of maybe the sky's doing funky weird stuff. So I would say if the Earth was flat and the stars were fixed in their position, then there would be one celestial pole. There are two celestial poles. So either the stars are not fixed in their position, they move about, or we do not live on a flat Earth. That's maybe my new formulation of it.
How about this? When you were saying if P is if Earth is flat, I can say to kind of go and kind of negate what you're saying is the Earth isn't flat. So therefore, the rest of that premise is debunked. So that way, the rest of your thing is fucked. So how do you start off with something other than that?
Hang on. Say again. I was missing. I was getting shot in the face.
Oh. So you were saying you're starting off with your P as if the Earth is flat,
and the stars are fixed in their position. Yeah.
Well, the premise is fucked because the Earth is not flat. Depends on what you're calling flat, because flat is a 2D thing.
Sure, but I mean, if we're going to do that, then the same thing could be said for the
and the stars aren't fixed.
Okay, I was still going. Sorry, Travis. If the same as the black swan, like the Earth does not have a radius of 3959, right?
There we go.
How does a non-spherical object have a radius?
Right. So how can you generalize that so that it can't be?
Because I think generally speaking, we generalize all of our speech in modern parlance.
Yeah.
Whenever we want to have a conversation with anybody, we by necessity must generalize that when I say spherical, you know that I mean
that's
geoid.
what I'm saying.
Just the same.
So to kind of strengthen your premise, how would we do that?
I'm still happy to sit with flat and just.
Would you say if the Earth
people
is
are gonna
not a
know what
sphere?
If
the
no,
Earth is
because
not,
this doesn't prove sphere. This disproves flat.
if the Earth is not a,
How about this one? If the Earth is flat, two observers anywhere on Earth.
It's not. You're already done.
If the Earth is flat, two observers anywhere on Earth, looking up, would see the same rotational direction. How about that?
Premise is fucked. Just like I have saying with eggshells.
Yeah, he's saying he wants to deal with the sort of because Bev says he's not a flat earther because he doesn't believe it's flat. But I don't think you could, because then you would also say, and the stars are fixed in their position. Well, they're not fixed in their position. You know, Chronic studies the proper motion of stars. They do move. They're all, moving in different ways.
That's why your premise is invalid. That's why your major premise is invalid.
Yeah, I'm accepting that. I'm just saying for the general gist of what I'm saying. When I'm saying fixed in their position, I mean like if it moves, a arc second over the course of 10 years, that is for the intents and purposes of this. Let me finish. That is for the intents and purposes of this discussion sufficient to say it's flat. Just to say it's stationary, right? Otherwise, we'll get stuck. We won't be able to have a discussion about anything, will we?
Yeah, but I think
how can you have gas pressure without a container? And I'll go, well, define gas. What do you actually mean by gas? There's sometimes also plasmas. You're talking about, like, you just.
Well, that part of it's not illogical. Yeah, that part of it, that rebuttal that you just brought up, that somebody might say isn't a logical rebuttal to a logical formulation that you're trying to do. So I'm trying to see how you could. Yeah,
do you know what I mean when I say fixed in their position? Do you think
no? That's why
you don't understand what I mean. It is unintelligible, or you disagree with it.
That's why I said it was an invalid premise. Because
it might be an invalid premise, but the question we're talking about now is whether it's intelligible, whether one knows what I mean when I say it.
No, I still no. Well, either way.
Because the two are different things. It's not quite either way.
No, but see, again, I believe when you say if the Earth is flat, then you'll have two rotational celestial poles. You're already trying to confirm your bias. You already think the Earth is a sphere. This is why I always try to take us back to the major premise of the model itself, because that's what you have to prove. Don't show me photos from space. Don't tell me about satellites, because that false premise, that false minor premise, is based on your greater major premise that you have never proven.
You're talking about the globe now. I haven't even mentioned the globe in any of this, so I don't understand why any of that is.
Okay, great. Hold on, real quick.
I'm not talking. So just so you know what you're responding to, Travis. We're trying to construct a logical syllogism to test flat Earth. We're ignoring globes, so we don't need to prove anything. We just need to present a logical syllogism. That will effectively
hold on
test
just
one
real quick,
model.
please, because this is my point from before. That's what I said. All I would do if I based my science on my geography and I couldn't go farther than 10 miles from my location all my life, and then you with your white lab coat come along and say, oh, the Earth is a globe and this is how we know we've got two celestial rotations. All I would do would take your information and extend the plane I'm on. And when I get down to the equator and start seeing a second rotation, just simply say, that's just what the sky's doing.
This is, to me, totally unintelligible, Travis. We're trying to form a syllogism, testing it. That again, it seems to be restating this point that, like, if I didn't know much, then my conclusions would be different. Yeah, well, yeah, of course they would be. We don't know much now. Like in 200 years' time, we're probably going to know a lot more. And a lot of the discussions we're having today will probably we'll laugh at, just the same as we laugh at the arguments that people were probably having 200 years ago about, they didn't know about germ theory. The doctors didn't wash their hands, for fuck's sake. Like, sure, it's laughable, but I don't see how that at all relates to a logical syllogism.
Because
they still don't know about germ theory, my friend.
No, nothing about that.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole. I think the whole point of having a logical syllogism is to examine an argument and see if it stands up. That's all we're doing.
Right.
Yes. So, Druss, I was wondering whether you were here before. So the syllogism, did you hear the syllogism? When did you get here, Druss?
I've literally just arrived. I've been out for a walk, so
the syllogism,
I like to get a good 5 to 6 miles under my boots every day.
Oh, nice. So Sugar Cookies asked, could we construct a syllogism to test flat Earth? And the syllogism I'm trying to construct it is something like, if the stars are fixed in their position and we live on one side of a sort of flat object, or we're having a discussion whether you call it flat or like a single-sided object might be then there would be one celestial pole. There is two celestial poles, therefore not flat.
Okay, so if
let me try one, guys, if I may.
If P, then Q.
Shout
and
out
then the converse of that would be if Q, then P. And the inverse of that would be not P, then not Q.
Yes. So not one celestial pole. Yeah, not one celestial pole. So two is by necessity due to law of excluded middle. One is one and it is not two. So if it's two, it's not one. So
can you just explain the law of excluded middle to anybody that doesn't understand it?
So it's like the idea of you can't have a married bachelor, where you have things that are mutually exclusive. Things cannot be both at the same time. And if you if you don't agree to that law of logic, you cannot really have a meaningful discussion with somebody. Somebody cannot be both married and a bachelor at the same time.
That's the law of non-contradiction. That doesn't come in. That's not
you're right. That's the law of non-contradiction. Sorry.
This proposition, basically, the easy way to do the law of excluded
God
middle
or not God, there is no middle.
Yeah, it's either this proposition or its negation. It can't be both.
Right, well, but that's what the if P then Q is, right? The P is separate to the Q.
Well, that's modus tollens. So what you're basically saying is that if I can demonstrate...
No, modus tollens is the contrapositive, like Sugar Cookies just said. You might not have heard it. Modus tollens is the not Q, therefore not P.
No, modus tollens is merely an inductive argument where modus ponens is a
no, it's the negation of the consequent, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens.
Let's not get into the weeds, but
again, I'm not getting into the weeds. I'm just letting everybody know what's going on.
Being applied to a modus ponens.
Modus ponens is yes Q, isn't it? It's like yes Q. P does equal Q. Yes, it does.
Yeah. So there could only then I'll put it as there could only be one celestial pole. There is not only one celestial pole, therefore not P, i.e. not flat Earth.
Right, okay.
So it's contrapositive now, correct?
So you're still going with the if the Earth is flat, then
and stars are fixed relatively.
Right, so
fixed
is that a consequent of the Earth being flat?
Yes. Yeah, to me, I see it that way. I mean, that we're still trying to construct it. I'm happy to take feedback on it.
Okay.
If the Earth is flat, A man standing at the beach, 6 foot tall, should not see a boat disappearing hull first at 3 miles.
We've heard
a
that
man
one.
standing at the beach, 6 foot tall, does not see a boat disappearing bottom first at 3 miles.
What he's doing though,
does not
Essie,
always.
it's the light in the sky, right? He's trying to relate the light in the sky to the shape of the land. That's the logic that we're trying to formulate at the minute, I think.
You see, the argument I'd have against the statement that you made, Essie, is I would say that statement is not sufficient because it doesn't encompass the issue.
Yeah, there's no lights in the sky involved in that one. Eggshells is formulating us logic to do with the lights in the sky.
Yeah, because there are other things that you need to take into account that affect how far you can see. We know this through there. So I would say that the premises for QE's statement, for instance, are incomplete.
We're doing eggshells at the minute, aren't we?
Yeah, but see, this is my point, kind of what SE brought up. It's almost as ridiculous as saying that, because that's just what we see, okay? So you then would have to base your entire, like you didn't know the Earth was a globe, which was my point, right? Eggshells and I are mates, and we're both in the university, and then we say, hey, let's go abroad for a little while. We get down, we didn't even know there were 2 celestial rotations, right? So we get down there and we're like, whoa, what the fuck's going on? And Eggshell goes, wait a minute, that means that we can't be traveling over a flat extended plane. He has to base his conclusion that the Earth is a globe solely on the celestial rotation. And I'm going to look at him and go, what are you talking about, dude? All we're looking up at is the sky, and the sky is just doing what it's doing, dude.
Well, I kind of agree to an extent where you go there, but I don't think that we base the conclusion of an argument on any two single premises.
Then don't make
which is why it's really a sufficient argument, which is the point I'm making.
Yeah, Travis, how do you make what you just said into a logical formulation?
I'm sorry, ask me that.
How do you put what you just said into a logical formulation?
I'm not sure I understand why I would need to. It was a narrative, right? It was all prose. I'm not sure I understand why you want me to go.
Well, because that's just what we're talking about, and I just thought it was. I'm not trying to put you to the wall on it. I'm just saying, like, hey, how would you try to do that?
Yeah, I don't.
So let's take it to sort of its logical conclusion. Let's say we've got a number of observations that we create a modus tollens for. And all of those are pointing to the same conclusion. I think what that gives us is a confidence, and that's a confidence foundation to build on.
But I think you have to start with your major premise, not these minor ones. What is your model's major primary premise?
There isn't one. That's the point I'm making.
I don't believe that.
So the major, actually, no, I can do this. The major premise is, what is the shape of the Earth?
No, that's all.
Yeah.
No, that's
if you understand the sextant,
let's do a scientific experiment right now. If we start talking about Coriolis and airplanes, I bet you Jeremy chimes in. Just do
it. Logic is different than science, and that is the reason why there's not a logical or scientific argument for some of the major arguments that are out there right now.
Coriolis is all in the imagination.
Well, don't you think that science is logical, though? So they're not mutually exclusive.
Sure, absolutely. But when you look at a sextant argument, there is no logical formulation for that. And there's no scientific formula for that. You know what I'm saying? So it would be cool to put something to it, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, you can try and use it for things, but I agree with what Druss is saying. I'm just trying to form this as a modus tollens for the sake of the discussion. I think in reality,
how does an airplane land on a? How does an airplane land?
I'm sorry, Carlos. I was speaking. I didn't mean to interrupt your interruption to tell me I was boring.
It is quite boring.
I think well, good. Go fuck yourself. Is that you use these multiple different evidences to develop confidence about something. You don't this is a discussion we're having before you got here. I think Travis. Like, would you say you believe in the flat Earth for one piece of evidence? There is one singular bit of evidence that makes you go, oh, it's flat Earth, or would you say there are multiple different things that give you confidence in
Yeah,
flat
I mean
Earth?
I appreciate that question. The one thing I cannot do is wipe my mind clean and start over and start completely over and try to figure shit out. So all I can do is say that I believe that I have evidence that falsifies the globe model.
I think that's a much more sensible position, because falsification is a lot easier or a lot more achievable through formal logic than verification, because that's the problem with trying to do a deductive argument. The first thing anybody that's going to do if you try and make a deductive argument, i.e. modus tollens, Bev, is you're going to basically challenge the premises and ask for the demonstration that they are true.
Yeah, that's why you formulate the logic first. Then that logic has to have a proof assigned to it. Now, that proof is yours to gain once you've formulated the logic.
But once you formulated the logic, the first challenge that you do, if someone presents a modus tollens argument to you, is the demonstration that the premises are true to allow the conclusion to be true. Is that not correct?
Yeah, and I like
you
to
either
back up Bev
negate
on that.
or
And I
confirm
would say on Bev's
the
behalf,
consequence.
I would say that
Yeah,
your
you just talk.
pseudoscience,
Don't worry about it.
your pseudoscience, you're trying to pretend that you know
Nice one,
all of the
Carlos.
variables. You're trying to pretend that you know all the variables.
Exactly. And that's the problem.
Yeah, exactly, Carlos. What did you say then? Like, did you answer for me? Or
no,
did you answer? Did he answer for Druss?
We're trying to make a deductive argument, and in reality,
No. Just listen for a second. I'll try and clarify. I was just adding on to what Bev was saying, and I was trying to say
I didn't get to say anything. He asked me a question.
Yeah, and
then you butted in.
And I was just saying that he thinks that he knows all the variables.
I didn't claim that.
I don't think that's what he said. I think he was. We were talking about formulating logic.
And I'm going to try to jump in. Okay, that's what I tried to do at the beginning. When Bev started to answer, Carlos also started, and Carlos spoke. So I was trying to jump in to get Carlos not to, so Bev could answer the question since he was the one addressed. So let's just go back to that, please.
Do you want to redo it, Bev? Are you cool?
Yeah, go on. Give us whatever it was you were saying. Cause...
So one of the problems when you want to make a modus tollens argument, the first challenge, you've got to create your sort of syllogism. But the first thing, once you present that syllogism, the first thing that's going to be asked for you to demonstrate is that the premises in your argument are true. And that's the problem with actually holding to a deductive argument. It's why we use induction most of the time rather than deduction.
Well, luckily enough, the logical statement is a if P then Q, right? Now, providing, which is why Emma said it so succinctly at the beginning, providing you mind your P's and Q's, then you end up with a true deductive proof.
Yes.
Right, but you need to mind your P's and Q's. Now, the P's and the Q's is just a formulation of a statement, right? That is not a modus tollens. That is just the formulation of the logical statement. If P, then Q. The modus tollens comes in when you take the contrapositive, right? You negate the consequent, the Q. You say not the Q. And since the Q comes from a consequent from the antecedent, then you can then say not P, because you've negated the Q. That's the essence of logic, right? And the modus tollens is negating the consequent, the contrapositive.
That's a deductive argument.
Yes. Yeah, the oldest goes back to antiquity.
In the deductive argument, it's the responsibility for the person presenting it to show that their premises are true, and that is very difficult.
You have to mind your P's and Q's. Yeah, that's what you have to do.
I think we're agreeing. I think we're just using different words.
Yeah, I think the challenge with doing so is, or the best way to do so is present P's and Q's, and my one doesn't do this, by the way. Present P's and Q's that the other side's going to agree with.
Yeah, that's why I mean this whole discussion of the logic.
Try and say it like 4 or 5 more words.
Yeah, this whole discussion of the logic is what we call an argument.
Those P's,
and that's what we're doing at the minute.
Agreed by
we're trying to formulate the logic.
All right, go ahead, Harry. You're not going to go ahead now?
I'm talking.
You're
mine.
No,
Oh, yeah.
I didn't hear you at all.
If the Earth is a globe of radius da, then the horizon will always be da from us. Globers do not agree with that. I'm sure there are some who are ignorant to many of the arguments who don't yet know.
You're assuming you're consequent in your first premise.
I'm not presenting premises. I'm showing what is faulty with that construction. What I'm saying is there is no. I'm not saying this is what's faulty in the logic. I'm just saying what makes it not very persuasive and not a very good argument is the P, which is the horizon must always be X distance from us, is not accepted. It's false as an argument, but it's also crucially not accepted by the other side.
Well, actually, I think that would have been the Q, but
whichever, yeah.
But that's
if you can triangulate your position from two different celestial bodies, that means that it's flat. You have two star readings from the same location, and you have 90 degrees to both of them on your triangulation. That means no sphere. That's how triangulation works. That would also mean that those two celestial bodies, GPs, are running parallel.
I mean, I can make a syllogism out of that.
Sure, go for it.
If the Earth, or if the surface of water is on a flat plane, then the distance and the angle to a star's GP would be a linear function. But it's actually a squared function, so the Earth isn't a plane.
Oh, nailed it. Yep, that sounds like a logical syllogism to me. It didn't have the P's and Q's in it, but it seemed logical.
It's deductive though, right? Because you're bringing geometry into it, right? And geometry is deductive. Absolutely. It's the most deductive thing that within logic there is. So the moment you employ geometry within your argument, it is deductive, right? So what you have to do now is, because you've brought that in, you have to bring the proof of the statement, right? I mean, that's the whole idea of this. Formulating the logic, bring the proof of the statement. Now, since you've brought a geometrical idea, then the proof is definitely there. That's where proof's found, within geometry. Yeah. So let's see your geometric proof involving triangles, please.
No, I didn't say anything about triangles.
What did you not?
I said the angle. I said the angle to a star and a distance to its GP.
Yeah, that's a triangle.
Let's give it a shot.
Just one angle.
Yep,
that's just one angle.
Let's see it.
Perspective. Negating perspective.
What?
Negating perspective.
Okay, well then George is wrecked too, because he can't find the GPs with the stars because he doesn't use perspective.
That's not how logic works. Let's see your proof of your
GPs
statement.
of the stars.
It can't be like
the GP of the stars are in the almanac. You know the GPs of the stars.
If somebody else can't prove it, then this can't. That's not how.
Yeah, I was just coming to George's point. But if we know the GPs of the stars.
Yeah, know the GP of the star. You know the location of the star on the ground, the GP of it. Now you can triangulate. Yeah.
Okay. Can I derive?
If you can triangulate two or more, normally to find your position on the ground you need at least 3. But if you can find 2 or more and you have 90-degree angles to both of them, that means that between you and those stars, it's completely flat. That's geometry. Those radius are ginormouses.
Okay, so with your thing, we can say that if I know the angle to the star, I know the distance to its GP, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Polaris the angle to Polaris from where I am at is 60 degrees, what would be the distance to the GP?
Degrees of what?
Degrees from horizontal.
Degrees of what?
You can't do fuck all with an angle, right? Geometric fact. The problem he's having, right, is because you've got an angle and that's it. And you're asking him to give you something that it's impossible to do. If you've only got one angle geometrically, that you can't do anything else with it. You've just got an angle.
Okay, well, I have a distance and an angle.
Okay, where did you get the distance from?
From the almanac.
From the magic book.
The same that George used as his proof. Okay. So George is right.
Okay, so we can start it if there's a magic book that gives you distances, then you can get an angle.
Yeah.
And then what?
Yeah, go on.
And then I can test it. Then I can test it by moving away.
Then you can make a triangle.
Sure, I guess.
And you know what triangles are? We can define a triangle within geometry, can't we?
Sure, we can.
So then it would have a, what do you call that, like a straight bottom, or the hypotenuse would be the distance to the light in the sky. Then you would have a vertical dropped from the light in the sky and a horizontal distance, right? Where those two meet, you call that a right angle. You can start doing trigonometry, geometrically.
Well, actually, sure, but then
So
again, you can
is that
only...
triangle proving a ball something, is it?
Well, I mean, it doesn't prove anything because, I mean,
the triangle
on a plane...
definitely does prove something. It's geometric. I mean, that's where the proofs come from.
Oh, okay. Okay, then we can't really use sextants because the bottom distance isn't a horizontal distance.
There's no distance. A sextant's just an angle measuring device.
Yeah, but who made the almanac?
We're not talking about the almanac. We're just talking about the geometry of this, right? An almanac does not come into the geometric argument at all.
Bev, are they making triangles when they do this? Because if they're making triangles, they got some big fucking problems.
That's what he's just said. Yeah.
That's making triangles.
I wasn't making. I was making triangles using George's method and seeing that the distance and the angle is not on a linear function when I move.
I just want to point out real quick that a couple of minutes ago, Bev asked this question, and I can't remember how you did it, Bev, but you mentioned triangle because you knew what the consequent was going to be, and here we are talking about triangles. So a couple of minutes ago, when Bev said something blah 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 triangle, the response was, "We're not talking about triangles," and here we are.
Sure, I mean, we can use triangles, and we can know the distances to the GPs.
Yeah.
Because that's what George said. He knows the distance to the GPs.
You're going to use the triangles to prove what?
What citation to what George said?
Your citation is George. Okay.
Yeah, because I was talking about what said.
How do triangulation works on the sphere?
I'm talking about how it works on a flat.
I know you're not, right? But triangles do work, right? Because they are triangles. Now, the question to you is, how do you either prove your sphere or say that triangles don't work on a, I'm guessing you're going to say flat, but like with a straight bottom, right? Triangles have straight lines. We can put this down to, right? I think that's the better way, right? If triangles have straight lines rather than the shape of the Earth, right? If triangles have straight lines, then you can do trigonometry.
Yeah, sure. So if I take the GP of Polaris and the distance from me to Polaris, or the GP, and measure the angle, I can know the altitude of Polaris, right?
If you know a distance of the...
You can only know the elevation from horizon. Is that what you mean?
No, it's a triangle. So one side is X.
I have a problem with this. There's
no formulation.
You can't know the distance to what you think is a 90-degree angle to underneath Polaris from your position on the ocean. If you look out and see Polaris, and you think you're on a globe,
I'm not talking about a globe. I'm talking about the flat Earth.
You're talking about measuring an angle, and then you do some magic with it somehow, right? But all you are doing is getting a device called a sextant and measuring an angle to a light in the sky.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, it's at that point that we're all up with you, right? We all understand up to that point. Then from that point onwards, that's the bit where you're in your imagination, right? What do you imagine you do with that one angle that you've just measured? Please explain that process that goes on, please.
If I know the distance to the GP on the ground.
Yeah, you're formulating another logical statement now on top of that one.
No.
Well,
George
we've got an angle.
Said, oh, Jesus.
Now,
George said, I'm talking about what George claimed. I'm not making...
Stop, George.
I'm talking about what he claimed.
Well, you're not doing that. You don't formulate logical statements like that around what somebody else said. You're formulating a logical statement based around an angle and the light in the sky. Eggshells was set this to do earlier. You're sort of helping Eggshells at the minute. I hope you're listening, Eggshells.
It sounds like it's so easy just to do that simple equation and you can find out the distance to the stars.
Yeah, that's what I
it's
said
so
that
simple,
George is
isn't
doing.
it?
Yeah,
Go on,
that's what George is doing.
Teach us how you do it.
Yeah, he said that if you know the GP of a star, you can measure the angle and know your distance to the GP. That's what George said.
Yep.
Yep. So if you know that, if you know the distance to the GP from your point, and you know the angle to the star, would you know the elevation of the star above the ground?
You know more than that angle that you've getting, right? You've only measured an angle with a sextant, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how do you know that distance?
That's what I'm asking George for.
No, you did not formulate a logical statement to ask George a question.
Yeah, because I'm not making it. I'm asking George a question.
Oh, you're asking George to formulate some logic for you?
No, for him, because he said that his logic says that if you know two GPs, you know your location.
Well, where's George in this conversation?
Yeah.
He's fucked off, so I mean, I can't ask him
well,
a
let's
question.
stop. Let's go with you then, right? Let's go with what you would do.
Okay, George. How can you take?
No, don't turn this onto a George thing. This is you.
What? I'm asking. I came in asking George a question, and now you're saying it's on you.
Well, go on. Let's. How do you formulate the logic?
To George's claim. I mean, I don't.
How would you formulate the logic for George's claim?
Yeah, just have fun with it. How would you do that?
Freestyle it.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you... I don't even know where to begin with it.
You have the distance between 2 points. And now?
Yeah, I don't see your logic. It's not there.
How did you get your distances?
It's a cool game to play, though. This is a really cool game to play, which is like, try to formulate it into your side or the other sides into a logical argument.
That's what logic is. You can mess about with it. You can change the P in the Q. You can do the converse. You can do the inverse. You can do contrapositive. But once you get the formulation of the if P then Q at the beginning and make sure that they are fine, then you can freestyle all sorts of stuff with it. That's the idea of logic.
I liked what, I think this is you, Mailman, said this, which is if the Earth is flat, then the angle to a star will be a linear function.
Yeah, with the distance.
Isn't that how you said it?
Yeah.
That to me seemed fairly robust. It seems like I'm trying to figure out what's important about these. That they're robust. I think that they're simple is important, but then also there's something about how can you keep it simple without creating wiggle room or ambiguity or.
Okay, how about then I give you one, because we'll deal with reality, right? In reality, if there is a linear proportionality between the size of an object and the distance it is away from you, then we can use Euclidean geometry and the law of similar triangles in order to calculate that? Sort of. I mean, it's a bit of a long-winded way around, but basically saying
can trim it down. We can trim it down.
It's linear, right? If there's a linear function within the optics that's measurable in reality, then what are we going to apply to that linear function, right? Then Euclidean geometry can be used, right?
Right, but again, now we're in the same position that we were yesterday when I was talking about this, because you're talking, at least from what I'm understanding, about something on the ground, which is linear. But we're talking about something that's happening in the sky, and that's where I said, can you flip the math? You're saying that the Earth is, not you, Bev, they're saying that the Earth is curved. I'm saying, what if the sky is curved? So,
and we tell you every time you say that doesn't work.
Completely
Just
away
flipping
from
the
where I
math
was
doesn't
going with
work.
that, right?
You can make that assertion, that's fine. But what I'm saying right now is what
weird.
Bev just did. What Bev just formulated right now, I don't think addresses this issue, because if we're talking about doing this triangulation on the ground only, then yeah, that's just distance.
We're talking about a linear functionality within the optics, right?
Well, I can do it for a sky if there's a linear
and
function.
then we could definitely use Euclidean geometry, right, to work that out.
Sure, but if objects that are moving away from me,
put geometry into
like
it makes it deductive, makes it provable.
Yeah,
if any of you can write something down that's related to math or geometry or Euclidean or anything, then good on you, and then we can examine it from there. But so far, it's just a bunch of claims of maybe we inverse the math.
It's logic.
Yeah, I mean, I think
the geometry.
You could test it where, and you could even put what you're saying, Travis, into a sort of syllogism like we're trying to do with these, which is like, if I can get the same results with a curved sky rather than a curved Earth, then measurements based on the assumption of a whatever are invalid. But it would. I think you're absolutely right, Gummy Bear. It would require also showing that, not just going, well, maybe X, but to be like, I measured this angle and that angle, and it shows X. Therefore, I conclude Y.
Yeah,
what did you say
X,
about
Y, and Z are straight lines.
You guys are making, or one of you is making the claim that if you flip it, maybe that's possible. Well, then it's up to you to show that it's possible. It's not up for us to show it's not possible. You're shifting the burden.
We're not. No. There's no shifting of a burden of proof within a logical formulation, and that's what we're talking about. And I think one of the things that's kind of elegant about it is, as we go along and talk about how to formulate that, it gets refined as you go. So I think that's kind of the process. We're not necessarily trying to debunk each other necessarily as we go because of the foundation of what we're talking about. We're debunking each other as we go, I think, to say, hey, wait a second, that doesn't necessarily follow the logical formula. What's your basis for that?
I'm with you, and I'm correcting my previous statement. The lines of X, Y, and Z are horizontal lines.
Perpendicular, but yeah.
But Bev, I have one.
They don't bend, they don't curve.
Bev, I don't know if you read my...
Perpendicular, not horizontal.
Did you read my logic about water level?
Don't know.
They are all horizontal lines.
No, they're perpendicular. They're not horizontal. You're
They are
using the
horizontal
wrong
lines on
vernacular right now.
Well, I don't
It's
think so.
totally wrong vernacular. It's perpendicular, is what you're trying to say.
Because
you have length, width, and depth. They are horizontal lines.
How many times do I have to say this? You're using the complete wrong vernacular right now. They are perpendicular, not horizontal.
Which lines, goddammit?
What are you talking about?
Listen, perpendicular.
I don't know what they're talking about.
The language of perpendicular includes the vertical and the horizontal. So it's not just horizontal because you have height.
Yeah, I mean, George is saying that
your horizontal is moving. Your horizontal line is moving vertically.
Your horizontal line is moving vertically.
Yeah.
Then it's
as
not
you
the same
increase altitude, It's like you climbing on a staircase. Every step is a different level. You're moving upwards.
You're okay. So you just said your horizontal is moving vertically. It's perspective. If you're talking about my being on the beach looking out at the horizon and then I back up onto a dune behind me and I raise an elevation, the horizon isn't rising vertically. No. It's
you. It's you. Your elevation towards the horizon. You move your elevation. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you said your horizon rises vertically. That's incorrect.
No. Did I say the horizon?
I think so.
Yeah. No, your horizontal line, your level line from you have two horizontals. You have the base one, and then you have the elevation one.
I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't think so.
That's how
you're trying to squeeze 3 dimensions into a plane.
Yeah, 3 dimensions. Yeah.
Like I've said many times, you're using the wrong vernacular. That's why people aren't understanding what you're saying.
Okay, so what's the right one?
Well, usually you would say that you have the horizontal line and the other one that's vertical is perpendicular to that. It's not that you have two horizontal lines.
Right, that's X, Y, Z. Y is horizontal, X is I'm sorry. Yeah. Y is Y is the horizontal.
X and the Y on the horizontal plane and the Z is the vertical.
Yeah, Z is vertical.
Yeah, but I'm trying to distinguish between the X and the Y. How do you distinguish between which one is distance and which one is lateral?
You don't know. They're directional, aren't they?
The thing is, it all comes down to how you set it up. If
you graph it on a
100%.
piece of paper, the X and the Y are one's vertical and one's horizontal. You lay that down. One's just strafing left and right, and one's going.
It matters not. It matters not as long as you differentiate between the vertical.
Beb, I have an argument for you. Can you check it out if it's correct?
I would like to say I appreciate Rakia when you said that, saving a word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I have a quick one. If you can establish a horizontal plane with 2 points P, then a water level with 2 ends establishes a horizontal plane Q. You need 3 points for a horizontal plane, not P. Therefore, a water level with 2 ends doesn't establish a horizontal plane, not Q.
Why do you need 3 points to establish a horizontal plane?
Lots of assumptions there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you mean establish or test. I think you need 2 points to establish a line. You need a third point to test it. That's what I was always taught.
For it to be horizontal.
Wow. That makes a bit more sense.
So can you establish a plane with 2 points?
Yeah. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. I mean, like an auto level. How many points would you say that is? Because that sits in the center and revolves all the way around. Same as like a laser level. I mean, that's a horizontal plane. How many points would you say you need to establish it?
But if you're saying that I'm wrong, then can you give me the proof in geometry that you can do that with 2 or 1 points?
The proof that a water level establishes a horizontal plane?
Yeah, where is the proof of that in geometry?
Within geometry?
Yeah.
So we would show, within geometry, you would show a shared straight line segment and how that works. Within geometry, right? Then you would be able to establish whether it is a plane or whether it deviates from that plane.
I cut out. What you said that you can show a shared line segment?
Yep.
Yeah, so those are collinear, right?
Yep.
Yep, so not on a plane.
Well, I mean, yeah.
So how do you know that it's a plane?
Because
it's just a line.
Well, it's in the proofs within solid geometry, book 11, right? We progress past the line. You have to take the horizontal. When we say horizontal, like we say X, Y, it's a plane. It's not just a line or a point. It's a plane.
Yeah, but so you can use a line to establish a plane?
Yeah, you can use a point to establish a plane, can't you?
How in geometry?
When they go and they put datum points on building sites. They have one main point. Now that one main point can be moved around, and you can refer to that one point on a site. They call that the datum. Right, now that is one point, but that is the datum for the horizontal plane, right? Anything above that is above that datum, and anything below that is below that datum.
How do you know if something is above or below that one point?
Because that's a horizontal plane. That's how it's established.
No, but it's a point.
Yes.
So how can a point be a plane?
Because it's a point on a plane. The horizontal plane is always there, right? It exists, right?
Yeah,
do you understand that? Do you understand that there is such a thing as a horizontal plane that exists? It can conceptually, you can conceptually make it in your head through geometry, or do it however you want, right?
It doesn't exist, but...
Well, that plane, right, would be parallel to the plane of the horizon also.
Yeah, but it doesn't exist in reality.
It's a plane. It's a horizontal plane.
But where does it exist?
Well, it exists when you put a tool together called a level. Then you can mark the points on that plane, or the distances from that plane. They are known as elevations.
So if I take two points, I take a line, and I call that the X. That's the line X, right?
You just a random line. No,
I use a water level.
Yeah.
Water level with 2 points. Okay, there's a line.
Yep.
That's my X dimension.
What, the distance or elevation?
No, just they are
it's on the horizontal plane.
Yeah, it's on a horizontal line.
Yeah, a horizontal plane. Yeah. Okay.
How is it on a plane? Because it's just a line.
What you can do with a water level, right? I mean, this is the thing.
Build the fucking Egyptian pyramids with
you establish one end of it, right, somewhere, and you put it in a bucket, right? A bucket of water. And that plane, right? Now, the other end of it, you can walk wherever you want, providing you don't stretch it too far, right? But you can walk wherever you want within that, call it a radius, right? Because you've got the bucket in the middle. And every point that you would mark with that water level would be on the same plane. So all of them, every one of those points, you could move it wherever you want. So you establish, if you want to establish it's a straight line, you would show by getting 2 water levels and showing that there is a shared straight line segment in between the two. That's how you make it within geometry, how you extend a plane or extend a straight line.
In a line?
Yeah, in a straight line. A shared straight line segment in the center.
It's quite interesting what you said about the pyramids, the guy that just chimed in about the pyramids. I mean, if they had any thought that it was not a flat plane, at least from history and from all of their inscriptions, you'd see that they must have been, if they were thinking that it was a globe, they would have described it as a globe, but I can't see anything coming from history from them describing a big fat flying ball.
Sure, I don't see them.
One thing, Bev, that I want to ask you is, like, whenever we talk about a curved level, you guys say that we're just assuming one, or we're just reifying one.
Absolutely.
All of these things.
Yep.
But when you're talking about the horizontal plane you're talking about, you're doing the exact same thing. You're just assuming and reifying it.
Prove
it's not
like I just
actually
say.
A physical thing there.
I will say, I'll say like I always have, right? I'm definitely assuming Euclidean geometry. But the problem is, Euclidean geometry is the geometry that has the proofs. And you can also relate those proofs within the geometry to reality.
Curved lines exist in Euclidean geometry as well.
I know.
So it's
they
not
call
like
them circles.
Math.
So,
you don't have math without Euclidean geometry.
So what is the problem then? What is the problem when we talk about a curved level? What is your problem with that?
You've got no proof for it.
And you've got no proof
yes,
of a horizontal plane existing.
I've got tons of geometry and practical and logical proofs.
whoever it is that built the pyramids, there's not a
Don't worry about the pyramids. That was a long time ago, mate.
Yeah, but there's not a single curved surface in the entire pyramid. The Great Pyramid, there's not a single curved surface. And
So that doesn't prove anything. That's as bad as looking at the lights in the sky and imagining something, right?
It's like saying my eyes are round, so yeah, must be right.
I may add something here. The whole point of this argument, logical argument, is the plane of existence. That's why geometry is logic.
That's
you
just
cannot just know. If you go get into it, the plane of existence. That's the whole point. That's why geometry is logic. You cannot get around it.
Well, geometry is logic in a systemic system. So that's why you can say within this system, therefore we can establish this conclusion to be true. That's why you have
it has all the proofs,
and you have proof in
we
geometry.
have all the proofs. Yes, we do.
It has all the proofs. It's the
no, you have proofs in maths as well.
But that's built off of geometry. It's the basis of all proof. It's the plane. Hang on. It's the plane of existence. That's the whole point.
That's a semantic argument, Racket.
Yeah, but I'm just adding that
every
to
argument.
That is the truth.
Every argument where you guys say you're using Euclidean geometry, we can use the exact same to talk about our curved level, and it doesn't change anything.
Not
If you're saying we're using a fallacy when we're talking about a curved level, you are also using a fallacy when you're talking about your horizontal plane. Euclidean geometry does not reify any of these things.
You can't prove that with a water level. Come on.
You've got the radius value, but we can see too far.
You can see too far than what you might think.
Don't bring another optical argument that isn't an argument into something that we're dealing with pure geometry, right? Geometry and logic. It's got nothing to do about how far you can see.
So many other proofs besides this.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about the formulation of logic here. And somebody saying, when we say we have proof...
I've heard this conversation going on, and it's just round and round in circles.
Yeah,
There's
he's
no
just
end.
said not Euclidean geometry, right? He's just dismissed the entire proof of Euclidean geometry in one fell swoop by going, well, we can just say it curves.
Because
curves exist in Euclidean geometry as well. You can't just say Euclidean geometry therefore flat.
The proof that we have for Euclidean geometry isn't we have Euclidean geometry. It's we have all of the proofs within Euclidean geometry to prove reality. We can show that to you. In reality, you do not. You have no geometric proofs of your model. You cannot show them. It's not possible.
You're accepting Euclidean geometry while denying Euclidean geometry. It's so silly.
He's accepting the base law, right? Like the basis.
Gummy Bear, you're totally missing the entire point, buddy.
Bro, start with the most basic premise. A straight line. 2 points, straight line. The most basic premise. You can't even start with that. Because once you get to the quote-unquote surface of a ball, the straight line becomes curved. So the most simplest of logical premise, 2 points, distance between them, straight line. You can't even build your foundation on that.
I thought
we can build a foundation.
What about Gauss? I mean, do you reject the thinking of Gauss, Bert?
He said that Gauss did Gaussian curvature that proved that the surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface, i.e. it cannot be expressed on a two-dimensional plane without distortion. So yeah, Gauss, I quite like Gauss.
That's exactly the point I'm making, and I knew you read something about Gauss. That's why I brought it up. So what you're saying basically is the fact that if you know the sphere is out almost, you know, you're saying is almost outside the bounds of being able to be dealt with through Euclidean geometry without taking segments.
No. A sphere is a three-dimensional Euclidean shape. It's within the.
But you can't turn it into a two-dimensional shape, so it's non-developable. That's the point I'm making. So that's where Euclidean geometry breaks down. If you want to transpose it into 2 dimensions, You've got a problem in Euclidean geometry, don't you? It's not sufficient.
So you want to turn the surface of a sphere, three-dimensional object, into a two-dimensional plane?
No, I'm just saying that it's a non-developable
No, you.
object,
I'm saying
you.
you.
Sorry, can I finish my point?
Go on.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that under Euclidean geometry, unless you deal with three-dimensional objects, non-developable objects in a certain way, you have issues with it. It's not sufficient. That's why Gauss came in, and we have Gaussian methods.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can go to various other people.
His methods. That particular
school of geometry.
His methods go to prove the surface, right? So, like, if you are up the top of a mountain and you measure points and angles from a triangle, and you get 180 degrees within that triangle, do you know what Gauss said?
No, I don't.
Oh, he said that's on a plane, right? That you are in Euclidean space, so therefore you use Euclidean geometry. That is where triangles have 180 degrees.
Yeah.
So if you use Euclidean geometry, then you are living in Euclidean space.
Yeah, but the thing
that's
is,
a good logic, isn't it?
One second.
Then I think I just did an if then, didn't I?
So I just want to get the point out quickly before I forget it. So yeah, I'm not having any.
I was
going to
say it sounded like an actual argument thing.
Hold on, Josh was right in the middle of a sentence. Yo, guys, can you hear Josh?
Hello.
You got.
I'll move my mic a bit closer, so I try not to be too boomy on the mic. Yeah.
No, back up, back up.
This is what I can do with my mic if I choose to. So I mean, what I'm saying there is the fact if we've got a very large three-dimensional object, and we are looking at a large triangle on that object, and that object is spherical, and you draw this three-sided object on this large spherical three-dimensional object, then you're not going to get those 90, you're not going to get those sort of 180 degrees on that object, are you? When you measure the angles,
you can't measure an angle to a curve, so I'd say you'd be a bit stuck.
If you can't measure an angle to a curve, then how do circles have angles at all?
Because you measure them for the radius, the difference between the two radiuses together. That's what an angle.
The only angles in a circle are the straight lines to the center, dude. Wow, bro. They don't know geometry. They've really
not got a clue.
Sure
it's really bad.
What's a chord then? What's a chord, and how can you talk about chord angle?
What chord angle?
Exactly.
What the hell's a chord angle?
My God. Do you don't know? Do you know what a chord is?
Go on, show us. Yeah. I know what a chord is. Where's the chord angle? Where did you just make that up?
That's the first time I've ever heard chord angle. Let's see it.
I know because you guys don't know math and geometry. This is the problem.
It's okay. It's okay though. Let him explain what it is.
Show bullshit from Gummy Bear.
No, but give him time to let him explain. I mean, it might be something new in geometry that we've.
I don't know it apparently. Like we don't know it, so therefore Gummy is the one that needs to tell us what it is because we don't know. He's right. I don't know what it is. Eggshells, can you let Gummy Bear finish, please? Don't.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer to guess before Gummy says it because I think I vaguely remember.
No, don't lead him. Come on, don't.
But I've never seen.
I'm pretty sure he knows what it is.
We want Gummy to tell us.
Hang on one second.
I've never seen any of them.
It doesn't sound like Gummy either.
Yo, who
angles more than 180 degrees? I've never seen an old map. Like
yeah, definitely.
Go ahead, guys. Don't let Rakia speak, even though he's a mod.
Gummy Bear, to be fair to you, do you want to continue with that? Do you want to explain or not?
No, with how the room's being right now. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Hang on. That's fine. No problem, sir. Point taken. We thought.
Come on, that was so weak.
Wanted to mention some of those maps that Captain Cook put down. None of those angles are more than 180 degrees. So how can it be on a sphere?
Chords don't make angles. They connect sides of a circle. So there's no angle made by a chord. This is just pish posh. He's just saying a word, and then it's like saying, yeah, it's a truth angle. You put two truths together, and you got an angle. You can't just put a word before an angle.
Sorry, can you attack the argument, not the person? And if you're going to do that, can you bring up an
He did say
example
it's
to
totally
demonstrate the point?
Reducto ad absurdum is what he just did, right?
Okay, I'll try it again. A chord is a straight line that touches two sides of a circle. There are no angles made by the chord. So to say a chord angle, to say a chord angle is complete nonsense, and it would be the same thing as saying a lighter angle or an iPod angle or just putting another word in front of angle. It's not making anything new. Now, can you address that, Truss, or did I shut you up good?
Sure, I will happily address that with this particular reference here, showing that I strongly disagree with the argument that you just put forward, and there is even a formula there showing how you use the chord angles within a circle and how that's perfectly applicable. And you're taking not just the 1, 2, 3, 4 section in that diagram, but also the PQRS angles as well. So please retract that statement.
That's all straight line.
And
None
all
of
of
those
those adventurers and discoverers, all those people that were sailing around the world on yachts and ships around the world when they're discovering all of the continents, they never took any of those mathematical equations into consideration. They were working purely on Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, straight lines. From straight lines is distance. If distance aren't straight lines, then everything starts falling apart because, when distance starts changing based on where you are, you're never going to be able to map yourself correctly. And that's what the ball does. Oh, a mile is this one, you're here, but it's a little longer when you're near the equator.
We're sort of getting off into the weeds here, though, right?
No, we're just getting into reality, Bev. We're talking about straight lines. You're right onto it, but the discussion is so difficult when they don't understand that the way that the people traveled around this place in their big ships never took any of those calculations into consideration.
No, they just went from place to place on a boat, right? That's what boats are for, from getting from
Yeah,
A to B, right?
It's not.
That's not geometry. You don't do geometry with boats. You don't do geometry with planes.
90 degrees angles.
So what was he measuring that 90-degree angle with? Because I thought...
They didn't have theodolites. They had sextants.
What 90-degree angle? We're getting into the weeds again here. What are you talking about? A 90-degree angle? Foolish.
For me, Cook used the method, running survey. So he would be taking landmarks, coastline points, and compass bearings. That's
where's
how
the
he
90 degrees then?
That's how he did most of his mapping.
Where did you get the 90 degrees from?
In some of his maps,
why did you just say, is that subliminal, man, 90 degrees?
He never had an angle bigger than 180 degrees on a triangle.
You can't have an angle greater than 180 degrees on a triangle. That's a stupid statement.
On a 2D triangle. Not on a triangle that's put on a flat surface, no. But if it's on a curved surface, then you can. And that's why I posted the difference between spherical geometry, planar geometry or Euclidean geometry, and hyperbolic geometry.
You mean an angle greater than 180?
Do you want me to, I'll repost that picture, and then you can argue against what's taught in university.
Does Pythagorean theorem work when the triangles things are curved, or will Pythagorean theorem only work when the triangle has straight line?
There's no evidence to say that Captain Cook used any other method than Euclidean geometry.
He couldn't.
Okay, so you're retracting the point from he did this to there's no evidence that he didn't. Okay, accept that point, Carlos. Thank you for that.
Show me a map where he used some other form of geometry.
You made the claim. I'm expecting you to back it up, mate.
I need your evidence.
We're getting off track of how do you formulate what the fuck you guys are saying into a logical format.
It's like trying to use triangulation without triangles. It's crazy. You can't do things without straight lines.
What someone said as well.
It's also like herding
Pythagorean theorem has an equivalent in spherical geometry, hyperbolic geometry, any freaking geometry.
So a squared
go
plus
ahead,
b
Gummy Bear.
squared.
Go ahead and do a logical proof for the Pythagorean theorem. Go for it.
That's
I
another
know how to
nice,
do it.
decent claim.
Beyond you guys.
Well
I
done,
am
Gummy.
sorry, but it is beyond you guys.
No, Gummy, you
Oh,
cannot
yeah,
do.
A
First
Go
off, you
for it.
cannot do the angle thing
Fuck
and
off.
then get rid of it, and now state that what you've just stated, which only works. I will say it's a proof in Euclidean geometry, right? If that doesn't work, then Euclidean geometry doesn't work. It's proposition 47, right? It's provable with Euclidean geometry. You've just stated it's provable in any geometry. So please prove
Euclid
it in a
himself-
different geometry.
Euclid himself talked about non-Euclidean Pythagorean theorem. So
Don't
if you wanna
be
freaking
stupid.
suck all
Euclid
fuck him
himself
off,
would be rolling
keep
in his
doing so.
grave if he heard this conversation.
Yeah, he would, but not for the reason you're talking about.
How does
Hey, Tiger,
Euclid
quit trying
write
to obfuscate
non-Euclid?
and change the subject and deflect. Prove what you're
did you just
saying
say?
about the Pythagorean theorem.
I just posted it for everybody.
Euclid talks about non-Euclidean. Who said that?
That was Mole.
It's using
Gummy again.
Pythagorean.
That was
It's
Gummy.
using the equivalent of
Foolish
Pythagorean
decision.
theorem.
No, that is silly. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Can we not get
Why
past
is that
this, right?
ridiculous?
There are Pythagorean theorem is the most provable thing within mathematics. There are the most proofs, individual proofs, within the entirety of mathematics for Pythagorean theorem, right? Only Euclidean. Now, Gummy,
no,
please show us a non-Euclidean proof for Pythagorean theorem, please.
While foolish decisions does not jump in.
And like I said before, and you can call this a cop-out all you want, but I'm not going to explain it to a bunch of people that don't know more basic
You don't fucking understand it. That's what
I read that
anybody that
article.
says that
I'm
means you don't
studying
understand
math.
it and you can't
That's
bring it
why
up.
I
You
know
can't prove it. At least
Hang on,
talk
I
through
read
it.
that-
Talk through
I
it.
read the article, but a little bit of that article just posted.
The theorem never discussed how mass attracts mass.
No, stop changing it to maths. Let's get Gummy on this.
I'll talk through it then. I'll talk through it then. Okay, so if you have a sphere of a given radius,
Nope.
call it-
Wrong. Stop. Stop
No,
right there.
no,
that is not the
no,
Pythagorean
no,
theorem
no,
at
If
all.
you guys want to talk through it, you're gonna have to be quiet
You're
for
reading
like
what
at least a
foolish
minute.
decisions posted.
No.
Hold up, guys. If
No,
you want to
I'm
talk
not
through
gonna
it,
have
you're
to be
gonna have
quiet
to give him
because
the opportunity. No, shut the fuck up. Let him talk through it. Give him a
Moderator,
minute,
no,
and then you
don't
can
tell me to shut
respond
the
and
fuck
cut.
up. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
And you guys wonder why I don't want to use it talk in
Can't
this
go
room
and
right
just
now.
read some shit about spherical geometry that foolish decision just posted, claiming that you're knowing something about it for a proof when you obviously don't know at all.
Yeah, because
Is there any moderator in
Gummy,
here?
don't even bother. It's not worth it, man.
Yeah, I know.
Two big
What's the
balls.
problem,
You
Gummy?
made it almost 4 words.
Hold on, Gummy,
I
what's the
couldn't
problem?
understand why
Do
you
you
weren't
want
saying
to, do you want to
anything.
drop
No,
down
the
to
problem is-
do you want to drop
Gummy,
down to
what's,
room
hold on a
2?
second, Gummy, what's the problem?
The problem is that I get 2 words in and then people start
Go ahead,
interrupting.
you have your chance now. I have control of the room. No
Okay.
one's talking. Go ahead.
I'm gonna summarize it very quickly because seemingly I can't speak for long. So you talk about a sphere of a radius, you use the spherical law of cosines, then you express it as a Maclaurin series, and you find an asymptotic expansion to show that when the radius r approaches infinity, you get a spherical relation that is the equivalent of Pythagorean theorem.
And the
in
triangle needs to have
spherical
3
geometry.
90s. Here, this is from the excerpt. Using Pythagorean theorem result above, prove that all spherical triangles with 3 right angles. Bro, first, it only works when they have 3 right angles, and
Incorrect.
then 2. This is from the. This is what he. I'm just getting it from the. Posted. I'm reading from the article.
From a horse's mouth.
Right.
What-
So
what
you tell
article
me
are you
no.
talking
When
about?
You tell me no. When I'm reading from the article and you tell me no, you're not telling me no. You're telling the article that I'm reading from.
What
which you
article are you talking about?
Druss posted an article, and I opened it and I started reading. And at the bottom, that's what it said. It said to use the blah blah blah. The right angles 390 degrees on a sphere, which is impossible. It's impossible. You can't do it.
Boom.
Can I just point out as well that Pythagorean theorem is a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and spherical geometry has this thing where it says there's no parallel lines, and a square has two sets of parallel lines, the opposite sides.
Why would there not be parallel lines?
It's a little bit tricky, but I mean, hey.
Pythagorean theorem is based on straight line relationships.
Geometry is proved with squares, by the way.
Yeah.
That's why Bev brought up the parallel lines, because within Euclidean geometry, Pythagorean theorem is proved with squares. Okay.
Yeah,
because only
but
works
within
with straight
spherical
lines.
Geometry, you don't. That the way you prove the Pythagorean theorem in spherical geometry is what I just talked about.
That is
It
not
is.
Pythagorean theorem.
It
Sorry.
is.
Oh, it's
It's not a squared
So what
plus
is it
b
then?
squared equals c squared. A Pythagorean's theorem
Never.
is
Okay.
the two smaller sides squared equal the longer side. That does not work in spherical, but whatever you have. When you draw your spherical triangle, if you square the two smaller sides, they will not equal the third side squared.
You
the
can't
longest
have a
side
square.
squared. That does not happen.
There's no square. There's no such thing as a
Nothing
square
wrong
in
with
spherical geometry. They don't
Not
exist.
triangle or square.
So it cannot be Pythagorean's theorem. You have to write something new. So it is not Pythagorean's theorem. So if you're going to sit here and try and tell me that Pythagorean's theorem is something other than a squared plus b squared equals c squared, I'm going to say, bro, you're not good at math.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you got
not
to stray with all
Pythagorean's
these
theorem.
decisions.
It's the it's the spherical version of Pythagorean's theorem. It's not Pythagorean's theorem, but
no.
Well, don't claim it. Don't claim it is then. Don't claim
that
it's a
wasn't the
proof of
question.
something that it isn't.
You're absolutely
Isn't that
right,
correct,
Gavin.
Gunnar?
So the Pythagorean theorem encompasses also spherical geometry and all of these. When you guys say,
Man,
when
sophistry's
guys,
unbelievable.
Oh, this
No,
is
it
good.
doesn't.
This is good stuff right here.
You're
Wow, you
blatantly
can
lying
double
right
down
now.
on that then. Double down.
when you guys say a squared plus b squared plus c squared, that is the Pythagorean equation for Euclidean space. You are taking part of the theorem and calling it the entire theorem. That is incorrect. You don't know what you're talking about.
The theorem
hard
is the
stuff right there.
relationship. It is the relationship between the three lines. Okay, because the lines are straight, they have this relationship of a ratio that will never change because of the straightness of those lines. Now, if you took one line and bent it, or
And a
curved,
90
the entire
degree
thing falls
angle.
apart. So the bending of any line on a triangle null and voids Pythagorean theorem. So just stop.
Within Euclidean, yes, but that's not what we're talking about.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not talking about taking a single line and bending it.
You
That is not
cannot.
what we're talking
You're
about.
going to bend all three?
That's
Even
true.
worse. You're going to bend all of
Yeah.
them. That's even worse. You're
No.
going to be even more off.
Why would you do that?
Is that so
It's
spherical
like
geometry
religion.
works?
It's like
Your religion.
it's like
How
fucking
dare you,
peanut
Gummy
butter.
Bear.
How
Peanut butter
dare
and
we talk
cheese
about
just
Pythagoras'
don't
theorem the way he himself wrote it in his book, and how dare
Well,
I
the
do all of
Pythagorean
these
theorem,
things?
and then he does all this dancing
Merle,
around. This is insane.
Merle, what do you think of all of this bullshit about this nonsense they're talking about?
Merle? Who are you talking to?
Merle, I want to know what he
Is
thinks
he, is
about
he in your
all-
head right now? Because he's not in the Discord.
He is.
I don't see him. Is he?
In mathematics, the Pythagorean theorem or Pythagorean's theorem is a fundamental relation in Euclidean geometry among the three sides of a right triangle.
A squared plus
So
B
you
squared
wrote. So you
equals
read the.
C squared.
So you
I
read the
read-
abstract
I read.
that comes up when you Google it. Good job on you. But that's
Abstract?
what me. That's what I
Oh
mean when
my
I say you're
God.
only looking at a part of the theorem. If you open up the Wikipedia article which that abstract comes from, you'll see what I'm talking about. That there are a lot of other things about it, like the spherical geometry one, the hyperbolic
no.
geometry, and all
No.
the other things.
Wrong.
it's not an abstract. It's not an abstract. It actually works in reality. Now, if I took my table, right? If I make a square and I make a diagonal cut on an edge, okay? Those sides will have that relationship. This is not a conceptual
Do you
thing.
know what an
This
abstract
isn't
is?
hang on. This is applied. This is applied to reality. Now, if you do it on a ball, doesn't work. Doesn't work. Right? So you're just talking out your ass. Geometry is not something somebody made up in a conceptual way. It parallels reality.
It's magic.
It's just geometry.
Yeah, it's just geometry. It's just
It's
Pythagoras'
just provable.
own work. Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
It's based on reality, right? Like reality, geometry and reality are intertwined in that one work.
You're usually a bit more
Did you hear
reasonable
that, Jerry?
when it comes to these kinds of things, like Pythagoras
When it comes
and
to these
Euclid.
kinds of things, Gummy, you're distracting from what the
Hold
entire
on,
conversation
let me
was
finish
about.
speaking before you interrupt me. And I'm trying
You're
to
the
ask
one
Beth.
interrupting. I'm
No,
trying to get it back on
you started
track.
speaking when it was quiet.
No. Hold on, real quick, Gummy. I tried to get in a couple seconds ago, and I couldn't do it. You interrupted when you came in and said you just read the abstract. He was in the middle of his saying something, and you interrupted him and went on a complete diatribe.
Back up from the mic a bit, Travis. We are feeling your breath.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, so now that you come in here and say, "Oh, please stop interrupting me," knock it off, dude. Knock it off.
Oh no. I'm scared, Travis. Can you
Listen,
stop being so
okay,
I love you all. Aggressive?
The point is not for you to.
This discussion about geometry is getting kind of.
What's wrong?
I would prefer if some clever bastard would come up with something that
What do
we
you
can.
mean? No. Why?
Everyone is able to.
Like Pythagoras.
Everybody knows everything about geometry. Can we just talk about something related to the flat Earth?
Carlos, we're talking
geometry?
about logic and logical proofs along the way. And part of that is, yes, proofs of one thing or another. But it's getting totally freaking derailed about one thing or another. But a squared plus b squared equals c squared is a fundamental thing about it. And if somebody doesn't know about it, that's okay. We can teach each other about it. It's not a big deal. But when somebody says, "Oh, I know all about it," and goes clear off like on the deep end on a completely different thing, that's where it gets derailed. So I think if we could bring it back home to like, how do we construct a logical argument and formulate it in a way that makes sense, no matter what side of it you're on, then I think we're back on track.
Yeah, it's really complicated unless you're really adverse in this subject, and unless you're really clued up with mathematics and all of these equations. I don't know.
No, this is simple geometry. It's not really difficult.
There's no math.
Really simple.
There's no math.
I don't think the average person is really interested in all of this bullshit about equations and about angles.
There's no equations.
It's really
Geometry and logic has zero numbers involved with it.
Yeah, it's not difficult either.
The problem is that people in here are denying Pythagoras himself as if they know more than Pythagoras.
Wow, who's doing that? Was that you? Was that you, Gummy? Or
This is another attempt at a derailing of trying to bring it back on track.
Who's that? You know more than Pythagoras.
The thing is, I'm not the one. I'm not making stuff up. I'm talking
you're the
about
one
what
derailing it, trying to get it off of a
himself
logical formulation.
is talking about. And so when you guys are denying what I'm saying, you're not denying what I'm saying. You're denying what Pythagoras is saying. And if you want to talk about who knows this well, I'd kind of lean on the side of Pythagoras. To be honest with you.
We know the
Can
proofs.
I ask a question of the flat Earth geometry people, the people coming in from the perspective that you can't.
Not flat Earth geometry. What are you talking about? It's geometry.
No, I'm still talking. Please allow me to finish.
Don't say shit, and we won't get called on it.
It's ridiculous.
Hold on, let him finish, guys. Let him finish. Hold on.
Let him finish his bullshit. Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so if my question is, if I have 3 points on a basketball, let's say, or any kind of a sphere, I connect them with cords, or I connect them over the surface. I get different results, right? For the angles.
Yeah.
So is that the question you want to know?
Okay, so now, if I got an answer. If I can I calculate both of those and get answers?
Don't know. Show us it. Show us what you're doing. Draw us a picture. Let's see what you're talking about. Let's give us a visual representation of the geometry that we're dealing with.
I think you can understand that I
can connect
a string across the surface of a basketball, and I could also direct a cord through the basketball to the points.
Can we get some ants pulling the string, tug of war?
That's geometry.
That's not geometry, right? That's you putting string on basketballs.
So measurement of a surface of a ball is not geometry.
It would be a measurement.
The ball is not measuring it. You put a string on it.
That's you just putting a string on a thing.
That's not how. So you cannot. There's no mathematical method.
This is a really bad derailing.
Between points on the surface of a ball.
Put a string on it and then said there's no math.
We didn't hear it, guys. Come on.
Plainly obvious. It's another attempt to derail it back to what I was trying to get at.
I think so too.
Yeah, but Jeremy, that's not how GPS works.
I know, but
Who said GPS?
I still want to let.
What
people
GPS?
finish their bullshit, though.
Well, then how far along the lines do we want to let it get derailed?
It's only talking about squares and Pythagoras, right?
GPS would never be able to work out the coordinates on a sphere.
Okay, so my question
your
is
answer.
to the moderate, to Travis. How far derailed do you want to allow it to go?
I don't know. You got the floor right now. Let's hear it.
Take it, bro.
Yeah, derail it, man.
No, you got the floor. You take it wherever you want it. Let's go. We're with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, bring us back.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm trying to bring us back on track, not derail it.
Right, and we're saying...
Bring it, bro.
And we're saying, okay, the floor is yours. What do you want to say?
Oh my God, so much responsibility now.
Yeah, tell us about GPS and all of these angles that are bigger than 180 degrees in a triangle.
There we go. Derailed already. I couldn't get one word out.
Boy, you weren't answering. We gave you a topic to talk about.
Right, we were talking about Pythagoras and the proofs of Pythagoras. Somebody claimed you could do it in another way.
That's boring.
Oh, it's boring. Okay, so we want it to be derailed then. That was the question. How far do you want it to be derailed from the initial subject?
From being able to figure out how to bring a logical statement to fruition and going through the steps of that and kind of bouncing it off of each other and refining it that way. If you don't want to do that, I guess I'll go to server 2. Fuck this.
Maybe something we can agree on, right? Like, because that's the biggest thing here is that nobody, like, you ball, flat, whatever, they agree on nothing. Nothing. They can't come to agreement on one single thing and then build from there. That's why it's endless debate, and that's what Bev's trying to do. I'm trying to do is like where's the thing we can agree on and start from there? Where's that? Like, do we have that? Do we have straight 2 points straight line? We don't even have that. And this is why it's so hard.
I said this like 6 months ago. Yeah, we got to get to the bare premise that we can both start from,
which is the logic, right? It's the formulation of the logical argument.
Okay, so that's us, right? So does anybody up from the other side agree with what Bev is saying? We need to start with logic.
I think we need to PhD in mathematics to come in and tell you all.
No, definitely not.
So I have no problem with trying to build stuff from ground up using logic.
Brilliant.
The only times I have trouble, times I have trouble is when someone tries to say this is wrong, when that goes away someone like Pythagoras. Because
nobody has said Pythagoras was wrong. Nobody said that, other than you.
I said he was right. I said a squared plus b squared does equal c squared. I said he's 100% completely right.
what I said is that Pythagoras has a version in spherical geometry for his theorem.
Oh,
That
It's
exactly,
based
and
on-
that's you saying he does not.
But it's all based on squares.
That is
right?
you
That's
trying to dance around the fact that you can't prove it in geometry. That was the original question. And then you got derailed by following a link that somebody
Foolish.
posted in the chat, and then you just started reading from it, dude.
I
not
was
coming
never
from a
on.
place of knowing anything. You're
I
just coming from a
was
place
never
of reading
on
something.
Dross's link. Then, so you claiming that is incorrect.
Okay.
look into look into the theorem. It's all about squares, right? It's
If you
squares.
guys look into the theorem yourselves, because I know the theorem. I know the theorem. I know proofs of it within Euclidean geometry.
Okay, what are they? That was the question. That was the original question.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait,
well,
and why would
show that?
Euclid? Why would Euclid deal in non-Euclidean geometry? Right? Like that. Like why? If everybody was using that.
Well, don't let that derail.
Question. Hang on.
Do you think that non-Euclidean
Hang on.
geometry? Okay, go ahead.
Hello. See how you asked him another question? He's going to go into that. So walk us through it.
Yeah, no, just tell me one thing. Did Pythagoras ever get a water level and use that in
Carlos
his
again?
value?
Why are we asking?
Carlos, what you doing?
Why are we asking him another question? He has made a very specific, hardcore claim that goes against what we're saying. Walk us through it, please.
What claim
We could be
exactly
wrong.
is it?
Yeah, what was the claim?
What is the claim exactly that you're
That he
making
can
attention to?
prove Pythagorean theorem in geometry, and I'm waiting for that still.
Yeah. Just
And
look at that
first he
Wikipedia
said that
link
he
and there
could
you
do
have
it, but he didn't want to do it.
Just look into that link, for example. That's how you prove it within spherical geometry.
No,
It's
listen.
all there.
This is a
That's not right,
discussion.
dude.
Listen, this is a discussion. This is exactly what happened like 10, 15 minutes ago when you said about chord angles, right? And then when we asked you to go farther, you bailed out and said, "Oh no, the chat's too hot." And yet 2 minutes ago you were getting hot and heated. So that's not the issue for you, right? So you're just now deflecting on something that, in my opinion, you can't substantiate. Just for the same reason why when you said something about chord angles and then we called you out on it, you said, "No, I'm not going to do that right now." You know why? Because you can't substantiate it. So either walk us through this, because if you know it, we can have a conversation with you. But if you don't want to have a conversation, I'm going to take that as that you've forfeited.
And that's how I would learn, right?
Now
If I'm wrong and you walk us through what I think I'm right about and I'm wrong, I learn from that. So go ahead.
And also, I just want to know: did Pythagoras ever use any? Did he ever take? Did he ever undertake? Hang on. Did he ever?
No. This is not how it works. This is the third question now. Two from you. Is this Carlos again?
Yeah, he's the new rumpus, obviously.
Jeez, man. All morning, this guy. So that's the third question that's been asked of you after we asked you to walk us through it.
Bro, I unmuted him. He was talking the whole time through that.
Go ahead and walk us through it. Gummy Bear, but if you don't want to, say now so we don't waste any more time.
So earlier when I wanted to go through it, I got interrupted. Now,
okay,
Ben, here's one thing. No, let me finish what I'm gonna say. Let me finish what I'm gonna say before you.
No. If you want to walk us through it, go ahead. If not,
don't
waste our time. Gummy Bear, you have the floor. Walk us through it.
Wow.
No one is interrupting you. Gummy Bear,
Well,
you have the floor.
Well, you said don't talk or if you're not going to do it. So he's not explaining it, and he's just his silence is
okay. So
he's disengaging.
Yeah.
We all agree we're
which
moving
is his prerogative. Let's move on.
We're moving on. All right.
When you start taking out the mute button, I'm done.
Okay. See you later.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Yeah.
So that's
That's you
no
saying you
proof
don't wanna go
offered, but
There
claimed,
you go.
but non-offered.
Okay, so
again,
go just to follow up. I'll post the proof in geometry of a squared plus b squared equals c squared, which is the Pythagorean theorem, which I was asking for in live stream 1 text right now. It should be an image, and that is it.
Yeah, of course that's it.
Yeah, if anybody would like any further explanation, then I guess DM me and I guess whatever. So,
it's because Pythagorean theorem, it relies on Euclidean geometry. They're trying to like apply this butchered form to spherical geometry, and like you can't have 90-degree angles on a circle. You can't have specific angles on a circle because
did Gummy Bear just post the same thing right after me?
Yeah.
It works on this. It works on the
spammed it
squared.
like 5 times.
Gosh,
It's the squared function. Look at the thing on there. The C. There's the A box, the B box, and the C box. Because a triangle is half a square, that's why this works. That's why they call it squaring, because it's based on squares, right? So when you don't have any of these, you don't have that.
Isn't a triangle a quarter? A triangle's a quarter of a square.
Yeah, that's the geometric proof for Pythagorean
Cut to the
theorem.
half.
Just using
You start with parallel lines from the edges of the triangle. And then you take the line that it is adjacent to, and then you're able to make a square out of that. And then from those squares, you can, and then from there, you can take a parallel line from the hypotenuse, from the match it to from the one on the right, and you take the 90-degree, the right angle on the actual triangle, and you make another parallel line with that C box square, and then you've got 2 rectangles on the C side. And so that's what it is. The square of the literal squares of those sides equal the C sides of literal squares.
It's like teaching math
I only
again,
just
right?
it's not no, but it's like I only just realized this like not that long ago, and I'm like, holy shit, this is actually legit. No numbers are involved, no formulas.
The grid is based on degree angles.
It's a space relationship. It's a Euclidean space relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it proves it within the
it's not the angle though, that's the thing, right? It's not, there's only one angle involved in that, and that's the right angle. The rest
right angle,
is the proportionate of the sides. It's not the angle. Not
and I think
the angle.
I think you made a good point about there's no numbers. In geometry, that's why there's no numbers. It's logic. You cannot dispute it. You can't magically insert numbers or figure it out with formulas or blah, blah, blah. It is about logic, basis of logic.
Because it scales, so the numbers are useless, right? Because you can put any number, but it
doesn't
scales.
matter what the number is, yeah.
Yo, Gummy, can you explain what this one is with the polygons?
No, I can't.
Just a picture.
No worries.
Good answer.
We can't laugh like that at people on mic. It's very honorable to say you can't do something or you're not sure. That's what we're trying to get to, right?
Oh, have you seen what he's posted?
Yeah, but
if I came through that way, I didn't mean to.
Seriously though, Rukia.
But don't double down on that. Don't post that and double down.
It was the situation, not towards the man. I understand that, but just let's get away from that. That's, he's finally doing what we're asking him to do, which is be honest. Let's move on. Like he can add stuff too, right? He obviously everyone has knowledge, so let's learn from everyone. But we have to learn to back down when we don't know, man. I think we've all learned in the last 3 or 4 years something from somebody. So amazing. Keep going.
Well, okay. So A omega squared, B parallel line squared equals
1 UF. 2R over 2 equals 1 UF. I'll post it. I got a formula for that.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why Right the Hand was interrupted.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I was done.
Yeah.
My bad.
The thing is, there's a relationship between that right-angled triangle there that you see and the circle, a semicircle, to be right, and that means that there is a relationship between the circle, the triangle, and the square. They're
It's
all proportional together.
Right, Beth?
Yeah, that's how geometry's made, right?
Right.
It logically formulates that one follows the other, and they're
builds
just
on each other.
Yeah. Proof on proof on proof.
That's what the Masons did. They circled the square.
No, they didn't.
Exactly.
It's impossible to circle the square.
Yeah, you can't do
What
that.
I'm saying is, I think what he meant to say is they built on the basis of the square. Everything starts with the straight line, parallel line syndrome is what I call it.
Yo, I saw a Freemasons billboard yesterday. They were advertising like they need members. It's weird.
Yeah, I saw one of those in my drive as well.
Go look at most big surveying forms at their placards, at their basis of their doors, like in the cement. They'll have the Freemason symbolism everywhere.
This is only geometry, though, right? It's not anything special, right? You don't need to join a club or perform a ritual or something. It's there for you to learn. The logic's there.
If you're interested, I could teach you how to be a Thai chef in 1 week. You could be running 6 woks by yourself, and you could cook 15, maybe 20 dishes within 1 week. It's something you've always.
I think you're hot micing, Carlos.
Just all rambling.
Are you telling me you're hot micing?
I thought he was talking to us.
Oh, was he?
I wasn't fucking hot micing. I was just trying to say.
It's just rambling.
I could teach you how to become a Thai chef like me within 1 week, and you could be running 6 woks all by yourself. It does not mean that you're going to know everything about where you're standing.
All right.
Yeah, I know.
I agree with that.
That's a pretty. Yeah.
Wow, thanks, Carlos.
It's a good logic there. Nicely formulated. It's a bit long.
I know how to build houses.
You're gonna tighten that up a little bit. Yeah.
And you're trying to tell me that
You guys are assholes.
Well, if we know horizontal, if we know what like flat and horizontal is, and we know what curved is, and we can measure them, then yeah, we can know the shape of things, and we don't need, I don't need some PhD to tell me the shape of what I'm standing on. I can figure it out.
Yeah.
For those who have never used the tools, if you knew how simple it was to create a horizontal plane, you would laugh like I do at when they say you can't measure the drop. It is laughable. They've taken something so simple and turned it into you got to go in an airplane and look at the stars and climb mountains with things.
Doing the same with geometry, though. Right? The geometry that formulates what we do in reality is also very simple.
Bev, we can learn something from everybody, and everybody's got their education. I mean, I'm a top Thai chef, and I'm a builder as well. But I tell you what, I could learn a lot from people like Jeremy, who I bet you he can make a killer pasta. I know nothing.
Well, that was a backhanded compliment.
I have no idea how to make pasta, but I can tell you I can make every Thai dish that there is.
It wasn't a backhanded compliment. I think he's referring to like Jeremy's Italian heritage.
Carlos is the man. You guys don't appreciate him yet.
No, you don't.
I'm trying to learn to appreciate the way he handles himself here, and it's hard right now. But I am taking in what he's saying, and I agree with him where we can learn from each other as he cuts me off.
I'm really sorry.
Dude, you're batting 100%. Let me tell you, it's incredible.
No, he cut you off to apologize for cutting you off earlier.
You're going for the new Discord record.
I only came on about 2 months ago. Before that, I mean, you guys have been on Discord for years.
Yeah, no problem. Keep going.
No, we're not people.
Yeah, you are, and I really appreciate all of the things that you both sides have to say. It's just really frustrating because I've heard it all before.
Yeah, but it's actually entertaining.
you
And
haven't.
if you're not laughing right now, if you're not having a good time, you're in the wrong group.
I'm having a good time. You know,
We
I
have
am laughing.
loads of fun. Loads of fun.
Yeah, we do.
We're having the most fun.
Let's go.
That's the way Travis said it. Travis was like, "Yeah, loads of fun." Like, not excited about it at all.
I'm keen on getting this logic done because I think there is some logic in there for us to find some sort of relationship between the lights in the sky and the shape of the thing we're stood on, right? It just needs to be formulated correctly. We need to mind our P's and Q's, and we're going to get there. I think Eggshells has gone off to research it on his own.
Yeah, he bounced out, but he was willing to come back at some point and kind of continue on. I think from what he was saying in text chat. So that's good.
Bev, is that what minds your? Is that what minds your P's and? Go ahead, Carl.
I'm sorry, Jeremy.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
When you're having a conversation with someone face to face, and you kind of you understand each other's background, and you kind of you can feel their vibe and everything about them, and you sort of you know more about someone face to face. But when you're talking over Discord, it's really difficult to sort of judge whether the person you're talking to is on the same wavelength of you.
That's why the logic's important.
It's so easy to get into a heated debate when really it's not deserved. And I'm sorry for coming across as very arrogant or rude or just obnoxious. It's not really who I am. It's just I get really frustrated because I've kind of heard it all before. But it is comical, and it is humorous, and it does invite some type of enlightenment and excitement and enjoyment. But you know, it's really good when we could, you know,
turning into a monologue now, mate. I think.
Yeah, we don't want to monologue onto the same thing just non-stop for 1 hour.
Okay, what do you want to talk about, Carlos?
I want Jeremy to talk about airplanes.
What?
Request denied.
No.
I don't know.
Shit about airplanes.
I don't know.
So, is that your OnlyFans, Jeremy? Is that what you do?
What's up?
Is that your OnlyFans?
My OnlyFans?
Yeah. Where you talk about things for people.
Yeah, no, I'm really sorry.
Let's go back.
We do what Bev said earlier and go.
Listen, Jeremy's working like alternative sources of income, but he's not cute enough for an OnlyFans.
I mean, maybe the feet section. I don't know.
Maybe the feet.
No,
depends on your perspective.
When Jeremy gets on a roll and he starts talking about gravity and airplanes and stuff, it makes this channel really exciting. I think Jeremy's got a really unique personality.
Well, we can move into the other channel if you want.
Yeah, I love Jeremy too.
If you want to go ahead with that, I think it helps the channel.
All right, go ahead. Let's all stay here. I got the kid right now. I'm doing dishes, so.
Why would we move?
Carlos, have you considered donating to Jeremy? I'm sure
do.
Jeremy would appreciate it if you considered a donation, maybe a financial one.
Yeah, I do. I'm on a low budget, and I've got 3 kids, and I'm
there you go.
House, and I'm in lockdown.
Yeah, I don't do donations. It's fine. Thank you though.
Yeah, sometimes I do, but I don't know where Brandon's gone.
What?
Brandon's gonna be back next week. Next week, Monday.
Wow, subliminal man again. Nice.
Hey, so, did you hear that interview with Arwen today? With Arwen and Autodidactic.
Page. No.
Yeah, I've never actually heard him on someone else's channel before. It's quite interesting. He's quite a unique chap, and he's got a lot of knowledge. I don't.
What do they call it? A little tiny cove. It was a cliff ringed cove, and there's this gorgeous mansion, and it was surrounded by these tin shacks. And so this house, 20,000 square feet.
Wow. Okay, now what was that other room?
Oh, you made it to 3? Yeah,
yeah.
I thought.
It's like 1, 2,
like,
3. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, oh, Moyoc. Yeah, I saw Moyoc's icon. I'm like, I don't know what they were talking about.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, icon. Man, that's bad. Like, that obfuscation, distraction. Yeah. Man.
I mean, it's literally like herding cats and pulling teeth at the same time. Like to try to get it back on track. I mean, it's good to try to do that. I haven't really gone and kind of focused on like, hey, like kind of keep it on a topic. Usually when I'm in a room like that, it's like, oh, I'll just go along with whatever the topic is. Yeah, okay, we're going from this to that. But now, like when you point it out, it's like, oh, it's clearly obvious when it's getting diverted.
Yeah.
It's insane how obvious it is.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
When they don't know what a proof is, right? So,
oh my God, can you believe Gummy on that?
Right, so I'm in looking for this. I'm looking for DP. Yeah. You know what the proof of a straight line is? I'll put it in. Oh, maybe the wrong one. That one. Right, proposition 14. I'll not put it in the chat in here.
I got it. About curvature. I remember that off the top of my head, so okay, let me see this.
At a point in a straight line, two other straight lines on the opposite sides of it make the adjacent angles equal to 2 right angles. These 2 straight lines shall be in one and the same straight line.
Straight line.
Wow. So that's the proof of a straight line. Just by
what?
Making a right angle to it. Yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, dude, that's simple.
Yeah. And then, but if you get 13, right? I mean, I think it starts around proposition 12 or maybe even 11. Right, let's see whether it's before that even. Right, divide it.
Wait, proof of a straight line is a right angle?
Right, proposition 11 is to draw a straight line at right angles to a given straight line from a given point in the same straight line, right? And then the proposition at the end, it always ends up with the conclusion or whatever. So it ends up with, wherefore, 2 straight lines cannot have a common segment. Right, so that's the conclusion that you come to at the end of the... Right, so it's a proof that 2 straight lines cannot have a common segment. That's what the proof is, right? To draw a straight line at right angles at a given line from a given point in the same. That's 11, proposition 11, right? So the conclusion of that. Proposition 12 is to draw a straight line perpendicular to a given straight line of an unlimited length from a given point without it, right? It's basically the opposite statement to that one. And then it says the conclusion of that is wherefore a perpendicular CH has been drawn to the straight line AB from the given point C without it, right? So that's just a proof of, yes, you can. Proposition 13, it goes on about angles, the angles which one straight line makes with another, right? So then it starts relating the straight line to the angle. And then it says proposition 14, the one that I've just posted there.
Yeah.
It just shows you the two other straight lines opposite to it, and then the two lines shall be one in the same straight line. Right, but that also goes, if you go to book 11, in the...
Basically, if you have a horizontal and a perpendicular, you have proof of straight line.
Yeah. Right, well, take this. The definitions, as soon as you go into book 11, right, you've done with the plane geometry. You're now into three-dimensional geometry, right? So definition 1, a solid is that which has length, breadth, thickness, 3 dimensions, right? You've added the third dimension to it. A plane was a length times breadth, right? You've just added the third one, obviously, because you've added the third dimension to your geometry, right? That which bounds a solid is its superficies, right? The surface now bounds the three-dimensional object that you've just described. And the third one is, a straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane.
So vertical, right?
Vertical, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's perpendicular. Perpendicular is all you really need, because that exposes the two straight lines and the right angle to it. And that's provable that you've done it. They don't have horizontal. They don't have a plane. They have to curve it with non-Euclidean geometry, but you can't get to book 11 if one of your assumptions of triangles having 180 degrees is wrong. That's the one you have to throw out. They're literally.
Well, that's where isn't that where Gaussian and all of that? Gauss came in with that to disprove the parallel lines, right?
No, he didn't do it to disprove that. I think they manipulated it afterwards, right? He gave another proof of why reality is reality. Right? It's a proof. If you can make a triangle with 180 degrees, then the surface you're dealing with is to be considered Euclidean. That's the space. Because we're not talking about lines bending. The lines stay straight. We're dealing about the space. Oh, no. You didn't understand it. I don't know. My thingy must have activated. Somebody's listening. Yeah, they haven't got a clue.
So when you go into space, that means 3D, right?
Well, no. I mean, Euclidean space is what you imagine it to be. Then the other space is that straight line curved in a different direction. It's still a straight line. They draw them. They draw right angles to it. Like, you can't have all right angles being equal if you draw a curve to a straight line. It's obvious that the ones on the convex side will be bigger than the other ones, won't they?
It sounds like that's where Einstein got his bendy space-time bullshit fabric from.
Absolutely, that's what's needed.
Are you shitting me? Is that where you think that's where he got it from? I'm fucking spitballing here. But
what's needed for the model?
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's needed for the model in the minds of people is a trip to the rock.
You've got to bend that line, and that's how you do it.
But in Einstein, he needs an orbit, right? You've got to make these things go around. So that's what he does. He develops hyperbolic. And then you can describe space out there. But hyperbolic doesn't work, because that's what you're doing. You're putting yourself on the inside of the sphere. That's where hyperbolic, curves like that. But so you need to make spherical, but spherical just cannot exist without Euclidean. So you have to just play tricks like those guys are doing and obfuscate every time you get down to this conversation.
That's fucking nuts.
You can't let anybody have this conversation in there. You can't let it be heard.
Yeah, right.
It's too complicated. It's a big trick. And exposing the trick is exposing their tactics to shut you up. It's pretty
fucking
sad.
crazy. Yeah.
The lengths you've got to get to
insane.
get there, right?
Yeah, right. Just to bring it back home to the subject at hand. It's
logic.
You're
So
right.
you can formulate a logical statement like, if this, then
It's
this.
a kryptonite. Yeah, just the topic has a magnetic repulsive field around it.
So what we did ages ago was obviously we hit them where it really hurts. But I mean, there's loads of opportunities. Like I think I said before, if I said it with the optics, right? If there's a linear relationship between the optics, like he was saying,
right,
then it means you use Euclidean geometry, right? Well, you can't in their model. Can't use Euclidean geometry. You can't get a proof of something that there is.
So you're
no
backing
proof
men in. You're backing men into a corner right there.
Yeah, with the logic, right? The simple
Right.
logical argument caused, I don't know what cog this. Like what occurred the moment I came out with that logic? And that was formulated
Fucking
on
chaos.
the fly, yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, that's how you do it.
I remember. Yeah, it was like, okay, you could tell you were kind of spitballing it, but you're like, okay, I'll make sure, get this shit in line and everything like that. And I think everybody's kind of on board with it. But then after it kind of set in, I think it was like, oh, I don't think they understood it, but I think that they understood that it made sense, but they didn't understand it.
It sounded like they should have understood it, but they didn't. Therefore,
they didn't. But they knew it made sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we just need to keep formulating those types of arguments. And like I say, once you get that one for the lights in the sky sorted, then like every time they bring up lights in the sky, if we can get that in the minds of people, they can say something and cause.
Well, I was thinking earlier, like if it could have gone on, Eggshells was trying to do that. And I think if we could get somebody like him to like help him formulate it how he thinks it should be formulated in a logical way, even if you might disagree with the P or the Q or whatever, at least he's formulated it and he can float it around.
Yeah,
hey, look, guys,
you get a
I
sense
made a logical
of their
thing.
logic, right? But they will always go if the Earth is flat, because that's what they're obsessed with. They don't right. The way I see the logic is you make a statement of what you want to prove, right? Or like the thing you want to study comes from the statement that you say at the beginning, right? So if, like, for instance, if we want to study the lights in the sky and the representation of that of the land underneath, then that's you formulate that into some sort of a statement, right? And then you can say, right, well, if this is where we want to go, we say, if we look at the lights in the sky, right, and that becomes your P, and then the consequent you want to relate to the ground. So how do you put? And there will be no way of you doing it, right, because the two don't relate in any way. So you will always be struggling to mind your P's and Q's because you literally cannot make a relationship between the lights in the sky and the ground that you're on. That's why they come to a problem with it, right?
If my goal is to eat a foot-long sandwich, then I'm going to eat it one bite at a time, and that will allow me to eat it. You know what I mean? Like, the goal is to eat the whole sandwich. So the goal is the first thing that you're saying, right?
No. That you've put an if then, right?
Right, but the if is if I want to eat this whole sandwich, then I got to do this. Or am I totally misunderstanding.
Well, the idea of if we talk about the lights in the sky, right, and the probability of it is that there's some sort of a formulation of an argument where they keep relating the lights in the sky to the ground. Right? Now, I'd say there is no way of you doing that. So formulating a proper logical argument to relate one to the other will be difficult. But there will be some way of doing it in a, whether you put the converse or the inverse, right? So you get the two things that you want. And as long as it's a if then, right? So you would have to say, if you were relating it to your thing, if the goal is to eat the Subway, then for the goal to be completed,
right,
you must eat the Subway. You know what I mean?
You
like
got to do it one. Like my tactic is going to be one bite at a time. So does it go from goal to tactic in that sense?
That would be your proof, right? The proof would be you actually eating the thing, right?
Yeah, I'm full.
You achieving your goal. So the formulation of the argument is the formulation, right? That's the logical bit that we're talking about it and you're discussing it and how does it work, right? So you would end up with a statement that you and me and all of us are going, yeah, that works, right? Because logic doesn't matter about like the shape of the earth, right? We're not bothered about the outcome. We're just bothered about formulating an argument that we're happy with, right? That's why the logic, the water logic argument, right, is if the earth is shaped whatever, and they go, yep, oh yeah, I like that, that's a good P. Then you say the surface of liquid water must curve, right? Well, brilliant, yeah, that's great. So that argument is fully formed and dead easy to do, right? Then it's up to you.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you want to do modus ponens, you just prove that the surface of liquid water curves, right? Then you go, boom, yeah. Yes, Q.
Right.
Therefore, like, boom, yeah, it curves, right? It must do. Rather than go into some sort of flip out crazy argument, you just go, right, okay, I'm going to go off and prove it, right? Which is what we've done. We've proved the modus tollens to that. I'm absolutely certain, right, that a water level does do a horizontal. I mean, there's the proof.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, no doubt about it whatsoever.
So therefore, it cannot be sphere shaped, right? And that's your logic's done. Your proof's there. I mean, what else have you got? Like you can just talk about it, right? And show everyone how easy it is. I mean, that's it. And you can literally do that with every logical statement whenever you want, as long as you can formulate it and make it easy enough. And that's the beauty in the logic is.
Well, as long as you know
easy.
you're not bullshitting about it too.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing is, I mean, you can have a sophist argument that does the same thing without knowing how to call bullshit on it. And it's like, well, yeah, you got me. It's a totally logical argument. And I know you're full of shit, but I don't know how to poke holes in it.
Yeah. It's up to you to either prove or disprove. Right now, I proved it for myself, so I'm fine. But when they come up to me and say, no, it's not, and you go on then, how do you know that? And then they go into sophist mode and this and that, and like we'll go over here and we'll go to the stars, and it's like, well, no, that's not what we're talking about. We're on this logical argument. It's the same as QEs B.S, right?
Oh man, yeah, B.S. Black Swan, yeah.
Yeah. It's formulated okay, but you have to keep them on track with it because they'll just divert into all sorts of bullshit.
I don't know what time you got in on that conversation, but
I think I've started recording at the end, and it was. You were doing really well. I don't know how long you've been going at it before I.
It felt like fucking forever.
Yeah.
Because I was going with foolish and eggshells. and then a couple of people would come in here and there too. So it was kind of hard to kind of keep it on track. Like, it was Ruhif. Ruhif was the one I started on with.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
I started on with Ruhif about a bunch of different stuff, and then it got onto that. And so, no, my bad. Xanic.
Oh.
Xanic point 3. Yeah, 3.0. Yeah, Xanic. My bad. It was Xanic.
Nice. Well, they're all long time opponents of completely misrepresenting what QEs B.S. is.
No shit, Sherlock. I mean, I know. I posted.
Like
I grabbed
cats, right?
Oh yeah. I posted the water level, like 30-40 second vid in the chat. I think Jen was going at it with somebody with Xanic, and I posted that the one that you had the water level on tripods, and it was I'm sorry, the spirit level.
Yeah.
On tripods, yeah, and you took kind of some different kind of camera angles at it and looking at it, and it was awesome because it kind of took over their conversation, but it was totally related to what they were talking about, because obviously he was going with Xanic was going with the angles and the distance and stuff and lines and all of that and angles, and so I posted that in there, and I brought their direction to it, and Jen was like, "Oh man," and this is awesome. And they were like, "Oh man," there's a lot of people they're commenting on it, and I was like, "No. This is all credit for this goes to Bev. It came from On the Level. If you want to know more about it, go over there. But this is the video. This is where it came from." And it was really cool to see people like, oh wow, like man, I'm gonna have to watch that 2 or 3 times. Like people were watching it a lot of times. And I guess the point of after just me posting that was, it was cool to see the discussion that was around just something so simple.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all simple. Apart from keeping people talking about the simple. A lot of people get upset, right? You can hear it. Now, I don't know whether it's because they don't want to do the logic or they can't understand the logic. I think there's a lot of people that have purposely not been taught logic for a reason. Maybe there's a few people that cannot learn logic. Right? It may be that their ability to logic has completely gone, and logic to them is now something that's lost. Logic.
I'm 47 years old, and I haven't learned logic in a structural way. I mean, I like get through life. I mean, by just being able to do stuff in, I think, a logical sense. But to have a formally structured thing is new to me within the past 5 years, even probably 3. You know, so even more so lately.
Yeah, I didn't start learning logic until somebody called me a child abuser. I had no idea that it even existed, right? But it's always been there, right? It's like discovering it, right? It's always been there, right in front of your face. Nobody's pointed you towards it.
Yeah.
And I think that's
crazy.
Half of the thing, right? Because when somebody tells you something...
And how long ago was that for you?
Oh, 2 or 3 years ago, like when I first come to this place. I mean, that's where I came in. I was like, fucking hell, man, that's crazy. I'm going to have to study that. You know, I need to look at these people. I need to wonder, why would somebody do that? And it's been the most amazing journey because I've learned so much. But the logic, it's like logic just gets put there in front of you. And you go, oh my God, I found that. I did that. Even when somebody tells you something, right? It goes straight in as like a, Wow, that's a plus. Go me. Didn't I do well?
Yeah. Well, how long? I mean, why did it take this long for us to walk around this earth and say, "Oh shit!" All of a sudden, now I'm getting logic. Like, wouldn't that have been helpful like a while back?
Absolutely. That's what
You know what the hell?
Like, how much help would it be if we could teach children? How much cleverer would the society be?
Yeah, let me jump in just real quick, because when I was teaching in a Christian school, you know, there's a generic Christian school and there's a classical Christian school that teaches the quadrivium, right? And even the what's the full one? The trivium? Is the trivium the full 7?
No, the trivium. No, I don't.
The quadrivium is the quadrivium is what grammar, rhetoric, logic, and whatever. So my point is that in classical Christian schools right now, they are taught logic. They are taught debate, right? So that's the irony, so to speak, in that the fact that they aren't even applying it to their worldview, physical worldview. So, like when I first started driving truck back in 2006, I remember thinking about Coriolis and my truck. I'm driving across the United States, and I thought, you know what's really weird is, like, I'm driving against the spin of the Earth right now. Like, that's really weird. Like, what would that? Why?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that back in 2006, right? But
yeah.
It only went so far as, like, you know, to the next exit, and then I was on to the next thing. But still, I had that little glitch in the matrix, where I understood what reality was, and I thought, well, it's just the way it is. I guess I'm not feeling it.
Well, I think.
Where is that logic along the way? I mean,
if you get to like university or whatever now, right? You'll go through the school process, and you go to university, and you'll go into study the philosophers of old and all of that sort of stuff, right? You'll get into all sorts of stuff. Where you'll get to Russell and look at Plato and all of the great philosophers, Freud, or, you know, all of that sort of shit. You'll start looking at that, but they will never give you the basic foundations of the logic that geometry can give you.
Yeah.
It just isn't taught.
Through that. It just confused the shit out of me when I was learning the philosophers, all of that. I don't know if it was because I just wasn't ready for it, which probably could have been, but I didn't have a foundation for it. So it was
Crazy
like literally like
people.
listening to a foreign language. Yeah.
It is. It's been wrote down. If they want to push a narrative of whatever, like example is back in the day, Plato, right? And whether it was true or not, or whether it was just stories wrote down, but there was a guy, Socrates, his muse. Socrates said, "I know nothing." Right? It was. I know that I know nothing. That's the ethos, right? That you're always open to learning, right? So that's how it went off until they want to start switching it. And then they bring in someone like Descartes, right? Descartes also has a go at maths and starts fucking about with shit. But he says, I think, therefore I am. Right? Which is a complete flip, right? It's like it's
opposite.
Me. It's me. It's going to be all about me. And then on that, it's all about me. You can build relativity, right? It's all relative to me. I'm the big man. I'm the... So they manipulate
everything
minds.
Revolves around me. Yeah.
That's how they do it.
So
the heliocentric.
Yeah, so Sugar Cookie, what you said too, I've thought about that recently, and I've thought, man, I don't even understand the education that I had until now. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I mean, I think that what you just said a couple minutes ago and what Bev just broke down is the reason why they do it that way. They hit us at the age they do with these philosophers and shit because we're not at a maturity level to think through it. Like, to sit down and break it down and think like, okay, now why are they telling me this? And now why are they telling me this? They give us this disjointed information so that we aren't able to process it, the way that we should. I don't know. Yeah. It's really interesting, but I think that that's part of the grammar stage, right? So, grammar stage is basically no, that's not the what's the elementary stage? I think there's a primary stage
it's
before
multifaceted.
Grammar.
It's not just the education, right? This is the philosophy is manipulating minds. That's all it's about. It's about people's thoughts and imagination. Yeah. Now, Plato and Socrates said, like, fuck off with the poets, right? With your flowery fucking shit, right? That's detrimental to people's minds, because the moment they can imagine it, that they can realize it. They can get you to go to strange places within your imagination. You can get lost in it. You end up Penrosing yourself. Now, the philosophers of old said, fuck off. Whereas they're the ones that took over, right? The storytellers, the guys that want to sell you things, the actors, right? They're the ones that have taken over, the ones that can manipulate you. Of course they want you. They don't want you to know about how to think for yourself. They want you to be easily manipulated.
Well, that premiere that you had with Eggshells yesterday, at the beginning of that, when he was talking about how he just does influencing.
Yeah.
It's insane.
What do you think goes on in those chat rooms? We were just up there before. They were 3, 4, 5. They brought Carlos in. Carlos is a massive distraction, right? He wasn't there at the beginning. It's all for a purpose, I think. Or he may have just been pissed. But I don't think you should be in Discord things when you're drinking. It's not good.
Well, I think sometimes it gets kind of astroturfed with some of the people that are actually there to kind of do some distraction, and I think that kind of leaves the groundwork for people like Carlos or whoever else wants to kind of jump on the kind of the flow of the conversation without necessarily realizing, like, oh, wait, I am distracting it from the main point. I didn't realize it, but I thought I was just going with the flow. I don't really put Carlos in that category of like an intentional kind of distractor. I think that he just kind of like participating in the conversation, and he doesn't realize it. I didn't realize that shit was going on until just, a week, two weeks ago or whatever it was. It's like, oh shit, let me take a kind of a step back and zoom out a little bit and kind of see how the dynamics of this whole kind of weird universe is going. It's cool. I like looking at it like that.
It's a different view, isn't it? When you can see, and sit back and watch it and talk about it as well, right? Because if you were on your own and weren't able to voice these opinions, right? I mean, could it just be you? Could you be the crazy one? You on your own?
Right, yeah.
Just trying to sort it all out. It is that Alice in Wonderland sort of thing. Right, you could literally feed yourself into it. Now imagine you've been in it for 5 years.
Oof.
There's easily a chance that everyone could be affected by it all. You learn your arguments from what people say, what people are arguing. I mean, if this is a popular argument, then people are talking about it. If people don't want to talk about this particular argument, then maybe it's not a very good argument. But it's not based on validity. It's just based around which ones people will want to talk about.
Popularity of it, yeah.
Some people want to talk about aeroplanes and drawing triangles and stuff.
So how do you sell your argument? Yeah. You brand it like a black swan, branding it, or the year of the sextant or whatever it is.
You need the showman as well, right? And that showman to deliver the argument is also pumped up by the crowd. So if you can get the crowd going, go you, that's great, fucking
suck on my nut,
the year of this, and woo, sell it, boom, banners and everything. And then you just need a few sock accounts going, this is the best thing ever, And then like, oh, that's a good argument. Perhaps I best learn it. And you will. Come here. I'll tell you the only arguments you ever need to know about.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what I did.
Yeah.
They're solid arguments. That's how I got in on it, was through that.
Yeah. They're good arguments, right? But nobody ever wants to talk about them because they are good arguments. Right? And
Very true.
When you try and break down these good arguments, that they've developed some sort of tactic, because there's never a counter to the argument. It's just tactic to not to avoid getting into the argument, right? Because they know they've lost it. So you've got to think of a clever way around. You know, you've got to get in them, and this way, the logic. It's brilliant.
Well, that's the thing.
It's hard to keep them on it.
I got caught in. I can't remember. I don't think it was gems. It might have been. In the Betty server. Can't remember which one, but it was late at night or whatever, and the gas pressure without a container thing came up, and I was 100% confident because I've been listening to the show for 5 years or whatever it is, and it's like I piped in. It's like, oh yeah, you go ahead. That's a claim of second law of thermodynamics. Go ahead and explain it for me, bro. Gosh, shit, can't explain. It's like when it goes from low pressure to high pressure. Oh yeah, then how do you do this with it? Like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to learn about that. I thought it was like bulletproof going into it. It's like, wait a second. Oh shit. Oh, I got called on a second law of thermodynamics thing, and I thought that was my ace in the hall. Like, okay, I see how it works now.
But yeah, it's because you've only ever heard people talk about the argument and how good it is. You've never heard somebody actually have that argument out, right, and pass it out in a formal way. But you can never do that. It's just not possible.
Right.
The logic, right? Breaking down the logic would have a way for a proof to happen at the end of it. And all proofs will help, obviously, because they come from Euclidean, especially when you base it around geometry. You've won. So the best argument is actually any argument that you can sort of help them formulate and get into without them diverting. There's a new breed coming, right? And that's the art of arguments. The art of watching, and like we need cards and stuff, right? So people that are watching us, they can see how they avoid getting into an argument on a debate sort of server or a discussion thing. They'll always try a different tactic, and that's where we're at the minute. It's going to be good. You did fucking amazing this morning. You have to give them a bit to let them talk, and then boom, get in a question. You might only get one question. It might only be half a question, then you might have to wait 5 minutes to get it again. But you get the question out there, and then you see what happens. It's like, woof. Somebody else has jumped in to answer the question that you've asked because he knows that the guy you've asked it to can't answer it, so they have to divert.
Well, yeah, it was kind of because for a while there, you can kind of hear people kind of, I don't know, maybe it was the time of the morning for different people on the different sides of the time zones or whatever. It's like, okay, Don comes in and does his thing, and like a couple of other people kind of come in and do their thing, just kind of buck it up a little bit no matter what the topic is, doesn't matter. And then at the whole time that was going on, I was like, okay, well, how do I get back on track with eggshells? Like, because that's where it started, and I thought that's where it was going to end. And in text chat, it ended up cool. He's like, hey, cool, let's do that back and forth thing again, and had a good conversation. So that ended well in text chat. So that's good. But yeah, it was hard to get back to. Like, how do you? How I was trying to help him formulate an argument for his position, and when I was doing that, he automatically tried to do the opposite by saying, "If it's a flat Earth, then X, Y, Z."
Yeah.
And I was trying to get back to the point, like you were kind of saying, like, get them, like, not get off of the P. Like, that's not the right start to an argument. You don't want to necessarily, I guess, like we were talking about earlier, how do you eat, eat a foot-long sandwich? That's the goal, is the first part, but the goal shouldn't be to beg the question at the beginning of a logical argument. You know what I mean? It lacks substance,
separate, right? It's a way of finding proof, but the actual proof that you get at the end is up to, the thing. The argument is the way of finding the proof, or of finding a way to find the proof. Then the proof is a separate matter, where they get upset because they can't even formulate the logic, because they can see that the proof is possible, right? If there's ever any proof possible of anything, then they get frightened. That's why they can't see that Pythagoras is a proof of Euclidean geometry. It's a proof that triangles have the relationship.
Yeah.
It's frightening.
I mean, you missed the whole thing about with the Zanuck and those two, the other two. It was like pulling teeth to try to get them to at least take the actual photo of the black swan out of the conversation.
Yeah, and then when QE
and I was agreeing with him the entire way.
On purpose. He's like, I did that on purpose.
Yeah,
brilliant. It's like, you.
Well, I did it on purpose just so you could say refraction, and then they say refraction, and I'm like, refraction does not change a measured distance.
Yeah.
No, couldn't go there. Yeah, I couldn't. That was the whole thing. So I backed off of that, and I mean, when you came onto it, I think you probably how long did you hear of it?
Well, I don't know. I've got 4 hours 26, so you've been going quite a while.
Oh, good. You probably you probably caught it. Yeah.
I think. Well, yeah. But, you'd already done the majority of the black swan, because I can imagine, like, I know how hard it is to get into these conversations.
Carrying so I can imagine luggage uphill. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd already done a couple of hours work to get them where they were when I came in.
You could hear it in my voice.
Yeah.
I'm sure, yeah. Like, no, okay.
Back on track. And then, come on, derailed again. Here we go.
Eggshells would be like, "Are you gonna let me finish? Are you gonna let?" I'm like, "Yeah, but okay, go ahead."
Yeah, talk your shit.
But that took a long time to get them where I think wanted them to go, but not in kind of a weird way. It's like, this is what I'm trying to get the point across, and it just took a long. It took us several iterations to get through the but refraction kind of like armor or whatever you want to call it, or something like the part where they actually start to listen, or the guard starts coming down in some way. I don't know what it is. But it was good. I mean, it was good. It finally got there.
Yeah,
yeah.
But you wait again, though, right? You've had that discussion once. Now, try it again, because that's where they see those ones that now know where the argument goes, so they'll know how to derail it even quicker.
Right? Yeah, they're like AI.
Yeah, they won't go, oh, yes, we agreed last time that logic formulated with if P, then Q. No, you'll have to go through the entire thing again. And it is frustrating, because when you realize that's what they do, they just derail obvious logic. And they'll tell you triangles have more than 180. Pythagoras proves on a sphere. Like, it's impossible, but they'll tell you the impossible.
Well, the one thing that I don't know if you, yeah, you probably caught it if you're recording. The other one was the thing about the ISS getting hit by micrometeorites, and the astronauts plugging it with his thumb and putting fucking duct tape over it. That was a whole thing.
Yeah. Well, they love talking about space because there's no proof, right? They can live there.
Zanuck asked how big the hole was so that he could calculate the volume and at which speed the oxygen would go through a hole. It's like, what? Okay, it's a 1.55 millimeter hole. He's like, oh, I was like, read the article. I posted 4 different versions of the article for you to read. I don't need to read them. I just need to tell you. Okay, so you're just gonna talk out your whole time. You don't know what you're talking. You're just gonna. I don't need to know this. Whatever. But it was fun. I don't think it was super adversarial. It was definitely fun and like kind of flat boxing, but it wasn't no cage fighting by any means. You know.
It's good though, right? I mean, that's the idea of what we're doing.
Yeah.
Here. I mean, it's fun to be in that argument sort of form when you like it. It's better than just being in being asked questions, but being able to have some way of formulating it, right? Feel like you're directing what you're going. It's a challenge. It's a game, I think. It's one of the best games there is. It's like sparring, mental sparring.
Yeah, it is, and it keeps you sharp. Somebody, who was it? Rocket scientist. I had put something in the chat after I kind of gave up on voice. Danik was going on, and I think some other people going on about something else. I put in there in text chat, like, do people at the equator have higher blood pressure than people that are not on the equator because of centrifugal force? Turns out Zanuck ended up like kind of laughing at it and said haha or whatever, but there was what's the guy's name? Yes, a rocket scientist. He latched onto that he latched onto that text chat, and then I gone back and forth with him and on text, and something came up in voice, and it was related to something. I can't remember exactly what, but I brought the point. Oh yeah, the point was that usually I hear one of 3 things, and one of the number 1 thing is that's exactly what we would expect to see. Number 2 is it's too small to measure. Number 3 is too big to see. And so I put those points out, and I was talking about it in voice chat, and I related it back to text chat, and then all of a sudden, rocket scientist came in hot. Like, well, nice to meet you. He's like, fuck you, asshole. Like, well, that's how you want. I don't know. You might have caught it on recording or whatever, but I was like, well, if that's how you want to go about it, all right, whatever. But so it was kind of a weird convo, but then afterwards, it was fine. It was all good. So like the dynamics of it are super interesting and do keep you on your toes, because I don't know. I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter how many people are listening at the time, but I'm sure the room was full. But you don't want to fall on your face flat. Like, but I don't necessarily think about that necessarily, but because I think I have something to stand on when I go and to talk to somebody, and if I don't, I'll just say I don't, or tell me more about that. Something like that, where not to not save face, it's in a genuine attempt to actually have a conversation and learn something I don't know. So I don't know. That's just another aspect of kind of the dynamics of this whole weird arena.
Yeah, well, I think that if you go into a conversation, you're either going in to share your knowledge or gain the knowledge from the person that you're talking to, right? You've got to have that two-way thing.
I don't go into it for getting something out of it necessarily. Like Kool-Aid was in there talking about. He was like, hang on a second, I got to pack another bowl. So he was obviously on a different level. But having a conversation about shit that I don't know about is like, my goal isn't to gain something from it, but I'm probably going to learn something along the way, and I might have a few points of my own to throw out there. But to me, it's kind of like it's not necessary. I don't go in there to try to get other people's gold coins, you know what I mean, or something like that. It's something like, okay, if I do learn something, then that's awesome. But my personal, the way I don't really know if I even have a thought behind it, is just having a conversation. And if I suck at the conversation, I'll be like, all right, well, I suck at this. I don't know. I'm out or whatever. But if I think I know something about it, or if I think I'm interested in it, then I'll pursue it more. I don't know. I'm just monologuing now.
Drinking Kool-Aid cracks me up, dude.
Am I not? Yeah.
No, I think it's awesome, like, listening to some of these people. I've listened into, oh man, when I first came into Discord.
Buster, Bev. Buster was there during the ISS micrometeorite conversation, I think, weren't you?
No, I missed that one, but I was there for Kool-Aid with his, like, jerking off to boats.
Oh yeah, as he does.
But what's funny is like, he talks about it, and it's like everything he says, it has to work on a globe.
Oh, that's right. The thing about, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, you were really good about, like, asking the questions and him letting him talk, and he's like loving it. Like, somebody's interested in my love of boats, I'll talk more. But he keeps going on, and like, you asked about what's triangulation? No, trilateralization.
Oh, yeah, they had triangulation, trilateralization,
trilateration. Yeah,
yeah, and then the other one.
He was trying to show it. I was like, those are polygons. Yep, you got it. You're on it. I'm like, that's Euclidean.
Well, plane. Yeah, that's what I said. Is that on the plane? And then that's when you caught, that too at the same time. And he's like, well, this is just, if you want to debunk how sailors have navigated the earth for 2,000 years and go. It's like, well, then we're not doing that. No, we're just asking a question if that's a plane or not. Yeah, you caught on. I think I caught on to that, like, after you did.
Like, I even pulled it up in what's it called? Wiki. Like, when you look up polygons in Wikipedia, it even says all of this assumes Euclidean. Like, says it right here. Even right. in Wikipedia, of all places.
I think there's some logic to be derived as well from the map thing, right? Now,
yeah.
Well, that's what I was going on with them.
Yeah, scale maps, right, are the only maps that you would choose to do anything with, right? If it's not to scale, then it's of no relevance. And I would state that all 2-scale maps are 2-dimensional.
I've heard
that's exactly what I was talking about with them.
Yeah, well, that's the logic, right?
I've heard at least 3 times in the last few days that the maps fit perfectly on the globe, and then you can stretch them out. And I'm like, that's not true. It's non-developable surface. You can't stretch out a globe without distortion. You can't do it. Well, but there might be a little bit of distortion. Like, I'm not. We're talking about thousands and thousands of miles. Yeah. It's not possible. You can't. That's why they're all. And then you start talking about how they derive, how they get the distances, first order measurements, and then they're like, "Well, I don't know what first order measurements are," and they just
right.
If they don't know.
I was like,
matter.
I said, "What's when you actually measure it yourself?" And they're like, "Oh, okay." I got it.
Even Drink a Kool-Aid said he didn't know what first order measurements were, but the thing he posted about trilateration said second, third, and fourth order measurements in his citation. I was like,
we should literally be writing these down, because these logical statements, if anybody ever brings anything up about maps, you can then say, look, if maps are, all 2-scale maps are the only maps that you use, then that proves that it's a non-developable set rate. There's different ways to formulate it. You could have a if P, then Q, and then not contrapositive, and the reducto ad absurdum being it doesn't work. Even Gauss says it's non-developable, so it can't happen.
Well, what they do is they obfuscate and they say, well, the land masses aren't right because when they stretch it out flat, that distorts them. And I'm like, no, you got it the opposite.
They're talking about the Mercator, aren't they? That's not a 2-scale map.
Well, they always obfuscate between 4 or 5 different maps. They never will, say one, and it's like
none of them have a scale on. That's the problem, right?
That's what I was saying. Zanuck was saying, I said, okay, you have, so Kool-Aid was saying, if you agree that there is a distance from one continent to the other, and that's 2,000 miles, and that's the distance, and it's a known distance. I was like, yeah, okay, I agree with that. So then they went into different maps and stuff, and I was like, okay, well, that 2,000 miles on one map equals a line that's whatever length, and that length of a line is going to be different, but it's still going to equal 2,000 miles. And I think Kosho was even in on this part of it.
Kosho needs to be squashed. He's on this known distances thing that you disagree with. Then he puts them on his little projection thing that makes it a globe. It stretches that straight line to an arc. And it's like, ugh.
Kosho wasn't in there for very long, as far as I remember. I just remember him in there, maybe chiming in a few times, but I think the most of it was with Zanuck. But yeah, he was saying the same thing I was, but in a different way. Like, yeah, that line is going to be a different size, even though it represents the same amount of miles.
Well, see, okay, all right, that GIF they've been posting forever with the 5 different distance markers, New York to Cape Town, something to something, and they put them in like kind of a squarish figure, and then that 5th one doesn't match up, and then they put it on a globe, and I'm sitting there, every time I look at it, I think, if the 5th one doesn't match up, how are the first 4 ones, the first 4 that they put on there match up? No, they do. They put the first. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah. I do. I mean, like, if those distances work, then why would extending that particular diagonal make it any different? Like, it's a magic trick. It can't happen. Wizardry.
That's what I'm saying. Is like they make on the first part of the GIF, they make the first 4 distances match up in like a square. Then the 5th one doesn't match up, and it's like, well, how did the first 4 freaking match up if the 5th one's the only one that doesn't work?
Yeah, it's like drawing a square and then checking the diagonal and going, oh, that's not right. And we do this, we put it on a sphere, then the diagonal fits. It's like, yeah, that's not how geometry works. That's literal wizardry. Just putting a hump in the middle. He's put straight lines out there beforehand.
PNS had a thing. He posted a southern view, like if you're on the top of the South Pole looking down equidistant map, And then so Kool-Aid and I were talking about that. I was like, even then, here's the coast, the left coast of South America. You take that line and you try to put it on from Florida to New York. It's all fucking squished. So you have to adjust the lines even within the map to keep it to scale. You have to adjust the line to the scale of whatever the fucking distortion is going on in the map on something that's wonky, and one line is going to be different than another line but in length, but it's going to represent the same amount of distance. And I think that's where that got left.
Yeah, I don't. These people are delusional, man.
Well, I quite like that earlier because you did get to see the tactics that are being employed to stop
what
the
happened
conversation.
this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, Sugar Cookie was on one. Again, I think last night when we started the logic thing, right? It started the ball rolling with Gummy. Right, we did the logic. We went over the QE. Well,
like it's sitting there burning in his head.
I woke up this morning, flicked it on, and I heard Sugar Cookie trying to go through that exact same thing again. And it's like, oh, here we go. First off,
logic.
No, just QE. They were trying to make him defend QEs as though it was his, and they can look at this picture, and he's going, no, not the picture, not my argument. We're just trying to do the logic and the formulation of the P and the Q, and like they just.
I agree with your destroying of. I was like, I agree with how you're going to pick this apart. I agree with that. But
can we just?
That's not what we're talking about. Yeah.
Oh. They hate QE and Nathan so bad.
Yeah.
They want to lump you in with them. They have to.
But it's just a way to get out for the
argument. I called it QEs B.S.
Yeah, QEs B.S.
Black Swan. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what it's called now.
That's what I called it to them, and then to try to let them understand. Like, I understand this. I could poke holes in this too. Let's walk through this together. That's kind of my. Like, come on, let's do this.
They are like scrambling. This whole thing about not wanting to be a flat earther and not calling yourself that. We're just talking about reality. Is just got them sideways, upside. They just don't know which way's up with how to deal with it. I don't think. Especially when you start talking against Nathan and QE, they think that every flat earther's like
shit, dude,
holds them up on a pedestal.
If Bev, I'm sure you got the recording of it. Put it out, because if QE has a problem with it, I don't give a fuck. Because these are things that need to be fucking talked about.
Yeah, this is logic. This is where we're going.
Yeah, this is a logical fucking formulation, and let's figure this out. He still has yet to come up with a fucking logical formulation for the sextant. He still has a logical formulation to come up with what was the other one I was on the Ballbuster thing with before the shit hit the fan. Or scientific argument for it. Like, well, these are things that need to happen so that you can, like, you can't just throw an argument out there and brand it and then say, oh, if somebody comes up to you and says this, then show them a picture and not know how to explain it.
Yeah, we need the logic. If this, then this. Just teach people it's an
So
antecedent
if somebody asks you about if the Earth is flat, then show them this picture and tell them they're dumb. Like what? Okay.
Yeah.
How's that going to work out for you?
Yeah.
No, it took I don't know. It seemed like it was probably more than a half hour to get through the refraction part.
17% bigger. Or you see 17% more. Oh no, wait.
No, it's like
17%.
no. There is refraction in the photo. Well, let's not talk about the photo. It's not. Well, they don't count refraction in the Earth curve calculator either. It's like, okay, well, if you got an Earth problem with the curve calculator, then let's go through the P and Q. It was like, I felt like I did some work.
Yeah, it was good. Like every time you go, right, let's try and formulate that logic to make that a proper, and they all go like, whoosh, gone. Right? Like, oh, that's a good point. Let's try and formulate the logic. Gone. Like, there was a couple of really, you like went, brilliant, great idea. Let's do the logic. Yeah. So it's like, I'm sure I didn't ask you to do that. Who are you? Right. Like, where did you come from?
Right. There was some times in there where I had to like, okay, you motherfuckers, let's get this. Don't get it twisted. I'm not defending QE's argument. I am telling you that this is a logical formulation. Let's poke holes in it later. Just let's get through this part first.
I think that's about where I come out. I woke up, switched it on because I'm on my phone early in the morning before I get on the PC. And I just heard something like that. It's like, look, it's not my modus tollens. It's QE's. We're just going over it.
Yep. That's bang on. Exactly.
Who was it? Who was it you were doing this with?
Oh, fucking hell. He had about 3 or 4 of them. I think
for sure it was
eggshell. There was a rolling
eggshells
shift.
For sure. Yeah, it was eggshells and
Gummy.
Foolish decisions for sure was all up in that. And Xanac too.
Yeah, and Gummy. Or Gummy might have come in later on the second shift.
Yeah, Gummy was later on. Shit, I can't remember.
Yeah, there's loads more. It wasn't just them. There was more people. Yeah. Whoever that Carlos was came in to obfuscate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, he was handling most of them, right? They were on full team obfuscation to completely derail any talk of basic logic. He's just going, let's go over the P and the Q.
Hold on 1 second. Can I finish real quick? Like that kind of shit. Like, I'm trying to, like, you're not saying something right. I'm just trying to make sure we're on this. Okay, well, when you're done, I'll finish. Like,
they're so full of sophistry. They're so full of sophistry. I don't know if it's like completely to derail something that they don't understand, but they're so full of sophistry. They just have to. They think they can talk their way through it, which I mean, I guess is sophistry, but it's just like,
well, the arrogance
comes down. Yeah, arrogance too. Yeah,
the arrogance and ignorance mixed together with confidence is like, what?
Oh, volatile mixture. And that bacon last night was completely useless.
Yeah, it's the
That's
same
what
again.
I love about him. I don't think he's useless. I think he's useful.
Well, I don't know. I think, right, if you talk about it, then there are people learning, right? Now, the people that are listening...
Well, he'll take that straight over to
there's
Nathan's server.
There's hundreds of people listening, right? Within the troll network, and they're listening to what the trolls can do and how easy it is, right? He only needs to control 50% of the people to believe him with his bullshit. He doesn't ever need to provide proof. He just denies everything that you do, even when you provide proof of it and can show it. If he can win over 50% of the people and somebody else can win over another 50%, like, they've got the numbers they need.
Like, well, okay, I get the thing that you ask a question back, but that tactic, him using that, it's so far overboard, it gets ridiculous.
Wait, how's it go?
It's a tactic that everybody uses. You, instead of answering a question, you ask another question.
About minutia?
Just to play the game, right? You know, like, in order to clarify their question, you have to ask them a question as to why the fuck they're asking that question, right?
Yeah.
It's like that seems irrelevant. Like, why are you making me? And that's you asking them a question back again when they've asked you a question that seems to make no sense, right?
How many elephants can dance on the tip of a needle or pinhead?
What kind of needle are we talking about?
Yeah.
Well, right. Okay. Yeah. Then let's go down that rabbit hole instead of whatever the first question you asked me was.
Well, his using that tactic was so far overboard to the point where you couldn't even make sense of the conversation. To me, anyway.
That's Alice in Wonderland.
It was so bad,
right? Because everybody gets used
I like
to that
bacon
crazy
for that
bit.
reason. Sounds weird, but
they're learning the Alice in Wonderland, and everybody that's involved in that conversation.
I don't even know what the Alice in Wonderland is. Oh, I thought you were saying Alice and Bob.
No, Alice.
Is this chat live or broadcast?
I don't think so though. There is
no
live
have the
stream
bot,
active. I think. Yeah, there is no bot in here, right?
If you enjoyed the content, please support On the Level and future projects. Membership subscriptions available now, or come and get involved at Next Level Discord server. Thank you.